You are now listening to MrZBlackneffect.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
I saw this girl make a video and she was like, isn't it kind of funny? Like, I feel like having a boyfriend now is like lame and like shameful. And she was like, I feel like it used to be really cool, but now it's like you meet a girl and you're like, oh, you'd be cooler if you like didn't have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I was like, I really do feel that way. Like when I meet a girl and she doesn't have a boyfriend, I am like, oh, like, yeah, that's cunt. Like, you're cool. Like, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're on your own, like, slay girl. And then,
like, yes, independent. You don't need shit.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga want to tell me I'm gonna end up sad, miserable, and all of this, and you can't live your life like a nigga. I'm not living my life like a nigga. I'm living my life peacefully. You know who don't be at peace? Women who have to go fucking answer to men. Women who gotta go raise kids and clean up and behind them and gotta rush home to do shit. You know who ain't miserable? Me, a bitch who in her bed right now at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, chilling, bonnet on, made my money for the day, and I'm feet kicked up, chilling. I don't understand why motherfuckers want to keep arguing with me and try to put me into some mode. I don't want no nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't crave that shit. I don't want to compromise. I'm selfish as hell. I don't give a fuck about a nigga. People keep thinking that you have to have a man or a woman to be happy in life. You can be alone and be fucking happy. I'm so tired of arguing with people about this shit. I don't ever want to live with a man. I get married. I don't have to live with him. I don't understand why that's so hard to come back. It's people in this world who feel the same way. Like, people be so mad that you want to design your life how you want to. I don't give a fuck about that traditional ass. Like, that shit don't fit me. I don't care about no nigga. A nigga does not define me. Being in love with a man and having to be a fucking servant to a man and some fucking kids. Fucking... That's how I feel about that shit. That shit make me feel like I would jump off a fucking cliff. All the shit people be going through and they be talking about it. No. Delete his fetus. I'm not with that shit. Call a nigga up when I want to. I does the call and I does the cutting. I don't give a fuck about that. I am so mad that I just let this motherfucker get me mad, arguing with me about how I should be living my life. I don't want to be in that type of shit. I don't want no fucking relationship. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want nobody to fucking answer to, talk to, none of that shit. I don't want to be considerate of nobody else but me. I don't give a fuck about nobody else.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
These men want you to meet them where they're at, which is in the pits of hell or at a local coffee shop. And I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not interested. Also, a walk date is like beyond me. I'm not getting my 10K steps in with you, sir. I don't give a fuck to do that. I view that as a low effort date. I don't want to meet a man that's showing low effort from the start. To me, that's out. I'm not going to carve time out of my day when I could be hanging out by myself. Something that's way more fun than hanging out with a man, hanging out with family, hanging out with friends. To me, those are all way better options than to choose to carve out time for a man showing minimal effort from the jump.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men push women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be reliant upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is not the same as 1920. My grandpa was not buying these bitches Birkins.
Hermes, the maker of the Birkin bag, has been around since the 1800s, since before your grandfather existed. It sounds like the legacy that he started was in poverty, and you maintained that level of poverty. I don't know how much money you make, but you don't make enough to afford Hermes or a G-Wagon, which you mentioned in another part of the video. Sounds like your grandfather couldn't afford those things either. So instead of shitting on the men and women who can afford those things and the men and women who want to give their spouses those things, why don't you do like your grandfather and stay in your tax bracket?
My grandpa paid for the roof over their head, food, and clothes. One car. I gotta buy a bitch an AMG.
I understand not wanting to buy a luxury car if you can't afford it. I feel you. I'm not shitting on nobody. I'm not being sarcastic. But it sounds like there's a woman out there who feels like she deserves an AMG and you simply cannot afford it. But on top of that, you're subjecting the household to one fucking car. It sounds like you can barely afford yourself, friend. What are we talking here?
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
Hi, we are not mean enough to men. If you are like me in your 30s to 40s, we are not mean enough. I had the pleasure to go out with this wonderful woman, which is my best friend's niece in her 20s, okay? And when I tell you this new generation of women is savage. One guy was talking to her, didn't offer to buy her a drink, so she asked him for $200. He's like, I don't even know you. She's like, then why are you talking to me? You're 40. Facts. She's on the dance floor, she's done with her drink, she just turns to a random guy and just hands her empty glass to him to hold. I'm not gonna expose anymore, but when I tell you, this new generation of women are freaking savage. We, the 30 to 40, are definitely not mean enough to men. We still kind of treat them like human beings. I'm fully convinced that the new generation doesn't even see them as human beings. They are doing to men what men did to women for thousands and thousands of years. And I'm kind of for it.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
God is a man made up by other men to tell them that they're special. Thank you. Like, that's literally all there is. Men looked around at women and were like, okay, so y'all have it all, don't you? We need something. We can hurt you. We can take advantage of you.
We're stronger. We're superior.
We're stronger. I just think that's where religion came from. They were like, yeah, there's a man in the sky who feels exactly the same way. One of the biggest giveaways about religion, that there's something fishy going on that they don't want you to know right away, is that when you're a new believer, they don't give you the whole Bible. No. They give you the New Testament. They give you the Gospels. But what you'll find when you read through the Old Testament is that A, it's a lot of mythology. A lot of it is very mythical. B, a lot of it is just permission to enslave people, to colonize land, and to abuse and objectify women and little girls.
Yep.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
When men are insecure, ew. But when men are confident, also, ew. Not really sure what their path forward is.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Normalize leaving men when they're at their lowest. I never gave a fuck.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
What's your favorite quote?
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
You got something
That's kind of...
you complaining about and you're not changing it. It could be your relationships, your body, your health, your job. You're choosing it.
I'm going to have setbacks, I know. But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action. Because, yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
My therapist said, don't let life stop you from living life.
I'm sorry your life turned out so bad, but don't blame me. You messed it up yourself. You just focused on the bad stuff when all you had to do was let go of the past and keep moving forward.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Women have leveled up in a way that makes them less dependent on men, right? They've got the degrees, the careers, the homes, the friendships, the freedom, the creative pursuits, the pets, the plans, all of it. And they built it themselves. They don't need men the way society used to force them to center men in their lives in order to have access to things they now create for themselves. Women are fucking driven go-getters. We love to see it. So now these women only want to be with men who can provide emotional depth, intimacy, partnership, actual listening skills, accountability, enthusiasm for growth, and a playful sense of humor. If men want to be chosen, they have got to show up with actual skills. For men, I think it's exposing a real insecurity that's always been inside of us that we secretly know, relationally, we don't bring much to the table, and that we've heavily relied on two things for a long time, that you need us to get access to shit, and that unfortunately, for the majority of women out there, you're attracted to our man bodies. We've been fucking cruising on that sweet, sweet combo of access and dick. Like, hey babe, I might be emotionally unavailable and allergic to accountability, but check out my broad shoulders and the fact that I can sign a mortgage. That free ride is over, sad, and I hate to sound like such a fucking therapist, but what an opportunity for growth, my guys. If you choose to grow, you will find yourself in a relationship with a woman who doesn't need to be with you, but purely wants to be with you, just because you're a cool dude with real depth and humility. That's an actual, real, secure relationship. And because there are so many insecure, dumb fuck, manosphere, Joe Rogan wannabes, it has never been easier to be an attractive man by simply choosing to grow the fuck up. Turns out the real, high-value man is just emotional availability.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
How tall are you?
5'8".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 foot. Because like you have to be taller than me. You have to be able to like look up. If you're any shorter, it's like weird.
Okay, how tall are you?
5'5".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6'3". I like need like a man to like be like 300 pounds and like the size of like a tree.
Okay, how tall are you?
5'4".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
I want to say 6 foot, but like probably like 5'10".
Why is that?
Because I want you to be like decently taller than me. I don't want to have to like look straight and I can see your eyes.
How tall are you?
5'6".
All right, what's the minimum height that you would date?
6'4" and above.
Wait, why is that?
Because you want athletes only.
Why?
because that's what I want. And that's what I'm gonna get.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'8".
All right. What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 something.
I wish that.
Because if you give a short dude a chance, he takes it and runs with it. Like, he's gonna gain too much confidence.
How tall are you?
5'4".
All right. What's the minimum height that you would date?
6'2". Because that's like a good enough height.
How tall are you?
5'8".
What's the minimum height you would date?
6 feet.
I'm a stallion, so like I have to be with something tall.
5'7". Maybe 5'11".
I would say that.
Because reproduction wise, yeah.
How tall are you?
5'2". Probably like 5'10", because I don't like short people and you can't be close to my height.
How tall are you?
5'3", like 6 foot. I can reach up and like, yeah, you can pick me up and stuff.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
And a quick trigger warning, I will be making broad statements about men as a whole, when in reality I only hate a large handful of the ones I've dated and the ones who run our country. A lot of my friends are men, my dad is a man, and when I say, fuck men, what I'm doing is making a satire remark on my defeatist attitude towards finding a partner, because I hate saying, when I say I hate men, it's easier than saying I pick the wrong ones and I make my own choices. Thank you.
That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
So many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not in employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this, because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier, because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life, and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free ass work. The thing is, for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30, and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things, and when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, like it gives me the ick, because like, what the fuck? Like, what do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, like I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Sabrina Carpenter and Sydney Sweeney have kind of ruined the fun for us all. I believe we're currently witnessing the onset of a new wave of feminism, and in the aftermath of the pro-ho hookup culture wave of feminism. Although that movement was important for women to finally feel like we had autonomy over our sexuality under the patriarchy, culture is shifting again. Feminists are decentering men, and we're starting to realize that objectification of the female body actually wasn't serving us so much as we had previously convinced ourselves that maybe it was. In Sabrina's stands, for instance, we're arguing vehemently that our outrage was the rise of conservatism, but no. Rejection of objectification has always been a core feminist value. It only got quieter because in the 2010s, women were more concerned with exploring sex positivity than with denouncing objectification. Now in a post Roe v. Wade world, and also in a world where the average guy 25 and under is thoroughly red-pilled, women are not drinking the objectification Kool-Aid anymore. And I also think it's really interesting and important to examine the moment that we're at in pop culture history, where previously, up until this point, it was really radical and therefore arguably liberating for women to be outrageously sexual in the public eye if they were a public figure. But now, that's what's expected of you. Now, that's what every girl and their mother is doing. So it's kind of like, okay, we've seen it a million times, that's what you're supposed to do. You're not doing anything special, you're following the rule book. At this point, it's almost conservative, because being outrageously sexual is abiding by a set of guidelines, which is what conservatism would have you do. Especially when those guidelines that you're expected to follow tell you to portray yourself as a sex object. I mean, in the aftermath of all this Sydney Sweeney shit, the second most common criticism, besides it being racist, was that it was overly sexualized. Women are tired of seeing that. And I mean, earlier this summer, Sabrina Carpenter lost her good standing with feminists all over that album cover. Because the fact of the matter is this: women will sexualize themselves
for the sake of expressing their own sexuality and their own full humanity, but objectification serves no one but men. Because why would you reduce yourself to being less than a fully thought out human being, if not to satisfy a male fantasy? And when women are no longer concerned with satisfying men's fantasies, and feminists are learning to decenter men, are focused on centering themselves and other women and remaining single and childless, but we see pop culture icons serving their bodies up as sacrificial sexualized meat for the patriarchy, it doesn't resonate with us anymore. And so eventually these women fall out of favor because men are not reliable long-term fans to women. They only support a woman for as long as they can get their rocks off to her. I think that's why the meanest thing Sabrina Carpenter has to say about men as a whole, rather than just individual exes, is that they're man children. And Sydney Sweeney, we already know she lives for the male gaze. Nothing else needs to be said.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
The problem is we don't have enough women disrespecting men. We don't have enough women humbling these men and putting them in their place. We need to start making these men feel worthless because they are, okay? Call him a bitch. Disrespect him. Put him down. Make him feel bad about himself. Like, what's going on here? I feel like we're losing the plot. Like, I'm seeing too many marriages and too many people getting in these relationships. That's why these men think that they're the prize. Because y'all are putting them on this pedestal, making them feel like they're the prize. No. It's your job as a woman to put that man down and put him in his place. Treat him like the animal he is.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Men are not lonely enough, and they never will be, because there will always be a group of desperate women who are so desperate for love and affection and attention from a man that they will have their arms wide open, willing to accept any and everything, including bare minimum, including whatever a man wants to throw them. And if you don't believe me, please go watch the docuseries on Wade Wilson. I just watched, called Handsome Devil, Charming Killer or something. This was a serial unaliver who specifically unalived women, and guess who his biggest supporters were? And this docuseries was so good because it showed how he manipulated these women, how he was talking to these women, what they were saying to him, the support that this man was getting for what he did from the same demographic that he did it to. Proves this is an extreme example, but it proves exactly what I said. Men will never lose. They will never be lonely. There will always be women that are so hell-bent on being in a relationship and being loved that they will take anything to feel that feeling. Please go watch that docuseries.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Can I ask you a question? Because you've been quite quiet. I want to know. What's the ideal mandate? Where would the man say, ideally, if women couldn't say anything about anything, I would take it here and that's the perfect date for me as a man? What would that be? There's the restaurant, you know.
I ain't got a clue.
He's trying to say that you need to bring something out of a woman.
The reality is the majority of men, yeah. And we'll go based on working class and like lower class kind of men. We don't pick you and think of the date. We pick you because we just want to be with you. We don't actually care where we go.
Nice.
The biggest problem that we have with women today, with the majority of guys, is that you're more focused on where we're going as opposed to me going with you.
Bingo.
And that's what makes it feel like you're trying to mock me. Like you're trying to take the piss out of me. Trying to get man's peace. No one's saying don't go to Paris for your first date. No one's saying don't go to Spain for your first date. Restaurant or the park. But let me know that it's not because you want to go there. It's because you want me to be there with you. And when a man gets to the feeling of they don't feel like it's me you want to be there with you. You just want me to take you. Nobody wants to go date on girls. Now, hold on. As we go into the boring part, we are boring. Majority of working class, lower class people are boring because we're not as worldly. Why? Because majority of our time is spent on work. We don't have things to say, oh, I want to go to Maldives, I want to go here, I want to go there, I want to go there. We know what we know, which is to pay our bills, make sure we're okay, and be stable. When you have a woman, you're a movement by yourself as a guy. But we're a force when we're together. Yeah.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Come on, pull.
It's so crazy when you know the truth. It's so easy to spot the lies. This is just a small example of how society lies. And purposely puts a narrative on women so that way women never actually realize their full potential, nor do they actually try to hone in on those capabilities that they naturally have coursing through their veins. This can also be attributed to the X chromosome factor that men are lacking due to that genetic mutation that gave them the Y chromosome known as the SRY.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Yeah. So hopefully those of you that got in early, y'all got to see Mr. Z cycle through those clips. And yeah, Singletary, I think that was his name, right? Can't win with them. Can't do it. Yeah. So Mr. Z just played a bunch of clips of women reveling in being mean and snarky and sassy and smug and insulting to men. And their LGBTQ advocates, mainly men, I played a man, essentially saying the same thing. The problem with the men is that you're not likable enough, of course. And the women being just complete and total assholes, no one has anything to say. That's her right, which is true. And it's men right to say, you stay your asshole ass right there. Right? So I want to kind of engage with one clip I think that's very important to start with, right? So once again, we're doing the can't win with them, if Mr. Z can pronounce it correctly. Can't win with them, can't do it.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
So let's start off with this.
And a quick trigger warning, I will be making broad statements about men as a whole, when in reality I only hate a large handful of the ones I've dated and the ones who run our country. A lot of my friends are men, my dad is a man, and when I say, fuck men, what I'm doing is making a satire remark on my defeatist attitude towards finding a partner, because I hate saying, when I say I hate men, it's easier than saying I pick the wrong ones and I make my own choices. Thank you.
That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Why this clip, Z? Because there was a bit of honesty there. I have a defeatist attitude, right? What I'm really saying is I pick the wrong men and I make my own choices. She's being comical, but she's telling the truth. I'm picking what I want, and clearly it ain't working for me. So I have a defeatist attitude. Right? So to all the women, the men need to level up and the men are not on our level. And I play this because this is what, at least a bit of what accountability looks like. Right? She's being comical, but she's saying, I love men, I have a dad, I have brothers, etc., etc. I have a defeatist attitude because what I want, it ain't working. What I find attractive, who I find attractive, the type of men I find attractive, it's not working with those men. And so I have a defeatist attitude. It's my own choices. Ooh. This is a woman that's saying, I could not go for 6'2" or 6'4". I could not go for I could go for the guy that has 4 women in his line, maybe 3 women in his line. I could go for that instead of going for the guy that has 27 women in his line, 35 women in his line, 1,000 women in his line, and then get mad when he treats me like I'm one of 1,000, one of 400, one of 50, one of 35. Oh boy. And shout out to that young lady for at least, even though it was comical, even though she was being funny, just a smidge of honesty. Just a little bit. Play it again for the people, Z.
And a quick trigger warning, I will be making broad statements about men as a whole, when in reality I only hate a large handful of the ones I've dated and the ones who run our country. A lot of my friends are men, my dad is a man, and when I say, fuck men, what I'm doing is is making a satire remark on my defeatist attitude towards finding a partner because I hate saying, when I say I hate men, it's easier than saying I.
We're going to pause right there. A satire remark. Now listen closely what she's saying. Saying she's making a satire remark of her defeatist attitude. And I'm sorry, I said she had brothers. She didn't say anything about brothers. She said she has friends that are men, clearly. Her father, a man, clearly, right? But listen closely, especially for that last 15 or so seconds. Continuing.
And a quick trigger warning, I will be making broad statements about men as a whole, when in reality I only hate a large handful of the ones I've dated and the ones who run our country. A lot of my friends are men, my dad is a man, and when I say, fuck men, what I'm doing is making a satire remark on my defeatist attitude towards finding a partner because I hate saying, when I say I hate men, it's easier than saying I pick the wrong ones and I make my own choices. Thank you.
That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
She should have said what she was going to say before. I hate saying that I pick the wrong men and I make my own choices. Because that's women. The masses of women, that's their issue right there. I pick what I want to pick and it's not working out. So instead of me saying that I'm angry that what I find attractive and appealing and charismatic and what has an imprint on me, it's not working with that. Instead of me saying that, I'm going to say the problem is the men. And I have a whole media apparatus, girlfriends, right, that will back me on that. Right? Like Logan.
So many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening?
Let's pause right there. Logan is admitting so many women are competing for the same men. Ladies, we do not begrudge you your choices. Yaka, that's why Mr. Z says it. I say it. Grab a ticket. Here's some boxing shoes and some boxing gloves. Mr. Z says it. Logan is saying it right here. Now, notice how she's going to wrap this at the end. She's saying that the women are competing for the same men. We already know for the most part, this almost can't be helped. You have to re-engineer society and re-socialize the women. And right now, where the West is, where planet Earth is, we're not going to do that. So bring on the devastation, right? Continuing.
So many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see. They go to porn. They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean,
I want to say this once again. Logan is saying they go online. Logan, you said the truth. The women are the ones, and I don't like using this word, but I think it's maybe the most apt word, that are radicalizing the men. The women are the ones that are handing, you know what, better phrase. The women are the ones handing the men the red pill, not men like Mr. Z. The women are. Logan, you started this correctly. The women are red pilling the men they want and the men they don't want. The men they find attractive and appealing and the men they don't find attractive and appealing. Let's be very clear. Many red pill men are men with high body counts into the 3 figures, and their disgust at women, shout out to Chris Brown, these 304s ain't loyal, is how far women are willing to go for the 1 in 1 zillion chance that he picks her as a girlfriend, or dare I say it, a wife. We're not even talking about some bedroom fun, something that she could brag about and have a story about for the rest of her life. Ain't that right, Chris Brown? Ain't that right, Usher? Oops. Huh? Yeah. So Logan, you're starting the story off correctly. But once again, y'all, pay attention to how she's going to flip this. Continuing.
so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that.
Yes, and shout out to KMS wherever you are. As KMS says, if I don't get a family, you don't get a society. Yes, the men are opting out. Wait, so we want the men that women have relegated to not having children, not having vagina unless he pays for it like lavishly. We're telling the the men that are not wanted or less desired, right? We're telling the non-select man to still participate, and he will, for himself and for his immediate circle, and that's just about it. We're demanding that the non-select man overproduce, excuse me, we're demanding that the non-select men overproduce for the women that are giving them the middle finger. They're dropping out of society, but why would they participate? I don't want to hear nothing about no sour grapes. And why would they participate? I want to be clear again. Women don't owe men triple X fun. Women don't owe men smiling, being kind, femininity, generosity, consideration. Women don't owe men any of it. Women don't owe non-select men any of that. And at scale, there's a cost to that. America, the West, the developed and developing world is dealing with the cost of that. Pay the cost of that. The women don't owe the men anything. And the men are moving like they know, because they do know, as if they know, because they do know, that the women owe them nothing. Young men in particular are moving. The non-select young man is moving like he appreciates that the women owe him nothing, because he appreciates the women owe him nothing. And so he's not overproducing, because there's no point in his life where he will have a wife and children, at least from what he could see, from his vantage point. And once again, Logan, it's not men like Mr. Z, it's not the black manosphere, at least, handing young men the red pill. It's the women. As I've always said, yes, y'all could say the algorithm and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, cool. But young men come seeking us. Middle-aged men come seeking us. Older men come seeking us. After divorce, after a heartbreak, after he was cheated on, right? After paternity fraud. Huh? After parental alienation, if Mr. Z could get it out. Young men, middle-aged men, older men come seeking us after the women. Now, you do have a subsect of younger men who find the red pill before the heartbreak. But let's be very clear. It's not the black manosphere radicalizing your sons, America. It's not the black manosphere handing your sons, America, the red pill. It's the women. It's the girls. Through their behavior, through their rhetoric. That's why I played everything I played earlier. It's the women. Continuing.
So many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not an employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like.
Let's pause right here. But isn't it? Logan, are you following economics at all? The growing wealth disparity? Who's getting married and more likely to stay married in America? Who's purchasing homes? The actual people, everyday people, that are purchasing homes, a growing number of them are getting the big down payment from their parents and or grandparents, from a family member or relative. Yeah, the young men don't got it. And the women remind them brutally that they don't have it. Not the money. Huh? So if the young men and all the men, quite frankly, are saying the game is rigged against me, that's because it is. Trickle down economics, Reaganomics, that's because it is. I played the clip from the UK. What did the brother say? The issue is that the women are not worried about being present with that man on that date. They're more worried about where we're going for the date. And I would like to add to that so they can brag, so they can feel it's about feeling like I'm super, super dumb, stupid, retarded, special. No, leave that one. Right? It's not about, okay, he showed a bit of effort and I just want to get to know him. I want him to get to know me. Let's see where our interests are. Shout out to Biggie, rest in peace, right? No, it's about where we're going. So I can have this experience, so I can brag about it, so I can have my femininity validated. The men don't just feel like the game is rigged against them, like the system is rigged against them. It is rigged against them. The elites have realized, and they've always known this, that the women are spendthrifts. And we're going to goad the women to be as materialistic as humanly possible, as consumerist as humanly possible. And the women will have that lens on when judging men. And the few men that'll be able to air quotes, escape that, not really, but kind of, sort of, are the tall enough and good looking enough men. Maybe some charismatic men. Maybe you don't have to pay. But all the rest of you, like 80, 85%, oh, you paying up front. Logan, the game is rigged against the men. The men know it. The women know it. Huh? The men know it and the women know it. The women are just mad that the men are deciding to moonwalk out of this. To Homer Simpson disappear in the hedge out of this. No. Play the game. I don't care. That's what the women are saying. That's what they're throwing a temper tantrum about. Play the game. That way, even if I don't end up with Mr. Tall Chisel Chin, I could have somebody to fall back on that I could divorce within 5 to 7, 8, 10, 12 years. Logan, everyone knows the game is rigged against the men. Working class men in specific. Lower middle class men in specific. Working poor men in specific. Everyone knows that. The women are telling you no struggle, love. The system is telling you, whether it's on the left or the right, man up and work harder and overproduce for these asshole women. Whether you're in a relationship or not, be useful to the group by overproducing. And the young men are saying, without even talking to each other, what's the incentive? A hostile environment, asshole women, a rigged game, a financialized system, house prices astronomical, new car prices astronomical, college and university feminized, mass entertainment feminized. Huh? And as Andrew Tate said, you don't make money from labor anymore. You make money from money. You have to make enough money to turn that money into making more money. Huh? What we don't appreciate as a society, not the Black Manosphere, but the rest of society, is that the young men watched. The young men realized and found out, oh crap, my mom lied to my dad. I'm just now finding out at 21 years old, my dad is not my biological dad. Ooh. Huh? The young men were privy to their stepmom taking everything from their dad in divorce. The young men are privy to their female siblings' body count. The young men are privy to the fact that their sister married a man that she doesn't love, but is good enough. So when she filed for divorce on his ass in 7 years, the young men are not surprised because she never loved him anyway. She got the kids that she wanted. She got the house. She going to divorce him and keep the house. The young men know it's not the black manosphere radicalizing the young men. It's the women and the girls. The black manosphere is not handing out red pills. The women and the girls are handing out red pills. The men come seeking us because they already feel something's not right. I've been lied to. Like, I kind of knew that the game was rigged. I didn't know it was this rigged. I knew women had preferences also. I didn't know it was this rigid. I knew that the women sometimes, certain women, because that's what men think. Men think it's certain women. It's those women out there over there. Huh? That's what men tell themselves to keep their sanity. Those women over there are the ones that do that thing. Those negative stereotypes, yeah, that if they're non-black, then they probably think it's only black women. Shout out to divorce court. Shout out to you white men. Huh? Shout out to you Asian men who found out your Asian wife cheated on you with her white coworker. Oops. And you Latinos. Yikes. Huh? Yeah. The story that Jason Black covered some months ago. The young white man then deleted the wife and the husband because the wife cheated on the husband with this young white dude in a trailer park. Her husband then put her up in a house, paying the bills. She cheated on the husband with the white coworker who's younger than her by I can't remember how much. When the husband started pressing her, she called on type of harassment and assault. Got the white young man hemmed up. The white young man got out of jail and he went to go hunting them down and he deleted both of them. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he deleted himself afterward. Logan, the young men are privy to these stories. The young men are privy to these stories, particularly for us as black men. We're privy to the racial hypergamy. We're privy to that because the women are the ones handing out the red pill through their action, through the way they speak, through their attitude. Continuing.
So many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not an employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really...
Yeah, but who would those father figures be? Because Logan, what it sounds like, and this is what a lot of folks are trying to get men into, right? And y'all gives you a second. Okay, we're back. Jesus, that background. Okay, Logan, what it sounds like is that polite society would like for men to believe the lie. We're not supposed to tell men and young men how much women care about height. how much women care about showing off, how much women care about status, how much women are just as cold and calculating and devious as we purport that men are. Logan, what it sounds like is that we're supposed to lie to young men and send them, or sell them better yet, a Disney fairy tale understanding of women. Once again, women and girls are sugar and spice and everything nice. And men are not supposed to wake up until they're sitting in divorce court. And then they're still supposed to blame themselves. Who are these examples of men that we're supposed to follow? Are fathers who are mothers divorced? Huh? Are uncles who were told that this child is his and he didn't find out that our cousin isn't his biological son until the son was 17, 18, 20, 25, 30? What man is supposed to be the example? The men that are being assaulted at home, the men that are being emotionally abused at home, I had to say the word, huh? Verbally abused at home? Who's supposed to be the example of a good man? The men that take disrespect from their wives and girlfriends? Who's supposed to be the example? Who's supposed to be example when the prevailing and increasing worldview, idea, mentality concerning men sounds like this?
Hi, we are not mean enough to men. If you are like me in your 30s to 40s, we are not mean enough. I had the pleasure to go out with this wonderful woman, which is my best friend's niece in her 20s, okay? And when I tell you this new generation of women is savage. One guy was talking to her, didn't offer to buy her a drink, so she asked him for $200. He's like, I don't even know you. She's like, then why are you talking to me? You're 40. Facts. She's on the dance floor, she's done with her drink, she just turns to a random guy and just hands her empty glass to him to hold. I'm not gonna expose anymore, but when I tell you, this new generation of women are freaking savage. We, the 30 to 40, are definitely not mean enough to men.
That's who men are supposed to be doing for and overproducing for, whether they're in relationships with these women or not. Women who believe that we're not mean enough to men. Women that jizz their panties at the idea of women just being rude and mean and snarky and combative and antagonistic to men. Oh, women jizz their panties. This is what female empowerment looks like. Diddling yourself at the idea of a woman, air quotes, humbling a man, especially in public. Huh? And making little sassy, snarky comments about men. Men's weakness, men's ineptitude, huh? Incompetence, weakness. That's who men are supposed to overproduce for, Logan. You can't win with them. You can't do it.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
You can't do anything with these women, Logan. They're mean, they're rude, they want to see men under their heel. Everything these women have been saying for the past 3-4 decades, all that I'm a wilted violet and the men are just so, the men are so barbaric and so sexist. They're so misogynist. And the black community, misogynoirist. All of it was an appeal to authority to break the men for the women. What the women were actually trying to get about was the institutions working for them against the masses of men. As Drew Affiolo says, yeah, I hate men, but I don't hate my boyfriend. This is the goal here. Tuck yourself under a good-looking, tall, rich man who will subsidize you or pay for you exorbitantly while you show your female power and show your alignment with the sisterhood, show your allegiance to the sisterhood by defecating on men every day, antagonizing, men every day. Logan, that's what it looked like. This young lady is somewhere between her 30s and 40s, and she's letting you know, oh, we still not mean enough, because them Gen Z girls are mean, and I love it. And she not done yet. We're going to keep on going. Continuing. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Shout out to the replay gang. Like, share, subscribe, hit the thank you button, hype button also. Continuing.
Hi, we are not mean enough to men. If you are like me in your 30s to 40s, we are not mean enough. I had the pleasure to go out with this wonderful woman, which is my best friend's niece in her 20s, okay? And when I tell you this new generation of women is savage. One guy was talking to her, didn't offer to buy her a drink, so she asked him for $200. He's like, I don't even know you. She's like, then why are you talking to me? You're 40. Facts. She's on the dance floor, she's done with her drink, she just turns to a random guy and just hands her empty glass to him to hold. I'm not gonna expose anymore, but when I tell you, this new generation of women are freaking savage. We, the 30 to 40, are definitely not mean enough to men. We still kind of treat them like human beings. I'm fully convinced that the new generation doesn't even see them as human beings. They are doing to men what men did to women for thousands and thousands of years.
And that's why I need to play it again. This idea of this cosmic justice and retribution is how women justify to themselves why they should disrespect men, antagonize men, be mean to men, be dismissive towards men, be short and curt with men, be insulting to men. This young lady just said it outright. I've been saying this for years in the Black manosphere, that what informs a lot of women is this idea of cosmic justice. As a matter of fact, somebody reminded me of that a little while ago, maybe a few days ago. But the idea that some 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, some Middle Eastern man backhanded his wife, and now we all got to pay for it for till the end of time. Particularly as Black men, some Middle Eastern man, 3,000, 4,000, 2,000 years ago, backhanded his wife, and so we all got to pay for it as men forever and ever and ever. Particularly Black men. And this is what fuels this idea amongst women. The idea that grandma or great-grandma at this point, she couldn't open her own bank account. She was reliant on great-granddad. Great-granddad, no matter how good of a man he actually was, the story is that he was a bad man. She only married him because he tricked her, or he found some way to get into her dad's ear, and he essentially bought her, and he was a horrible man, but he paid the bills. And so now the cosmic retribution, the cosmic get back, is that now I get to be an asshole to men because I earn my own money, and like, what's the need of a man anyway? Like, I couldn't be so much more less interested in these men. These men are just horrible. Like, why would you even? right?
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free ass work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things. And when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, like it gives me the ick because like, what the fuck? Like, what do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, like I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
And that's where women run into the hypergamy market cap, the hypergamy trap, and then they throw a temper tantrum because they set the bar at impossible. The women themselves set the bar at over 6 feet, over 6 figures, charismatic and funny, 8-inch plus male member, 6-pack, chisel chin, kiss her ass, which we'll call gentlemanly. The women put the bar there. And when the masses of men aren't engaging in that and say, you know what, I'm throwing my hands up. I'm not doing this. Then the women throw a temper tantrum and say, all right, then that gives me the right to be mean, even more mean. Man, who cares? Go munch on each other and get the hell out of our face. If you can't end up with the top 20% of man, top 20% income earner, height, charisma, status guy, then just stay your ass single. Huh? See you after the age of 65 as a Walmart greeter, lady, because most of y'all don't earn enough, nor will you ever. Huh? Ladies, you don't owe the men anything. The men don't owe you anything either, not even a society. Huh? Logan, we're supposed to turn that into a wife? We're supposed to turn this into a wife?
I saw this girl make a video and she was like, isn't it kind of funny? Like, I feel like having a boyfriend now is like lame and like shameful. And she was like, I feel like it used to be really cool, but now it's like you meet a girl and you're like, oh, you'd be cooler if you like didn't have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I was like, I really do feel that way. Like when I meet a girl and she doesn't have a boyfriend, I am like, oh, like, yeah, that's cunt. Like, you're cool. Like, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're on your own, like, slay girl. And then,
like, yes, independent. You don't need shit.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
That's what we're supposed to be turning into wives, Logan? Oh, no, we're supposed to be turning this into a wife.
When men are insecure, ew. But when men are confident, also, ew. Not really sure what their path forward is.
Huh? Logan, that's what we're supposed to be turning into wives, right? Or we're supposed to be finding some way to overproduce for a woman like this, even if we don't marry her. Even if it's one of those long-term relationships where y'all live together, y'all practically married, but y'all never signed the paperwork. Oh, wait. Even if it's not any of that, you're just supposed to overproduce so your tax dollars could go to a woman like this while she lives her single bachelorette life. Right? And y'all don't want to see what's in her comment section for that video. Oh boy. Y'all wonder why I keep on playing this clip. In the comment section for that is essentially comments that boil down to this.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Because what did she say? An insecure man, ill. But also a confident man, ill. And essentially the women in the comments are trolling with the, yeah, they're supposed to be seen and not heard. That's what we are now. The cosmic get back, the cosmic retribution. And the men said, I got something for that ass. I'm gonna just remove myself. And more men are removing themselves. So the women are put in a very interesting situation. The only people they really have to snap on and go off on are other women, the handful of men pursuing them because they don't get it yet. You're here to be abused because you're not one of the chosen. You're not a select man. You are here to be abused, sir. You're here to be her either emotional tampon or her emotional punching bag. Huh? And I didn't save that video. Goddamn, but it was a video. It was really, really short. And it said, when you're what do you call it when you damn, I forgot the phrase for this. But it's the in-between guy. When your in-between guy is still opening doors and being a gentleman, right? In other words, he's not the one. I know it, he know it, but we still doing our thing, and he's still being a gentleman and opening doors and treating me like a queen. That's the era we're in now. The women in that comment for the young lady skateboarding are having a field day with the video. And they are essentially saying,
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
And with that type of mentality, guess what?
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Huh? Play the video again, Z.
When men are insecure, ew. But when men are confident, also, ew. Not really sure what their path forward is.
Not really sure what their path forward is, if I heard it correctly. When men are insecure, ew. But also when men are confident, ew. That's some truth right there. That is some truth right there. And to America, to the West, to the developed world, to the developing world, be prepared to watch your societies crumble. The women are the ones initiating the Mouse Utopia experiment. They're the ones initiating the Calhoun experiment. It's the women. And so, yes, the men are going to be the beautiful ones. Translation, the men are going to be the ones that are recluse, the hikikomoris. They're going to stay the hell away from your daughters. You damn right. Let the society crumble then. Y'all raise these insufferable brats, these consumerist, spendthrift, materialistic assholes. Dear planet Earth, deal with it then. Y'all better hurry up and make those robots so they can maintain the bridges and the roads and the buildings. Because we know the women ain't going to do it. As your population go to crap, y'all better make sure these robots can scale walls, clean windows, huh? Put up and maintain bridges, travel back and forth across the Pacific and the Atlantic for your insufferable brats. Oh, but it doesn't end there, Z.
Normalize leaving men when they're at their lowest. I never gave a fuck.
Normalize leaving men when they're at their lowest. Well, we just have antagonistic trolls now. That's what the women are. It's a gender war for them. They're just keeping score. They're just, mark it on the wall. Okay, now I could cross. That's 5 points on the board for Gryffindor. Not Gryffindor, Z. Not a Harry Potter reference. Huh? That's 6 points on the board for Hufflepuff. Yeah. That's how the women are playing the game. And whether they end up with a man or not, whatever, they're going to come with whatever coping ass idea. They're telling you they don't want to have children. They're telling you they don't want to be married. They're seeing marriage as a burden. They're seeing childbirth and child rearing as a burden. They're telling you they don't want to live with a man. Their ideal relationship is some hodgepodge where like he earns enough to take care of me while I'm not in the home with him, and then like I don't want to have children because like I don't want to mess up my body, but then I want all of the accoutrement and all the extras that come with being a mother of his children but without being the mother of his children. Like, I want him to treat me like sugar and spice and everything nice, even though I'm not. I want to be a little antagonistic troll asshole to everyone, but with the backing of whatever man I choose. Like, why can't I just make up my own mind and ideas? Okay, fine, nothing wrong with that. And then have the ideal man who just fits perfectly in that slot that I find appealing. Why can't I just do whatever the hell I want to do, come up with whatever weirdo experiment idea I want, and then have like the perfect man for that? Like perfectly molded for the thing that I say I want. So whether it's stay-at-home mother, whether it's careerist woman with the power couple relationship, whether it's stay-at-home girlfriend, whether it's polycule, whatever the hell, whether it's some type of bisexuality, huh? Why can't I just have the man or men maybe, oh boy, or men and women, that just fit perfectly in this like thing that I'm trying to construct that like edifies me and like validates me and speaks to my soul. Yawn. The women sound insane. Wait for it, because they are insane. Exhibit A.
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga want to tell me I'm gonna end up sad, miserable, and all of this, and you can't live your life like a nigga. I'm not living my life like a nigga. I'm living my life peacefully. You know who don't be at peace? Women who have to go fucking answer to men. Women who gotta go raise kids and clean up and behind them and gotta rush home to do shit. You know who ain't miserable? Me, a bitch who in her bed right now at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, chilling, bonnet on, made my money for the day, and I'm feet kicked up, chilling. I don't understand why motherfuckers want to keep arguing with me and trying to put me into some mode. I don't want no nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't crave that shit. I don't want to compromise. I'm selfish as hell. I don't give a fuck about a nigga. People keep thinking that you have to have a man.
Pause. Mr. Z says on his channel, let them talk. I don't want no Negro. I don't want to compromise for ish. I'm selfish. Oh, you gotta love it. It's chef's kiss. Oh, she's saying it. She's saying it without anyone, from what we could see. From what we could tell, there's not a man standing over her telling her to say these words. Chef's kiss perfect. This is why you let women talk. I don't want no man. I don't want to compromise. Oh, you gotta love it. Now, when you scale this across the Black community, for women who are financially independent, for women who are struggling financially, for women who can afford their life, for women who can't afford their life, cannot afford their life, for women who are doing exceptionally well, high status, high society, but single, to the women who are barely making it, barely scraping by. When you scale this mentality, you get what you have in the Black community. Wait for it, the Black community. Wait for it, even if they're with a man. Ooh. Even if they have a boyfriend, a baby daddy they're living with, possibly even a husband. What they're trying to create in that relationship is that weirdo, air quotes, autonomy and security. He provides the security, and I still get to maintain my autonomy, which means I don't check in. I come home whatever time of the night I want. I talk to him however I want. I talk to the children however I want. I dress however I want. I conduct myself and behave however I want. I have a job whether I want to. I contribute financially to the home whether I want to or not. Oh boy. Continuing.
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga want to tell me I'm gonna end up sad, miserable, and all of this, and you can't live your life like a nigga. I'm not living my life like a nigga. I'm living my life peacefully. You know who don't be at peace? Women who have to go fucking answer to men. Women who gotta go raise kids and clean up and behind them and gotta rush home to do shit. You know who ain't miserable? Me, a bitch who in her bed right now at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, chilling, bonnet on, made my money for the day, and I'm feet kicked up, chilling. I don't understand why motherfuckers want to keep arguing with me and trying to put me into some mode. I don't want no nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't crave that shit. I don't want to compromise. I'm selfish as hell. I don't give a fuck about a nigga. People keep thinking that you have to have a man or a woman to be happy in life. You can be alone and be fucking happy. I'm so tired of arguing with people about this shit. I don't ever want to live with a man. I get married. I don't have to live with him. I don't understand why that's so hard to come back. It's people in this world who feel the same way. Like, people be so mad.
I get married, I don't have to live with him. However your marriage compromise goes. Oh, wait, you said you don't compromise. Hey, Mr. Z with the shoulders up, shrugging. Look, what you have to love about social media and the internet is we let women talk. And when we let women talk, far more of them sound like this, some iteration of this, than America really knows what to do with. It's not most who sound like this, we'll say. Let's say it's not all, we know, it's not most, but it's far more than our society would like to admit. Now, obviously, Black women are the loudest and the most brutish about it, of course. But this gives you an idea of why the men, particularly the young men, are moving the way they are. Because their female counterparts, more than our society would like to admit, sometimes sound like this, think like this, feel like this, about that air quotes partnership y'all trying to force them to be in. The men are not subsidizing this. They're not air quotes partnering with this. This is a recipe for disaster. She will destroy whatever relationship or situation just to prove her autonomy and her quote unquote strength. How independent she is. You can't do nothing with this. Shout out to whatever weirdo man, white, Black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, but obviously in our case, Black man, who try to do something with this. One of you guys are going to try to prove yourself to yourself, trying to do something with this. See you in divorce court. Continuing.
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga want to tell me I'm gonna end up sad, miserable, and all of this, and you can't live your life like a nigga. I'm not living my life like a nigga. I'm living my life peacefully. You know who don't be at peace? Women who have to go fucking answer to men. Women who gotta go raise kids and clean up and behind them and gotta rush home to do shit. You know who ain't miserable? Me, a bitch who in her bed right now at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, chilling, bonnet on, made my money for the day, and I'm feet kicked up, chilling. I don't understand why motherfuckers want to keep arguing with me and trying to put me into some mode. I don't want no nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't crave that shit. I don't want to compromise. I'm selfish as hell. I don't give a fuck about a nigga. People keep thinking that you have to have a man or a woman to be happy in life. You can be alone and be fucking happy. I'm so tired of arguing with people about this shit. I don't ever want to live with a man. I get married. I don't have to live with him. I don't understand why that's so hard to come back. It's people in this world who feel the same way. Like, people be so mad that you want to design your life how you want to. I don't give a fuck about that traditional ass. Like, that shit don't fit me. I don't care about no nigga. A nigga does not define me. Being in love with a man and having to be a fucking servant to a man and some fucking kids. Fucking.
Where did she go? Isn't this the same thing that the women I played the other day? Isn't this the same thing they said? It's a burden. I don't want to be a servant. Y'all gives you a second. And we're back. But isn't that what she's saying? It's a burden. I don't want to be a servant to no man and no kids. And some effing kids. Right? This has nothing to do with men who are not going to participate in the domestic labor, men who are not emotionally intelligent enough, who are not going to do heavy lifting, emotional labor. She's telling you, I don't care nothing about any of that. This is many of your modern women, particularly Black women. This young lady was just frustrated enough to say it how it is. But you find this among a lot of Black women. The issue that the masses of Black women have is men of means, stable men, stable and above men. Once they get a whiff of this, they stay the hell away from these women. The problem that Black women have is most of them don't earn enough for this mentality, but they still have it. Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US. Particularly childless Black women have the least amount of wealth in the US. And so when you have this idea of a husband and some children being a burden, you're slave to them, but you don't earn enough, now you find yourself in a compromised position. You don't want to work with a man, as you said, young lady, you don't want to compromise on nothing. Young lady, it looks like you earn enough to have your own place, maybe. I don't know if you're in your parents' home or if you're in your own place, but assuming you're in your own place, you earn enough. The masses of Black women don't, but many of them think just like you. So they find themselves in a compromised position between a rock and a hard place. They put themselves in a pincer move, whether they have children or not. They think like you, but they don't earn enough to live that out. Now, they might even talk like you, but they don't earn enough to live that out. Oh, you gotta love it, huh? But this is not a new sentiment amongst Black women in specific, because we could go back literally 40 years ago and hear the same thing. Continuing.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. And then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so, you know, it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Yep. What that young lady is saying is a old sentiment in Black America. It has I want to emphasize this. This is why Mr. Z is bringing this up. This has nothing to do with character flaw in Black men. This has to do with how Black women see themselves and how they see Black men. Regardless if a Black man is upstanding, earns enough, is charismatic enough, tall enough, good looking enough, he is still second-class citizen in the Black community to her. Translation, he is somehow a burden. Huh? And the children belong to her, but they're a burden also. Goddamn. The children aren't their children. The children aren't his children. The children are her children. But they too are a burden. Let the young lady speak, Z. The young lady speak.
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga want to tell me I'm gonna end up sad, miserable, and all of this, and you can't live your life like a nigga. I'm not living my life like a nigga. I'm living my life peacefully. You know who don't be at peace? Women who have to go fucking answer to men. Women who gotta go raise kids and clean up and behind them and gotta rush home to do shit. You know who ain't miserable? Me. A bitch who in her bed right now at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, chilling, bonnet on, made my money for the day, and I'm feet kicked up, chilling. I don't understand why motherfuckers want to keep arguing with me and try to put me into some mode. I don't want no nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't crave that shit. I don't want to compromise. I'm selfish as hell. I don't give a fuck about a nigga. People keep thinking that you have to have a man or a woman to be happy in life. You can be alone and be fucking happy. I'm so tired of arguing with people about this shit. I don't ever want to live with a man. I get married. I don't have to live with him. I don't understand why that's so hard to come back. It's people in this world who feel the same way. Like, people be so mad that you want to design your life how you want to. I don't give a fuck about that traditional ass. Like, that shit don't fit me. I don't care about no nigga. A nigga does not define me. Being in love with a man and having to be a fucking servant to a man and some fucking kids. Fucking... That's how I feel about that shit. That shit make me feel like I would jump off a fucking cliff. All the shit people be going through and they be talking about it. No. Delete his fetus. I'm not with that shit. Call a nigga up when I want to. I does the call and I does the cutting. I don't give a fuck about that. I am so mad that I just let this motherfucker get me mad, arguing with me about how I should be living my life. I don't want to be in that type of shit. I don't want no fucking relationship. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want nobody to fucking answer to, talk to, none of that shit. I don't want to be considerate of nobody else but me. I don't give a fuck about nobody else.
And she said everything she needed to say in the last 5 seconds. I don't want to be considerate of nobody else. I don't give a F about no one else. Milton Freeman, Ayn Rand, you got what you wanted. The Chicago Boys, you got what you wanted. Even though Gordon Gekko was a fictional character, Gordon Gekko, you got what you wanted. Greed is good. Margaret Thatcher, you got what you wanted. Huh? There's no such thing as society. There's only individuals and families. You got what you wanted. This is what it looked like, particularly in the Black community in America. Huh? The young lady only said what we know a lot of young people, particularly young women, think and feel. Now, it took her having to be triggered and angry and irate, but she told you what it is. I don't want to be considerate of no one else. I don't give a F about anyone else. Ooh. And Logan, men, Black men in particular in this case, are supposed to overproduce for women who think like this? Dear America, if you want to know why the Republicans are moving the way they're moving and they're taking women's rights, and it's this. Shout out to Lion. Either have a baby or grab a gun. Women like this said, I'm not doing either. And men like JD Vance said, all right, you want to bet? Huh? Yeah, you heard her, Trell. She said, delete his fetus. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Huh? Yeah. Huh? There you go. We play these women in their own words. This is what happens when you let them talk. The Calhoun experiment in full display, everyone. The Mox Utopia experiment in full display. Here you go. Huh? It's a lot of coping for the hypergamy cap. This young lady isn't saying too much different than the Asian young lady I played. I moved 5 times and huh? If a man isn't bettering me, what she said, significantly, then what's the point? Essentially, is what she was saying. So, Mr. Z showing you the dichotomy. Asian woman, Black woman, pretty much saying the same thing. Huh? Ah. You damn right. And once again,
cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Can't do it. Huh? Cannot do it. And let me read this. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And let's read this from Victor Creed. And Victor Creed says, just got in, and I'm like, WTF, stay safe, fellas. Look, I want, particularly for Black men, to be careful when dating. Mr. Z is not anti-relationship. I actually want, especially you young men, to actually feel for at least once in your life what it is like to love someone, to have someone love you, but more specifically, to be in love and to at least think that the other person is in love with you. You got to experience that at least once in life. Huh? To have someone on your team and you are on their team. These little bitter betties, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. But yeah, Victor Creed, dear young men, if she's not fawning over you, don't go. If she's choosing her male friends over you, don't go. If she have you in the friend zone and she have you in the friend zone for weeks and months and years, and then eventually we get together, Cut it. You're a placeholder. Anything short, I'm going to say the same thing the women say. Anything short of enthusiastic adoration, you're a placeholder. You're a placeholder for when the money come in, or when the right job come in, or when the right man come in. Oops. Huh? You're a placeholder for when you could provide her the lifestyle and she have access to the money on the way out the door. Yeah, Victor Creed, stay safe to the young men. Be safe around women. You know, Jason Black said something a few weeks ago concerning millennials and Gen Z, if I read him correctly. And we don't have no money and we've been priced out the game. So we're gonna be scamming like a mug, and we're gonna mainly be scamming each other, if I read what he was saying correctly. And I want the young men to appreciate we are in the era of by hook or by crook. Appreciate the women can feel that in the atmosphere also. And by hook or by crook for women mean men are to come up still. Just because she not married to you and have your kids does not mean she don't see you as a meal ticket. A literal meal ticket through foodie calls and a meal ticket through false allegations. Huh? So yes, be safe. If you find a woman on your program, you need to grab her hand and run like your life depends on it, because it does. Keep her away from her weirdo homegirls. The ones you see are family oriented. They're married also. You done met the husband. From what you could see, it's an okay relationship. Yeah. Y'all could do couples night and all that other good stuff. Yeah. All them other single bitter betties, keep your lady a million miles away from them. Huh? Mr. Z didn't used to be handing out advice. But in this current environment, as Jason Black said, millennials and definitely Gen Z, you're not going to have the money to bounce back from a horrific divorce. This is not the older Xers or the boomers, maybe even the youngest of silent generation. You're not going to have the money to bounce back from a divorce where she take half in your 50s. You mess around, got married in your mid 40s thinking you was being slick. Y'all bought the house, whatever, and she gonna divorce you in your mid 50s. You retire in 12 years. That's not enough time to make up for that $500,000 house. You bought a car or two in that relationship. No, yes, men, you have to move safe out here. The women are looking for the come up. Claudia Jordan already told y'all she thought she had more time. She was out here chasing these supposed gorgeous men, if I remember correctly, what she told Corey Holcomb on RMC over a decade ago. She was looking for a particular look. Nothing wrong with that. She played the clock out way too late. And now, look at her now. Most women, including black women, don't look as good as Claudia Jordan. They're not as talented and witty as her. And so when they're in their mid 50s, late 40s, mid 40s, they're just looking for somebody as a come up. And they're not going to earn enough to subsidize themselves. They're looking for you to subsidize them. They're looking to grab a hold of your wallet and find some way to leave you with minimal repercussions and a whole lot of money. Yes, you have to be safe out here. The way the environment is currently constructed, it doesn't produce wives. It produces mercenaries in female bodies. And there is no check on that mercenary behavior and spirit. There is no check on hypergamy. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. And so when the women finally age out the game, when they're the old chick in the club, figuratively speaking, when the women are the old chick in the club and they age out the game, they're just going to look for somewhere comfortable enough to land, at least for a short time. Your goal to all the young men listening to Z, make sure it's not you. She's not staying. Check that divorce rate in the Black community. She's not staying. She just needs a comfortable place to land for now, a stable place to land for now. If she's not all about you, she's just looking for a place to land for now. And that's marriage or not. That's long-term relationship also. And no, just because y'all having great triple X fun and she doesn't make it that difficult and she seems enthusiastic also, that's not good enough. All that means is she was done with her little 9-month celibate journey. All that means is she was done with her year-long, 18-month-long celibate journey. She was fiending. That's all that means. So Victor Creed, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I know you didn't expect all of that from that super chat, but thank you anyway. Right. And let's read Joe's super chat, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Joe says, if they can't pay us to keep up appearances, they can keep the women on the lot. Look, certain women get it and they say it. That's where Anne-Marie Slaughter comes in. That's where Logan comes in. This is about as far as you're going to get from women being honest for the most part. They understand they're insufferable. They understand that they're delusional. They get it. As a matter of fact, I can't find... God, I'm so mad at myself. I almost broke this damn watch. I'm so mad at myself for not downloading that video, but it was a couple of years ago when the just be delusional trend was a thing amongst women. And it was a darker skinned young lady, cute enough, darker skinned young lady. It was a TikTok video. If somebody could find it, please send it to Z. Dark skinned young lady. And she was truly young, like maybe, I'm guessing about mid-20s. And she said, what's wrong with being delusional? Yes, be delusional, right? And she kind of ran down different scenarios. But the women know they're delusional. They're just angry that it's not working out. It's this weird way of like willing your way through life through sheer will and minimal, if any, effort, but through sheer will, through hoping enough and having air quotes faith enough. But we know faith without works is dead. But anyway, through hoping enough and thinking you can will your way and having air quotes faith, right? Not fate, but faith enough. You can kind of conjure up and manifest a lifestyle in a certain man, in a certain house or condo, in a certain car, and if you want children, a certain type of children and lifestyle. And if you just, with minimal effort, but a whole lot of believing, you know Mr. Z gonna say it. Alexa, play Don't Stop Believing, please. You can will your way into this. The thing with Logan and Professor Galloway and Richard Reeves and all of them, Melinda Gates and Mackenzie Bezos, right? even more and more, Nikki Haley and her son, everybody, well, these folks at least see it, right? They can see the impending doom. They see it. Nick Fuentes, they see it. They appreciate the women are insufferable. We have spent so long and we're so comfortable critiquing and criticizing the men that we might have OD'd on that. We might have overdid it. Because now women actually think they're infallible in relationship to men. That's not exclusively a black woman thing. And so you have these women who think they're infallible in relationship to men, demanding that men, quote unquote, elevate. And what they really mean is bow down to the new, what they think, female paradigm. You are now supposed to provide, protect, and shut up. The new female paradigm is that. And that's why Mr. Z plays this clip over and over and over and over again.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
That is the paradigm. That is what is supposed to happen now. And as Joe says, once again, if they can't pay us to keep up appearances, they can keep the women on the lot. And quite frankly, I don't think the technocrats really know what to do with this. They want to keep the women being hyper consumers and spendthrifts. They can't get the women out of the workforce. Okay, fine. Women are also accountants and know about money and all of that, so they can't disproportionately pay the men enough, because then the women are going to start complaining about it and sexism and right. So they appreciate that the college and university institutions are feminized as all get out. So the West is just found themselves in the ultimate pincer move. The women are hyper consumers. The institutions such as college and university are hyper feminized. Huh? We can't pay the men more than the women. So what the hell do we do? Well, you watch your society collapse. That's what you do. If you're not going to wag your finger at the women and tell them the truth that they're a bunch of spoiled brats in their teens, in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, goddamn, in their 60s. If you ain't gonna tell them, hey, y'all do realize that y'all are leading to the end of like Western civilization and the developed world, and as much as you think that's gonna hurt the men, I promise you, you're gonna suffer more. Huh? Then shrugs then. I agree, Joes. They can keep the women on the lot. Let the women go munch on each other. Let the women go be on the peen carousel, right? For the select man. Shrugs, oh well. All that talk of men, quote unquote, leveling up. No. Men will level up for themselves and then avoid most of you women anyway. If y'all want Mouse Utopia Project, if this is some weirdo financialized version of population control, so be it. Y'all can stop pretending now. Huh? And Joes, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I feel like I missed another one. No, I think that's it for that. Oh, nope. There we go. And Kanguru says, you're her emotional, yeah, rose toy. I get what you're saying. Rose toy, yes. Yeah. If she have you in the friend zone, that's exactly what you are. And you like her, if she have you in the friend zone and you find her attractive and you would want to be with her, and she know it because they know it. They just be dear men. Women know that you like them. They know it. To the young men, women know that you like them. The girls know that you like them. I'm not telling you to press up on her. I'm telling you to get the hell away. You're hurting yourself. The vast majority of us have been in the friend zone at least once in our life. You're only hurting yourself. She's not going to take you out the friend zone. You're not going to endear yourself to her enough. She's not taking you out the friend zone, bro. Yeah, she might feel a certain way eventually when you get a girlfriend. Yeah, you might hear little snarky ass comments when you get a girlfriend. She's gonna be talking behind your back about how she's not cute enough, or oh, this is where you went. All different type of weirdo comments, especially if she's a black woman. You better believe it. But right now, as Kanguru said, you are nothing more than her emotional rose toy, her emotional tampon. You are just there to soak up her BS, to emotionally diddle her, psychologically diddle her. Huh? For all of you who are in the friend zone, that's what you are. You are not getting out of that friend zone. You better back out. You better press the escape hatch button. Get the hell up out of there. You're only hurting yourself emotionally. Huh? We know you be crying in the shower, player. We know you cried in the shower. And she don't owe you that, by the way. If we go and keep it player, she doesn't owe you taking you out the friend zone. You need to respect yourself and back out. Take the L, go lick your wounds, huh? And back out. Because all you're doing is hurting yourself. All the brothers in the comments that's older than me, somebody tell Z he lying. Huh? Somebody tells Z he's lying. Back out now. Even if you don't have your pride intact. I was going to say with the little bit of pride you have left, but even if you don't back out now, if you got a homegirl, a female co-worker, you're in college or university, some chick that you've been liking, you bring her lunch, y'all go out on lunch, right? You done been out with her at bars and stuff for a year, 9 months, a year and a half. She know you like her, player. You are in the friend zone. You are going to stay in the friend zone. She's not taking you out of the friend zone. She leave the bar, huh? And she go, look, her ex-boyfriend, yeah, they broke up, but he still be smashing. Huh? She leave the bar with you. You done spent $60 on drinks. Now she tipsy. She leave the bar. You drop her home, or one of the other homegirls drop her home. You spent the $60. More than that, you probably spent $100 and something on drinks. And her ex-boyfriend meets her at the crib and do the Melvin on her. Shout out to baby boy. Huh? And don't get mad. She don't owe you that. Huh? Yeah. So, yeah. Kangaroo, as Kangaroo says, you are her emotional rose toy. Exactly. And thank you for the super chat, Kangaroo. Thank you for the super chat. Uh-huh. And Terrell says, nope, nope, nada, done, dada. Run from that 304 who's Usain Bolt style. I get what you're saying, Terrell. I get what you're saying. Right? Because it's not just the money you're spending, it's the energy. And as Arena Revise says, the time. It's the energy and the time you're investing. And you're hurting yourself emotionally. Because there's the part of you, that hope part of you is torture, and you know it. We all been there, right? That part, that hope, oh, that hope is the worst. And she's dripping, fake ass affection, and your thirsty ass, looking like a hamster for every drip of hope that she drip. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the situation because we all done been there. Huh? Oh, man. And Compassionate says, but who's going to pay for these 304s, Z? The government. Not the government, the government. Isn't that our tax dollars? Yes, in a roundabout way, yes. Huh? No, let them look. There are a handful of women who can afford their life for real, for real. No subsidies. They have the right career, at least for now. Right? They're air quotes asset to society. Those women exist. Cool. The masses of them are not that. The masses of women are not that. They don't earn enough for their life. They don't earn enough for their lifestyle. Once again, your average income in America is 64,000. Your median income in America is 43,000. We know men tend to earn more than women. That means most women don't earn enough. That includes black women. They do not earn enough. That particularly includes black women. They don't earn enough. It is time for men to stop subsidizing asshole women. Let her feel every bit of the consequences of her being an asshole. Mean, snarky, 3-digit body count. Goddamn, Z. Huh? Oh, man. Arena Revise, we all been there. That's why. And the Arena Revise says, the hope is torture. Z is like a Detective Columbo today, getting too close to home. I'm getting flashbacks. Look, we all been there. Men and women, to be fair. We just about all, I won't say all, right? Just about all of us have been in the friend zone before. Huh? That's the circle of life. Alexa, play the circle of life from Lion King, please. The Lion King soundtrack. It's the circle of life. Huh? I'm saying to the young men to stop torturing themselves, hoping, and wishing, and praying. Stop it. You're hurting yourself. Huh? Your heart break a little bit when she get up off the table in the lunchroom and go talk to the other dude. Oh, the torture. Huh? And don't bother that girl. She don't owe you that. That's what I want to emphasize to the young men. She doesn't owe you elevating you past the friend zone. You owe it to yourself to step away and forget what she's talking about afterward, by the way. All the shaming language and all that, the calling you to check up on you now, see how you doing, inviting you over. Look, I wouldn't even smash, to tell you the truth. Huh? That hope is what's killing you. As Dr. Dunbar says, hope is a dangerous thing, my friend. Shawshank Redemption. Huh? Oh, man. So we have to appreciate where we are in this moment in time. We have a couple generations of mean, snarky, asshole women. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Edward Anderson speaks to us about millennials and kind of how we were raised. Yeah, we had the snarky asshole women, of course. But we also had the girl next door. Gen Z, as I'm going to play in a minute, this young lady who's a millennial is going to tell you how Gen Z women are moving different than millennial women. So for Xers who had the sassiest women in the world, to millennials who had the snarkiest, smuggest women in the world, Gen Z look like they have a mixture of both with a smattering of just full-on asshole. Let the young lady talk.
Hi, we are not mean enough to men. If you are like me in your 30s to 40s, we are not mean enough. I had the pleasure to go out with this wonderful woman, which is my best friend's niece in her 20s, okay? And when I tell you this new generation of women is savage. One guy was talking to her, didn't offer to buy her a drink, so she asked him for $200. He's like, I don't even know you. She's like, then why are you talking to me? You're 40. Facts. She's on the dance floor, she's done with her drink, she just turns to a random guy and just hands her empty glass to him to hold. I'm gonna expose anymore, but when I tell you, this new generation of women are freaking savage. We, the 30 to 40, are definitely not mean enough to men. We still kind of treat them like human beings. I'm fully convinced that the new generation doesn't even see them as human beings. They are doing to men what men did to women for thousands and thousands of years. And I'm kind of for it.
Yeah, about that. And Dwayne says, hey Z, as a Gen Z, man, we are cooked, bro. I'll say this. As the women say, decenter men, men have to decenter women. You have to actually be what the women are talking about. You see how the women are talking about decentering men? The women are talking about how they enjoy their single life, right? They're going to go out with their girlfriends and they want to go travel and all. They're actually not doing that in any significant number. A lot of them are just living vicariously through the videos and the pictures of homegirl in Bali or homegirl in Paris or homegirl that went to Thailand or homegirl that went to Cabo or, Punta Cana and all that other. They're living vicariously through that. As men, don't talk about it, be about it. Number one. Number two, don't be closed off to actual genuine connection with the opposite sex. If you meet a woman that's on your program, even an American woman that's on your program, don't take it for granted, unlike the women. They think they have far more time. They think their looks are going to last longer. They think their crap doesn't stink. And they run the clock out, wake up in their 40s or 50s, and then be mad at the world that they ran the clock out on their life. So as a generation, Gen Z might be cooked, but enough of you will get it together and be okay. Just make sure you're one of the people that get it together and be okay. And if you can, lend a helping hand to both your older millennial brethren or your Gen Z brethren or the younger ones coming up behind you, the alphas, then do that and help to create a world. If you can, that's better for the alpha and then the betas behind you. Right? So yes, as a generation, Gen Z may be cooked, but Gen Z grew up with the internet. Y'all grew up with easily accessible information, and that should make it just a little bit easier, just a smidge, to combat the uber wealthy that's hoarding all the wealth and opportunities, and women low key. Oops. Huh? And help to create a different paradigm. It may not change all the way in your lifetime, but the goal is to help to create a world where that change happens in a positive direction. Right? Mr. Z just freestyled that. Goddamn, I'm patting myself on the back. Huh? Oh man. Compassion, you see what I'm saying? Compassion says, let a random yitch hand me an empty drink to hold and see what happens, sweetheart. Look, this is what I'm saying with the antagonism. And you know it's bad because even Soren spoke about this back in 2016 or 15 or something? I don't even think it was 2017. That might have been too recent. You know what it was? It was, what's homegirl name? Oh man. Miss America, not the one that was on Real Housewives or whatever. Her face is right there. I always found her attractive. What is her name again? Somebody gonna say it. Kenya Moore. Boom. Sorry, got it. Remembered. Kenya Moore. I don't know what happened with Kenya Moore or her ex-husband or whatever happened years ago, forever ago. And Soren, for those of us that remember, Soren was one of the young ladies that was a contributor to Grapevine, ADOS, FBA. I think she was out of the DC area, the DMV area, and she did a little think piece on Kenya Moore, whatever was happening with her and her man at the time, and she actually made like a blink and you'll miss it comment. Actually, it was longer than a blink and you'll miss it comment, to be fair, about women antagonizing men, being antagonistic, and that was give or take a decade ago at this point. That video, right? So like, going back to what Compassion is speaking about, like, this is the era we're in where women feel justified in being antagonistic to men. And this is like your rad femmes, not even just your everyday feminist, your rad femmes like wet dream. Your radical feminists, this is their wet dream. Is to use the Danish deception stories or the what's her name? The heavyset sister that got played by whatever brother that was. Riza Tiza, I think that's the name, right? Whatever. Use stories like that. Use the Tindler Swindler stories and whatever to encourage women to just be not even vigilant, just be suspicious of men, be antagonistic towards men, dislike men, even hate men, and like this is your rad fem's wet dream. Right? And so you walk with that far enough, and then you do get to the antagonistic talk, and then you do get to the random women, probably white women, handing a random dude an empty cup when she's done drinking with it. When she's done drinking out of it, just handing a random dude the empty cup and walking off. And just being just the absolute, just disgusting with her attitude towards men, right? If any of us remember, was it Jordan Peterson? I can't remember. I wanted to say it was a college or university in Canada that either Jordan Peterson was supposed to be lecturing in or giving a lecture or having a meeting in. I want to say it was Jordan Peterson. And I remember watching the video of the outside, and like the young men were not really saying anything. A handful of them said like, I just came here to listen or whatever. And the feminists were yelling at them and just, like in their face yelling at them, like barely an inch of space in their face yelling at them. barking on them, insulting them. And like that is the attitude that you get in our current environment, right? And this was years ago, by the way, the Jordan Peterson. I think it was Jordan Peterson. Somebody else saw what I'm talking about also, right? But yeah, so that's it. That's where we are now. It's encouraged for women to just be complete assholes to men. Huh? And Dwayne, that's a good one. And Dwayne says, Z, that empty cup could also be representative of what they have to offer, a cup with nothing in it. But we see it as nothing because of what we value. I'm not saying you're wrong, Dwayne. I'm saying think about it this way. As much as we say to the women, essentially, you can't make up for being overweight, for being mean, for being dismissive, for not being feminine, for not being considerate, for not getting on my goddamn program. You can't make up for that with a degree and maybe even a six-figure job. As much as we tell them that, everyone else in society tells them different. Everyone else in society, especially other women, tell them different. Right? Okay, Arena Revise. And he says it was Warren Farrell, not Jordan Peterson. Okay, thank you. So you know what clip I'm talking about. Right? Yes, thank you. Right? So yeah, like, yeah, everyone else in society is telling them different. And so what you're having are women who really think they can approach us the way men approach women. I have my degree and I've done this and I've seen therapy and I go to the gym and that's great. Look, all that's great. If you fit and you're fit in all of that. But like, if you're an asshole and like you want to punish men, including even the man that you actually like, but you just want him to be your muscle and just know his place beneath you. Like, appreciate. Men are not signing up for that. And the women are incensed that men don't know their place beneath the women. Now they're going to talk about equality. They don't mean it. Right? You could see which women mean equality. You could see it. Most women don't mean that, and they resent equal. What they really want is patriarchy by feminist specifications. Equal plus special simultaneously. Equal and special simultaneously. That's actually the goal here. On and off, a la carte patriarchy. On and off, a la carte feminism and female empowerment. That's in the relationship, in a relationship, and outside of it with men throughout society. Right? Yeah, I saw the clip with Sha'Carri Richardson and how she was speaking to the cop. That Jason Black is right. That's what it's supposed to work. You're supposed to let me off. I'm supposed to plead and you're supposed to let me off. You're supposed to see me in an airport assaulting my boyfriend and let me off. He's bigger, he's dark-skinned, he's a black man. On and off female empowerment. Huh? So yeah, no, that empty cup thing and how it might be a representation of giving you a cup full of nothing. Yes, I don't think that's how the ladies see it. Quite frankly, she's not even looking at it like that. She's just looking like, I'm so hot, I'm so sought after, I'm it, right? And these men are nothing. And I'm just gonna hand this, like, being antagonistic is the goal. You get off on that, right? It's what BGS and Black Guru tell us, and some of the oldest of Xers tell us, and the youngest of boomers, like how much women would get off on how they reject you at the bar or at the club, especially the club, right? Black women in specific, like they would be trading stories of how disrespectful and mean and dismissive they were, turning men down. Oh, you got to come better than that. That's the best line you got? Ew. The laughing in your face to their homegirl obnoxiously on purpose. Right? Somebody remember, because we spoke about it a few years ago with Pop the Balloon. When Pop the Balloon first became all the rage a few years ago, maybe like 2 years ago at this point, a little over 2 years ago. The young brother, he was kind of short. I want to say he had dreads. And then there was another brother who was an artist, maybe brown skin, maybe a little bit lighter than brown. And there was a light-skinned young lady. And the women, he walked in, and whoever popped their balloon. But I want to say the first young lady in the line for Pop the Balloon, she was a very fair-skinned young lady. And she just was laughing at him. And it was like the mocking tone laughing. And what stuck with Z, and I'll never forget it, is when she's like, I think the other young lady popped her balloon, and she was like, pop it again. And you could see the young man, he's trying to keep his composure. He's being turned down, but it's okay, whatever. He's soft-spoken. And the light-skinned young lady, it's like she was getting off on it. It's not even like she was getting off on it. And I want the entire society to appreciate that is much of why your young men are moving the way they do. It's not about being turned down. Right? It's not about rejection. That's a sting within itself, but it's not the end of the world. We're human beings. We're resilient. We'll bounce back. It's women getting the piss. They like doing it. Right? It's like they're urinating on you. It's like they're defecating on you. The power for them is in being as disrespectful and mean and dismissive in the rejection. The rejection isn't the thing. It's the power, the sense of power they feel in the former rejection. They got to put salt in that wound, put salt in the wound, if you could pronounce it correctly, Z, that'd be great, and rub it in. So going back to what Dwayne is saying, look, that's why I keep on emphasizing this to the young men. When you meet a cool young lady and she's on your program and she's enthusiastic about you, you don't know the next time you're going to find that. Now, if you're lucky, there's another one right around the corner. But if you like everyone else, oh boy. Maybe not. Probably not. Because we have so much in media, mass media, social media, print media, television, everything that just encourages women to just be these like materialistic, sexist, misandrous assholes. Right? Like weirdos. To be frank, like, yeah, you have the religious fundamentalists, but then they still got how many bodies on them? Then you have like the mean virgins. Yes, that's a thing. The sexually frustrated virgins. You have the cold, calculated ones like the Ebonies of the world. You have the crazies like the Amanda Seals of the world. You have the like highly educated, like neurodivergent weirdos of the world, the Kim Fosters, right? You have that around the way girl that is also still a misandrist, right? Like a little sassy misandrist, but still wants a man that's a man's man. That's the real talk with Yannies, right? Like a little sassy ass misandrist, but she want a man a few words that's stoic. You have like the accomplished, doing well for themselves, can travel when they want, make pretty good money, but is like black men ain't ish, I'm doing my own thing. I don't want to be married. I don't want to have children. Swirler, divester, possibly. That's the Chrissies of the world, right? You have the misandrists that are in marriages, in long-term relationships, right? And like the form of female empowerment and sisterhood they subscribe to dictates that they're still assholes to men, and they push that type of rhetoric on other women, particularly black women. That's your Paris Malones of the world, somewhat your Kim Fosters also, right? You have the careerist women, like I said earlier, who are single, attractive, accomplished, well-spoken, but single as hell. Oh my God. So there's Tiffany Cross, Amanda Seals, Angela Rye, Ebony K. Williams. Goddamn, you're gonna keep on going, Z, right? Last time I checked, Lauren from the Breakfast Club. She's attractive enough. I think she's cute. Yeah. In and out of relationships and situationships, but cute enough. You could put Brianna Joy Gray in there. Goddamn, Z, I know. Right? And it depends on age, because if we go old enough, then you could throw Taraji in there, Lisa Ray in there, Regina Hall in there. Jesus Christ, Z, I know. Keep on going. Claudia Jordan in there, right? So, like, these are the women that are accomplished enough, still fairly attractive, but something's missing, and it's probably they're delusional as hell and are still sexist towards men. But they don't appreciate how sexist they are towards men. Yeah, right. And they just can't make it work with a man because, you know, they don't have an off button, they don't have a slow down button, they don't have a get on a man's program button, and they earn enough to support themselves. So that's great. And in a weird way, it puts them in the pincer move of like, they earn too much for the man that would be okay with them the way they are. And then the men who earn as much as them all around how much they earn and more would never sign up for this. The women want to do it because of power couple dreams. The men who could facilitate power couple dreams are like, no, you're an asshole. You're a headache. You're a handful. Huh? And this is where the clip that I played before, where the young lady pretty much said the men who we're supposed to be with, right? And she's telling you the men we're supposed to be with are not interested. Yeah, because who would be? You don't think you're an asshole. Maybe you do appreciate you're an asshole, but you're an asshole. And like, heterosexual men are heterosexual men. We don't want to be with asshole women who like parade around as kind of pseudo men women. We don't want TRANS women men. What? Z, you got all of that from Dwayne's comment? I know. Right? And Compassionate says, their personality is effed up. Is as simple as I can put it. Yes. And we have a society that does not say that to the women. And we have women that does not say that to the women. As a matter of fact, we've convinced the women that they did what they were supposed to do, and there's no more work that needs to be done on their end, on their part, and that it's the men who are not likable and who haven't developed personality. And that's the most fascinating part. You have a couple generations of women who have convinced themselves that they're perfectly okay. It's the men. Right? Oh boy. And Joe says, and I didn't see this until later. Joe says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Gen Z women are becoming the daughters of the Confederacy of their generation. Sheesh. Gen Z women are just going to do what they want to do within limits of their socio-political, socio-economic strata. Gen Z women, let me take that back. The oldest of millennial women and the youngest of Generation X women, I would argue, were the freest of women. As far as the word autonomy could go, they got to get all the way in there, right? They got to experiment as much as they wanted, and possibly, if they got lucky enough, still have a man waiting for them at the end of her, air quotes, adulting in her journey in whatever the hell. There are Gen X women that were able to rack up 3-figure bodies and still got married, yo. Right? It's going to be different for young millennial women, Gen Z women, and I would argue alpha. Because the money isn't there in the West like that anymore, particularly in America. So they're going to have to make different type of calculations. So they could talk on that autonomy talk. It sound good, but what does your wallet say? What does your pocketbook say? What does your purse say? Huh? It sound good. And the one good thing about the red pill, one of the good things about it, is you're dealing with now a couple generations of men, not all, not most, but enough that they could smell the toxicity in the woman and they're not going to engage. Now the women are truly looking for tricks. They are truly looking for blue pill simp trick dudes. But it's not because they value those men or that trait. It's because they need someone to subsidize them that's not going to ask any questions and let her do what she want to do until she's done and break up with him, divorce him, and take whatever she could take. And if she can't take nothing, at least he stabilized her for a little bit. That's what the goal is now. Gen Z women, yeah, daughters of the Confederacy, yeah, they are going to be howling to the moon about elite men, but most of them, they're down. Let's put that to bed. Actually, let's do that now. Most women are not around these dudes. They're never going to be around these dudes. You're never going to be around Baron Trump. Huh? You're never going to be around him. You're never going to be around Bezos' kids, the Waltons' grandkids, or great-grands at this point. Huh? You're never going to be around McCain's kids. Never. Anderson Cooper's too old and he's gay. Huh? You're never going to be around these people. You're never going to be around Matt Damon or Marky Mark or any of these people. Huh? All the old money, big money, status. Ben Affleck family, I think, go back to the goddamn Mayflower or something. Ben Affleck family been here since been here. You're never going to be around Ben Affleck or his kids. So we could put to bed this kind of hypergamy and catapulting, finding some way, some Meghan Markle way of getting around Ben Affleck's kids or something and having one of them marry you, particularly as a black woman. It ain't going to happen. Stop it. And Mr. Z doesn't say that so that you could give black men a chance. Mr. Z says that so you can stop being mad at black men because you can't get there. Stop abusing black men because you ain't gonna be able to marry whoever the hell or have somebody subsidize you, whoever the hell you think it's supposed to be. You're not gonna be Lionel Richie's daughter, marrying Lucian Grain's son. That's not gonna happen. Cut it out. Black daddy, look how white she look. Exactly. Huh? Which are quiet luxury ass. Quiet luxury. Look at such and such Richie. Look how she look at the clothes and look. Cut it out. That's what the goal, the insane idea of the come up, and that's all it is. I know the environment is toxic, and instead of us putting our heads together and saying, you know what, we could move like this, we could push like that, we could do this, instead of saying that, is like all men and women for themselves, and the best way to do that is to scam each other. Wait, what? Huh? Climb over each other, scam each other by hook or by crook. Yeah. And the women are engaging in that also. That's the part that like annoys Z, is that we speak like these men are so horrible and toxic, and it's the red pill, and the environment is the men are they're watching the red pill, and the young boys and the men, and they're being radicalized by the red pill and by the manosphere, and like, no, it's your daughters. Huh? No, it's your daughters. And Compassionate says, if your worldview is effed up, your personality will be effed up. No way around it. You know, Compassionate, there's something you said a couple years ago, and it spoke to the nihilism of particularly Black women, if I remember, and their effort attitude, and how much of the reason why they move the way they do and they speak the way they do is a effort. I'll never be considered an in-group woman, so F the rules. And you didn't say all of that. That's not, you didn't say all that. I took from what you said all of that, right? And yeah, and that stuck with me because I agree. Like, women's version, not just Black women, women's version of like this nihilism of like not ending up with a certain type of man or not having a certain type of lifestyle. Unlike the men who are like, okay, well, I'll just bow out. The women are like, well, I'll just scream and be antagonistic and yell and insult and right, and be just a complete menace. And much of that is because if a man conducted himself like that in society, we would deck him in the face. If a man was being a little bitter Betty, sour grapes, because the outlook he wanted, or the outcome, I said outlook, sorry, the outcome he wanted, he didn't get, and so he was just going around antagonizing men and women, he would just get decked in the face. He might get shot. All different type of things could happen to him. He could be deleted by the police, could be deleted by a random person, right? He would be in fights all the time. He would be hurt. But women, on the other hand, get to just be complete menaces in the workspace, out of the workspace, on the streets, in the shopping malls, in retail stores, in government buildings and facilities, just everywhere. Be complete asshole to the waiters and the staff at restaurants and all type of food establishments, and they could just be complete assholes for days and weeks and months and years and possibly decades on end, and they won't get decked in the face. Huh? They won't get decked. And I'm not saying that a man should do it. Not none of us in the Black manosphere, of course. But with that, like, because there's not strong, immediate consequences for this kind of, not just nihilism, but like this antagonism because of being nihilistic. Essentially, as I say all the time, the temper tantrum, just the societal temper tantrum that women are throwing because their degrees were supposed to equal a different level of hypergamy they were supposed to practice. And that's all it comes down to. And I know we've been talking for a couple of hours now. I'm about to bring y'all up in a minute. But that's what it comes down to, everyone. It's just women who are angry that the degrees didn't allow for them to get top shelf men. Right? The state schools and the Ivies and the near Ivies the top 50 schools were supposed to allow for them, and it does, by the way. For enough women, they are meeting their husbands in college, but not enough. See, you just said enough. I know. Enough, but not enough. Particularly for black women. And so for them, it's a constant, it's not fair. I'm in my career, I'm making whatever, 80 plus, 75 plus $1,000, 100 plus $1,000, 120 plus $1,000. And where's my husband? And so they start sounding like little bitter Bettys, like this Asian
I'm
chick.
30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free S work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things.
I gotta play that again. I'm messed up and I pressed the wrong thing. Let's play that again.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so.
Pressed it again. Sorry, y'all. Give me a second. We'll play that one more again, y'all.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free S work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things. And when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, like it gives me the ick because like, what the fuck? Like, what do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, like I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
And there you go. So this is what happens. So when men earn enough, when men are comfortable, when they're making enough, they have a wife, they got a girlfriend and a side chick. Goddamn, is he a wife, a girlfriend, and a side chick? Shout out to Scott Galloway and Richard Reeves. The men overproduce. When you put men in the lead position financially, they provide abundance for women and children. Children start going to really, really good public schools. Children start going to private school. The men start subsidizing the women, his entire circle, and without much fanfare, without throwing it in people's face. Because guess what? Men have been socialized that this is their responsibility. This is your job. So when men do that, unlike the women, they don't do the I'm independent thing. A woman need to meet me on my level thing. They don't record themselves saying, I done moved 5 times and I could prep for that, and I done moved and I done built furniture and that. The entire world will look at him like, so you're an adult? You're an independent adult, is what you're saying. Okay, let's not say a man is talking about putting up furniture. Let's say a man is saying what we quote unquote think is more traditionally feminine. I wash my own dishes and I fold my own clothes and I clean my own apartment and I clean my own condo. And okay, so you're an adult? Huh? I clip my own nails and I wait, so you're an adult? When the women are provided with a certain level of abundance, when the women are earning a certain amount of money, when the women have this quote unquote independence, look at how they speak, like this Asian young lady. Huh? Of course. And that wasn't it from her. Here you go.
What's your favorite quote?
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
You got something
That's
in your life you complaining about and you're not changing it. It could be your relationships, your body, your health, your job. You're choosing it.
I'm gonna have setbacks, I know.
But if I'm feeling bad, that doesn't mean I'm doing bad. That doesn't mean I am bad. That doesn't mean that I can't still take some action.
Check the caption, everyone.
Because yeah, nothing changes and nothing changes, man.
My therapist said, don't let life stop you from living life.
I'm sorry your life turned out so bad, but don't blame me. You messed it up yourself. You just focused on the bad stuff when all you had to do was let go of the past and keep moving forward.
But who cares? I don't mean that in a negative way. You're just showing that you're an adult. For being an adult woman, you don't get elite class men, even as an Asian woman. Oh, you know, I gotta chap her ass that she's not married to some chisel chin, small hat white man, because you know that's what she's looking for in her life. Huh? You know that's what she's looking for in her life. Huh? The Goldstein, Bernstein, Rodsteins of the world. A good-looking tall one. And she'll go with one that's not a good-looking tall one too. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Oh man. So you're an adult. You done moved a few times, 5 times. You know, you're independent. We see you putting up chandeliers or whatever the hell, fans and whatnot. Okay, so you're an adult with your own apartment or condo. You're probably making pretty good money. You done switch careers. Cool. You're a single adult. Who's supposed to be doing it? Who's supposed to be doing it? You're single. Oh, Mr. Z, you're a little bit slow on the uptake. What she's saying is she don't need a man because she can do it for herself. And what she's saying with saying, I don't need a man, now that I don't need a man, for a man to be part of my life, he has to be extra, super, supreme, master of the universe for me to flex a muscle. Because I don't need him, which means if I'm with him, I want him. And I only want the top of the top of the top. There's a pun in there somewhere, but we're going to leave that. And what the men said is, well, get it then. If it's so easy, then get it. Huh? Oh boy. Once again.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Huh? Oh man. So let me play this and then we'll play another video and I'm gonna let y'all up in a minute. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men pushed women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be relying upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is not the same as 1920. My grandpa was not buying these bitches Birkins.
Hermes, the maker of the Birkin bag, has been around since the 1800s, since before your grandfather existed. It sounds like the legacy that he started was in poverty, and you maintained that level of poverty. I don't know how much money you make, but you don't make enough to afford Hermes or a G-Wagon, which you mentioned in another part of the video. Sounds like your grandfather couldn't afford those things either. So instead of shitting on the men and women who can afford those things and the men and women who want to give their spouses those things, why don't you do like your grandfather and stay in your tax bracket?
My grandpa paid.
Now, this is when it gets frightening, Lizzie. As much as I've talked years in the Black Manosphere, producing my content, my own channel, and then even more contributing to others, BGS, The Roger Report, Charles Faulkner Jr., Artisan, Art New Style, and Artisan MC, and Art and more. Shout out to that brother. What is frightening to Z in all the conversation concerning Black women is when Black women start talking like slavery and Jim Crow didn't happen. When Black women start talking like there's some type of pseudo-racist white woman, huh? And they start talking like Black people ain't Black people, including them. That's when we get a little frightened. Because it's like, oh, I don't know if this is. Do you really want to open this Pandora's box? Do I need to remind everyone when Raven Simone said Watermelon Nitro on The View. She said that one episode, right? And then Ann Coulter came on the show a few weeks later and threw it in her face in the middle of a back and forth they were having. And then you saw Raven Simone mute as hell over there. See, and y'all need to, quote unquote, get men told, get black men told. Y'all talk a whole lot of crap. And y'all don't appreciate what y'all are doing, the Pandora's box you're opening. Huh? You don't appreciate the Pandora's box you're opening. I said it already. The moral high ground crap, you see how Matt Walsh addressed it. You see how Sagar and Jetty addressed it. It's getting tiring, black women. It's not getting, it's been tiring. Y'all are playing with fire just to get black men told. Now we talking like slavery didn't happen, Jim Crow didn't happen. You need to stay in your tax bracket like your grandfather, and Hermes is this old, and essentially your grandfather gonna 18, what was it, 1860, son? You mean Negroes were still enslaved? Oh, she said 1940 something, however, whatever year it was. Just imagine. Irrelevance says the revisionist history and outright lies is triggering. I get it. It is. And black women engage in this all the time just to get black men told. And it's dangerous. Forget it just being triggering to black men. It's dangerous. Now, they talk like this to antagonize us and to trigger us. Yes, Relevant, you're right about that. But it goes further than that. It's dangerous to be speaking this way in America, as a black person. Huh? Essentially, and Saint Cyr says she called his granddaddy a broke ninja. Huh? Assuming his granddaddy was born in what? 1940, 30, 20 something? Huh? The 19 teens, 19, 20, 30 something? Maybe 40 something. Either way, we're in the middle of Jim Crow. And if we're in the 1920s, we're in the Depression and in Jim Crow. Huh? Oh boy. They were hanging Negroes after World War I with their goddamn uniform on, their military uniform on. Loki was doing that after World War II also, but anyway, World War I. Huh? So to get at black men, or to get black men told, or to establish yourself and put your vagina on the table, right? You put your vagina on the table, and this is how you do it. And Better You says Hermes wasn't sold in the US until 1930, but you have to keep in mind not all stores and brands were accessible to black Americans because of segregation. True indeed, Better You, but quite frankly, the facts don't matter here. What she is saying is, you broken dusty, you come from a broken dusty line, and stay your broken dusty self in your broken dusty tax bracket, and stop talking about how us big money, cultured, world travelers, master of the universe, black people move. Stay your broke dusty self over there with your broke dusty minimalist conversation. If you can't engage in this big money talk, this culture to talk, right? Then that's okay. But could you stay your little poor ass over there, you dusty? That's what she's saying. We gonna play it again. Shout out to all the dusties.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men push women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be reliant upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is not the same as 1920. My grandpa was not buying these bitches Birkins.
Hermes, the maker of the Birkin bag, has been around since the 1800s, since before your grandfather existed. It sounds like the legacy that he started was in poverty, and you maintained that level of poverty. I don't know how much money you make, but you don't make.
The legacy that he started was in poverty. Speaking about this young man's granddad. Okay, let's pause. Okay, I want to ask a question to all of us black folks from across the Americas, to be frank with you. Maybe a super tiny, teeny tiny bit of us didn't start this way. Which one of us didn't start in poverty? To my Bahamians, to my Jamaicans, to my Haitians, to my AUS FBA folks, to my black Brazilians, to my all the Afro-Latinos, all of us black folks in the Americas that can trace our lineage to some type of slavery. Which one of us didn't start in poverty? I'll wait. Huh? I'll wait. Black Canadians, you? Maybe you. Maybe the black Canadians. I don't know. Who? Who? Black Trinis, you? Maybe? No. The Guyanese, maybe? No, not you neither. Dominica, no, not you neither. Okay. What about the Dominicans? No, okay. USVI? No, okay, all right, nope, okay. Name me the black people that didn't start in poverty in the Americas. I'll wait. Huh? Exactly, Joe's. I've said this also. And Joe says, black men get lumped in with white men like white men were moving deviously around the black community for their pleasure. Look, it's fascinating. And this is the problem with, like, when black women get to hoard intersectionality, black men become these pseudo white men that we're men when it suits society. We're just men. Kind of sort of like white men, but with less money and prestige. And then we're black men when it suits society again, when they want to be on their racist type of time. And when it suits black women, when black women want to speak about how horrible and colorist and featurist and fat phobic black men in specific are. So black men don't get any of the positives from being black or man, and all of the negatives from being black and man. So that black women can hoard all the benefits of being black and woman and possibly LGBTQ. Right? So everything negative that any man around the planet has done ever, black men, descendant of slaves, particularly obviously descendant of American slavery, we got to eat that. But then anything positive that men have done throughout history, white men in specific, we don't get to bask in that because we're not white, right? So we got to eat the negativity of men and the negativity of black. Oh boy, the negative stereotypes of black and the negative stereotype of man. Ah, Jesus. Jesus. No place on the said, not us Jamaicans. No place on the said, we Jamaicans were left with sugar cane to fend for ourselves. I get you. Right? Man, exactly, Arena Revised. But we're the white people of black people. Let black women tell it. Especially black feminists. Let black women, particularly black feminists, tell it. Z, why are you making a separation? Aren't like all black women black feminists? Good point. Let black women, especially black feminists, say it. Yeah, black men are the white people of black people. Let them tell it. Huh? And Dr. Dunbar says, for centuries, when did the industrial age start? I'm just, look, Dr. Dunbar, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I've been telling BGS for years. F your facts, Dr. Dunbar. It doesn't make sense, Dr. Dunbar, and it's not supposed to make sense. She's just trying to be an antagonistic troll, Dr. Dunbar. She don't care about none of the history or how this thing doesn't align or how she's minimizing Black people's, position in this country over the past 400 years, right? Like, you don't care nothing about that. This lady don't care nothing about what we talking about. And we're going to play it one more again. I know the torture, everyone. We're going to play it only one more again. Continuing.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men push women out of the workforce and education.
Okay, maybe I lied. We got to address that. Then just get you a man. This is much of the reason why I speak about Black women and their same-sex loving rate. And it's crazy because I just took down the 23% of Black women under the age of 30 now identify as some type of LGBTQ. I literally just took that down before this stream. But once again, 23% of Black women under the age of 30 identify as some type of LGBTQ. But then Black women, as an insult to Black men, will always either imply, suggest, or outright say that Black men are some type of LGBTQ, and they love to levy that at straight Black men in particular, because straight Black men aren't kissing their rear end, aren't conducting themselves as Black women think you should, which is essentially protect, provide, and shut up, be seen and not heard, actually barely be seen and don't be heard at all. So, and the way Black women attempt to maintain this position of Black men is by insulting Black men's manhood, by calling you any type of sassy, any type of LGBTQ, and there's their way of checking your manhood, checking your masculinity, right? So, as she said, then go be with a man. But in actuality, according to the numbers, it's more than likely that she would be with a woman. As a Black woman, she would be with another woman than a Black man would be with another man, based off the numbers. So whether it's secretly LGBTQ or open, Black women are more likely to be LGBTQ than Black men by a distance. Huh? And what I want to maintain is this is not fact-based or evidence-based coming from this lady or any Black woman that says this. Black women levy LGBTQ or sassiness towards Black men as an insult. Black women levy LGBTQ accusations or call Black straight men sassy as an insult to straight Black men in particular. Black women do not insult LGBTQ, especially if they're not in an argument. Black women don't insult LGBTQ Black men with calling them LGBTQ. Black women insult straight Black men by calling them LGBTQ, or because we're moving away from being air quotes homophobic, Black women are not calling straight Black men sassy, which is just a euphemism for saying LGBTQ. Huh? Continuing, and hopefully this time I'm not lying.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men push women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be relying upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is...
Pause. The men are the ones who set that system up. Now, if and when an individual Black man or Black men try to hold Black women to European standards of beauty, femininity, comportment, etc., Black women will remind you that this is a European idea, a European ideal of femininity. Okay, we got that, right? Okay. But then Black women will turn around and levy on you European ideas of success, status, accomplishments, etc. and not think anything about it and not see that in any way of being hypocritical. Right? So when this young lady says the men set up that system, that's a very broad brush. And she's catching black men in that stroke of the brush. Pause. I just want to make sure we get that. When these systems were being set up, when this particular version, black people were being colonized and enslaved all around the planet. Whatever gender dynamic black people came up with on the continent, in the Caribbean, in South America, in North America, in the US in particular, meant nothing because the dominant society in the West was white patriarchal, and in many ways is still white patriarchal. As I said earlier, it's very dangerous what these women, black women, engage in to get a black man told, to quote unquote check a black man. Continuing.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men pushed women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be reliant upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is not the same as 1920. My grandpa was not buying these bitches Birkins.
Hermes, the maker of the Birkin bag, has been around since.
What's your favorite quote?
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
I gotta play it again. I'm sorry, y'all, but that is not what I was trying to play.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men pushed women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be reliant upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is not the same as 1920. My grandpa was not buying these bitches Birkins.
Hermes, the maker of the Birkin bag, has been around since the 1800s, since before your grandfather existed. It sounds like the legacy that he started was in poverty, and you maintained that level of poverty. I don't know how much money you make, but you don't make enough to afford Hermes or a G-Wagon, which you mentioned in another part of the video. Sounds like your grandfather couldn't afford those things either. So instead of shitting on the men and women who can afford those things and the men and women who want to give their spouses those things, why don't you do like your grandfather and stay in your tax bracket?
My grandpa paid for the roof over their head, food, and clothes. One car. I gotta buy a bitch an AMG.
I understand not wanting to buy a luxury car if you can't afford it. I feel you. I'm not shitting on nobody. I'm not being sarcastic. But it sounds like there's a woman out there who feels like she deserves an AMG and you simply cannot afford it. But on top of that, you're subjecting the household to one fucking car. It sounds like you can barely afford yourself, friend. What are we talking here?
Don't want to play that music in the background. And that was what anyway, okay, that was Jodeci. This young lady and the idea of the G-Wagon and what can and can't be afforded, and what she's trying to emphasize, you're too broke to afford the women that you want. And so you're coming online and on the internet, on social media, defecating on women because the woman that you find attractive, you cannot afford. And Mr. Z can hear that critique. Here's the thing. Even the women that he can afford, if we're going with your framing, and I'm going to address that in a minute, they still think they're you. You think you're you. I need to see that paycheck, man. I need to see them check stubs. I need to see that bank account for the way you talking. Huh? There's a whole lot of black folks. This is one of the black people's biggest Achilles heels. Black people be like solidly middle class, maybe trending up to upper middle class, and black people be talking the big money stuff. Lady, are you sitting on liquid a couple mil, a few million? I'm talking about who can afford what. It's frightening listening to black people talk to other black people about who can afford what. Big bank take little bank talk as black people. Huh? The wealth disparity in the black community is worse than that of the white community. Is worse. And two, I'ma just call it what it. I'm Uzi, you about to say it. Listen, when things go down to all you talkity talk black people with a few dollars, if you I hope you got the tool you need. Because y'all been doing a whole lot of talking, and these young dudes don't want to hear none of that talking when things go down. I hope you have your power tool. Especially for you women. Oh, I hope you got a man, and I hope he got a power tool. If things ever go down purge style, that's y'all ass. A lot of you talkity talk, big money black people, and I know y'all don't even got really big money. Most of y'all don't got big money the way you talking. Huh? All right. Huh? So the talk of this, you can't afford the women you find attractive. Okay, I can hear that. Maybe he can. Cool. But he's saying, who told you men wanted to provide? Now, let's be clear. I think a man who has met the woman, who's on his program, will work himself literally to the bone for her. But as the world is currently constructed, and as women are currently constructed and conducting themselves, you damn right. You are absolutely right. Men, black men, are not attempting to protect and provide for assholes like you, lady. So whatever man you have, congratulations to you and to him. Whatever man, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. But the masses of black men, with the women that we have, absolutely not. The women that we are presented with, absolutely not. That's why most of y'all are on the lot. No wedding ring, ain't never gonna get a wedding ring. Huh? What medium man say? Y'all are useful to the group. That's it. With that crap ass attitude, nose in the air so far is catching 747s. Madam, I don't begrudge you your status or your wealth, how well you're doing in life. We love to see successful black people, especially successful black people that give back, that uplift the community. We love, including successful black women. If you're doing well financially, madam, more power to you. When we get into this big bank take little bank from black people, with the little wealth black people have, including specifically black women, black men earn more than black women. There are more black male billionaires, millionaires. Pretty much black men outnumber black women for any money up to, as low down, excuse me, to 50,000. Everything 50,000 and up, black men outrank black women, outstrip black women from $50,000 a year on up. And yet the conversation in the black community is always about the dusties. Who's the dusties in the black community? Ooh, goddamn, Z. See, Z, you're not supposed to do that. Z, you asking the right, wrong question, Z. It's the right question, but the wrong question, Z. Who's the dusties in the black community? From $50,000 a year on up. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of black men more than black women. From every income bracket from 50 grand on up. And you let black women talk, they always talk about the dusties. And what black men can't buy, what black men can't afford. The young man is speaking correct. Who want to provide for assholes? For temper tantrum throwing, petulant children in women's bodies. You damn right. Pay for yourself, lady. Shout out to any man who with her. Shout out to, if you have a husband, madam, shout out to him. See you in divorce court, player. Jesus Christ. Right? And we finally go and address this, and then we gonna bring y'all up. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and I'm gonna read those super chats in a minute. Let's address this first.
Can I ask you a question? Because you've been quite quiet. I want to know. What is the shush? What's the ideal mandate? Where would the man say, ideally, if women couldn't say anything about anything, I would take it here, and that's the perfect date for me as a man. What would that be? There's a restaurant, you know.
I ain't got a clue.
He's trying to say that you need to bring something out of a
The reality
woman.
is the majority of men, yeah, and we'll go based on working class and like lower class kind of men. We don't pick you and think of the date. We pick you because we just want to be with you. We don't actually care where we go.
Nice.
The biggest problem that we have with women today, with the majority of guys, is that you're more focused on where we're going as opposed to me going with you.
Let's pause. That brother, that UK brother, probably Nigerian descent, said exactly what needed to be said. Gold medal. You're more focused on where we're going than me going with you. Brother, that's because it's not about you. She wants the experience, and she wants the bragging rights, and she wants to brag that she's so valuable in your eyes that on the first date y'all went out to Bali. What? Forget tens of dollars, even hundreds of dollars. For the first date, she has you spending thousands of dollars. She has you wrapped around her finger. She wanted to be able to brag to her girlfriends and her homegirls about how you're just worshiping at the altar of her. Once again,
cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
You knocked it out the park with that. They're more worried about where we're going. This goes back to the restaurants we can't go to that was a thing with last year. The Cheesecake Factory conversation and all of that. Was that what, early 2025 or was that late 2024? All that places that you shouldn't go on a first date that the women put out this whole retarded list, that's what that's about. It has nothing to do with the amount of effort you put in or don't put in. It's about whether I can brag about it, whether you make me feel super, super dumb special. Okay, ladies, I get it. But it's not to actually get to know you. It's about her having her femininity satiated, validated, elevated. Goddamn, Z. That's what it's about. Continuing.
Can I ask you a question? Because you've been quite quiet. I want to know. What is the shush? What's the ideal mandate? Where would the man say, ideally, if women couldn't say anything about anything, I would take it here, and that's the perfect date for me as a man? What would that be? There's a restaurant, you know.
I ain't got a clue.
He's trying to say that you need to bring something out of a woman.
The reality is the majority of men, yeah, and we'll go based on working class and like lower class kind of men. We don't pick you and think of the date. We pick you because we just want to be with you. We don't actually care where we go.
Nice.
The biggest problem that we have with women today, with the majority of guys, is that you're more focused on where we're going as opposed to me going with you.
We don't care where we go. Ladies, that's on you. You're the one. I want to stress this to all, I guess in this case, Western men, because these folks are in the UK. It's because she doesn't actually really care about you so much. This is a sign, more than likely, that you're either a placeholder or the fallback plan. If she's worried about the restaurant, if you didn't bring her in the absolute hole in the wall, and maybe even if you did, if she's worried about that, instead of being with you and getting to know you and figure out what your interests are, who you be with, okay, I'm gonna stop. Rest in peace, Biggie. Right? If she's more worried about where you're going, you're the fallback plan. You're not, as the young folks say, you're not him. You're not Himothy. You're not him. You're not who you think you are in her eyes. Continuing.
Can I ask you a question? Because you've been quite quiet. I want to know. What is the shush? What's the ideal mandate? Where would the man say, ideally, if women couldn't say anything about anything, I would take it here and that's the perfect date for me as a man? What would that be? Because the restaurant, you know.
I ain't got a clue.
He's trying to say that you.
I'm sorry, y'all, because I got to address this from Dr. Dunbar. And Dr. Dunbar says, Michelin star restaurants. I honestly didn't know what those were. Appreciate Dr. Dunbar is a whole PhD for real, for real. Educated, well-spoken, professional man with his own place, etc., etc. And he's telling you, Michelin star, I don't even know what the hell that is. That lets you know how delusional your average woman is. Talking about 5-star restaurants and Michelin restaurants. We got a whole PhD man, black man. So I don't even know what that lets you know how far up they're trying to catapult themselves with a relationship and open their legs for the right, well-off man. To be frank, let me say this. It's gonna be messed up that I say this. Your everyday person, woman, is too hyper exposed to how the elites are living, what they buy, what they drive, what they wear. And it's causing them to go absolutely ape. That's young people in general. That's, let's be fair, that's all people, particularly young people, especially in this social media age, but especially the women. $35,000 a year earning women should not be talking about Hermes and Birkins, Lamborghini trucks, the Urus. Huh? You make $38 or $42 or $53,000 a year. The high point of your life in your earnings is going to be some $60-something thousand a year. Why are you speaking about the Bentley Bentayga, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Not simply as an aspirational car you mention every once in a while, right? It's not one of those, the little conversations we have for about 30 minutes about if we won the lottery, what type of car and where we're going to live. And no. You actually talk about this like it's achievable. Like now. Then took the temporarily embarrassed millionaire talk conversation and just ran with it far too far. Huh? Better you. I've been to the Salt Bay restaurant. Me and my lady were looking at that menu like, better uses. Salt Bay restaurant is too cheap. I've been to the Salt Bay restaurant in Brickell, when it was open at least. And better uses, Salt Bay restaurant is too cheap. It's for the Dusties. Gordon Ramsay restaurant is okay, I guess. Look, the Salt Bay restaurant wasn't near it wasn't worth it, y'all. And Mr. Z did not come out the pocket and you know, yeah, and the menu wasn't what y'all think it is, and the things was way over, I mean, stupid dumb overpriced. I've been to the Salt Bay restaurant. Oh boy. I'll end this out like this. For what? You look at the prices, it was like, I think it was like $60 for sliders, y'all. $1,700 steak. I'm not joking. Ms. Z can confirm. Say it better, Z. Ms. Z can confirm. We were looking at that menu like, wait, what? Huh? If anybody that live in West Palm Beach, Dade, Broward County, who been to Brickell, tell me I'm lying. If y'all been to the Salt Bay restaurant, you'd be like, wait, what? The ambiance was nice. It was on Brickell. Like I said, it was in Brickell and nice. The inside the restaurant was nice. The outside of the restaurant, nice. Nice ambiance. Beautiful ceilings, had the high ceilings. Beautiful. Not worth it. At all. At all. You said $60 sliders. That better be effing Wagyu beef. I don't think it was, too. I don't think it was. Ms. Z can confirm. She probably not listening right now. But, man. Oh, man. So, I done lost my train of thought, y'all. But back to this topic at hand. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Working class, working poor folks talking this big money stuff. Ferragamos? What? Just insane. Look, Mr. Z like nice things too. You ain't never seen somebody so fresh in your life when I was in my 20s, especially my later 20s at the firm. But Mr. Z was living in Zara and stuff. Louis said, hey, get off the Ferragamos. I hear you, Louis. I hear you. But Louis, you're not demanding that a woman buy them for you, though. That's the difference. You're not judging a woman less because she's not buying that for you. And you're not buying them and then missing out on bills and then calling a woman to fill in the blank because you short $500 on your bills this month because you bought some Ferragamos. The ladies are doing that. They're not even in a relationship with a man. They let a man hit once, twice, if even. And they're expecting him to make up for the money they spent on something stupid. But you said, I'm judging. I'm judging if she can't buy me the Ferragamos. I snorted. Because it's funny. Oh man, and I mean it. And Compassion said, "Yeah, Salt Bae kiss my ass." Yeah, seriously. Look, and me and my lady looked at the menu. I didn't get sliders. I can't remember what I got, but yeah, I definitely didn't get no $1,700 steak. I can tell you that. He had gold wrap steak in there too, by the way. Yeah, I'm not joking. Anyone that ever been to that restaurant in Brickell, when did we go? We went. This was 2021 or 2022. This was either 2021 or 2022. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not joking about that. Shout out to Salt Bae, right? So let's end out this clip and then we'll bring y'all up.
Can I ask you a question? Because you've been quite quiet. I want to know. What's the ideal mandate? Where would the man say, ideally, if women couldn't say anything about anything, I would take it here and that's the perfect date for me as a man? What would that be? There's a restaurant,
I ain't got a clue.
He's trying to say that you need to bring something out of a woman.
The reality is the majority of men, yeah. And we'll go based on working class and like lower class kind of men. We don't pick you and think of the date. We pick you because we just want to be with you. We don't actually care.
Message.
Nice.
The biggest problem that we have with women today, with the majority of guys, is that you're more focused on where we're going as opposed to me going with you.
Message.
And that's what makes it feel like you're trying to mock me. Like you're trying to take the piss out of me. Trying to get man's peace. No one's saying don't go to Paris for your first date. No one's saying don't go to Spain for your first date. Restaurant or the park. But let me know that it's not because you want to go there. It's because you want to be there with you. And when a man gets to the feeling of they don't feel like it's me, you want to be there with you. You just want me to take you. Nobody wants to go date with me. Now, hold on.
Say that.
The boring part. We are boring. Majority of working class, lower class people are boring because we're not as worldly. Why? Because majority of our time is spent on work. We don't have
say that.
Say, I want to go to Maldives. I want to go here. I want to go there. I want to go there. We know what we know, which is to pay our bills, make sure we're okay, and be stable. When you have a woman, you're a movement by yourself as a guy, but we're a force when we're together. Yeah,
he's definitely cooking.
A different kind of value to man, a spark. So suddenly we want to go to Thailand and suddenly we want to go see an elephant. Yeah. But if you ask me, now you want to see because you're not listening. But we've been saying that though. On a normal day, if you ask me, let's go to Thailand and lay on a tiger, I'll sit there and say, are you stupid? Yeah. But then because you aren't saying it in such a way, it's making me feel like, right.
So you have to
You know
enjoy
what?
the experience.
And I got the money to do it. Let's go on the experience together. But reality is that I don't give a shit about the tiger. I'm more focused about what we're doing.
Thank you.
So you are boring then. That is the ultimate.
That's all she's taken. That's all she's taken from what he said. Bro, she heard
Thank
all
you.
of that.
Thank you. She heard all of that and all she heard. So you are boring. Once again, black women, even in the UK, with their absolute foolishness, and somewhere it's KMS saying, Z, they're stupid. He said all of that. That brother done hit everybody in the heart. You can hear a collective, aww. And all she heard was, so you are boring. So y'all are boring. Jesus Christ. What can you do with this? You gotta put this on a space shuttle and just shoot it into Mars or the sun. You can't do nothing with this once again for the 1,000,000th time this stream.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
He said all of that, and all she heard was, so you are saying y'all boring. Once again.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Jeez. And Relevant says, this is worse than Munchkin. Are you talking about Homegirl?
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga.
Or are you talking about this one?
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide.
Or are you talking about this one?
When men are insecure, ew. But when men are confident, also, ew. Not really sure what their path forward is.
Goddamn, Z, you torturing us. Or are you talking about this one?
Normalize leaving men when they're at their lowest. I never gave a fuck.
Or are you talking about this one?
These men want you to meet them where they're at, which is in the pits of hell or at a local coffee shop. And I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not interested. Also, a walk date is like beyond me. I'm not getting my 10K steps in with you, sir. I don't give a fuck to do that. I view that as a low effort date. I don't want to meet a man that's showing low effort from the start. To me, that's out. I'm not going to carve time out of my day when I could be hanging out by myself. Something that's way more fun than hanging out with a man, hanging out with family, hanging out with friends. To me, those are all way better options than to choose to carve out time for a man showing minimal effort from the jump.
Or are you talking about this one?
Hi, we are not mean enough to men. If you are like me in your 30s to 40s, we are not mean enough. I had the pleasure to go out with this wonderful woman, which is my best friend's niece in her 20s, okay? And when I tell you this new generation of women is savage. One guy was talking to her, didn't offer to buy her a drink, so she asked him for $200. He's like, I don't even know you. She's like, then why are you talking to me? You're 40. Facts. She's on the dance floor, she's done with her drink, she just turns to a random guy and just hands her empty glass to him to hold. I'm not gonna expose anymore, but when I tell you, this new generation of women are freaking savage. We, the 30 to 40, are definitely not mean enough to men. We still kind of treat them like human beings. I'm fully convinced that the new generation doesn't even see them as human beings. They are doing to men what men did to women for thousands and thousands of years. And I'm kind of for it.
Or are you talking about this one? I saw your comment already. I know which one you were talking about, but I'm doing this on purpose. Or are you talking about this one?
I saw this girl make a video and she was like, isn't it kind of funny? Like, I feel like having a boyfriend now is like lame and like shameful. And she was like, I feel like it used to be really cool, but now it's like you meet a girl and you're like, oh, you'd be cooler if you like didn't have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I was like, I really do feel that way. Like when I meet a girl and she doesn't have a boyfriend, I am like, oh, like, yeah, that's cunt. Like, you're cool. Like, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're on your own, like, slay girl. And then,
like, yes, independent. You don't need shit.
The fact that they're trying to make C-U-N-T a cool word, I guess that's going on in white suburbia or white upper class spaces, trying to turn the word C-U-N-T like what black people did with Negro. Y'all know the word Mr. Z trying to say. I'm not a woman, can't tell you. We'll see. Shout out to white women trying to turn C-U-N-T into, I guess, they're trying to repurpose it and make it cool. Yeah. Anyway.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
And Relevant was actually talking about this clip.
Who told y'all niggas want to provide? Men don't want to provide, not me.
Okay, flat wallet, so get you a man. The men are the one who set that system up. For centuries, men pushed women out of the workforce and education, which obviously forced them to be relying upon men. And now your broke ass can't afford the woman that you want, so you don't want to be a provider. Okay.
Being a provider man in 2025 is not the same as 1920. My grandpa was not buying these bitches Birkins.
Hermes, the maker of the Birkin bag, has been around since the 1800s, since before your grandfather existed. It sounds like the legacy that he started was in poverty, and you maintained that level of poverty. I don't know how much money you make, but you don't make enough to afford Hermes or a G-Wagon, which you mentioned in another part of the video. Sounds like your grandfather couldn't afford those things either. So instead of shitting on the men and women who can afford those things and the men and women who want to give their spouses those things, why don't you do like your grandfather and stay in your tax bracket?
My grandpa paid for the roof over their head, food, and clothes. One car. I gotta buy a bitch an AMG.
I understand not wanting to buy a luxury car if you can't afford it. I feel you. I'm not shitting on nobody. I'm not being sarcastic. But it sounds like there's a woman out there who feels like she deserves an AMG and you simply cannot afford it. But on top of that, you're subjecting the household to one fucking car. It sounds like you can barely afford yourself, friend. What are we talking here?
Oh boy. Anyway, once again, and thank you for the super chat, Relevant.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Just can't. Just mean assholes, dismissive, just the worst. Just can't do nothing with them. Like wet dope, won't sell nowhere. Shout out to the Dade County native Trick Daddy. I got that from one of his interludes. He said, vagina like wet dope, won't sell nowhere. Anybody remember that album? Anyone that remembers that album? Hysterical. Okay, and Dwayne says, so we should still talk to most women since most women are broke as F, and even most attractive are still broke as F. Mr. Z is not saying that. What Mr. Z is saying is the woman that's giving you the eye, the woman you catch looking at you, or the woman that is pleasant when you're in college or in I don't really want to say your workspace. That's iffy. That's debatable, right? Even though back in the day most people met that, well, at least most people that were married met in the workspace or through family and friends. Now it's online. That's a fact. But definitely if you're in the school or third spaces Z, that's still a thing. I know. The women that are around, definitely that seem interested, those are the ones that you give a chance to. If you make a move and she seems uninterested, leave it there. That is what Mr. Z is saying. We do not live back in 2000 and 2001 with Aaliyah talking about dust yourself off and try again. This is not the dust yourself off and try again. That was 25 years ago. Whatever you do, young men, do not dust yourself off and try again with the same woman. Run. If she even looks like she's just a smidge not interested, run the opposite way. Either assault allegations coming your way, or cringy allegations are coming your way, or maybe not all of that, but you were just a placeholder and you will get your heart broken, or you're going to be put in the friend zone. So if any semblance of not interested, run the opposite way. So to answer you, Dwayne, I am not saying that you should talk to most women. Absolutely not. I'm saying the ones that seem interesting and interested in you, the ones that definitely give you being on your program vibes. You vet, you talk, you definitely let them talk, get a feeling of where her mind is. Yeah. And yes, most women are broke, including the attractive ones. They don't got it like that. They don't. Women don't want to do what it takes. They don't want to be blue collar. Excuse me. They don't want to put in 60 plus hours a week at work. They don't want to do it. So yeah, you'll have the outliers, the Ebony K. Williams or whatever the hell outliers. Most women they're not going to do it. They're just not. Including the attractive ones, as you said, including the attractive ones. So yeah, but vetting is important. I know men and women are throwing that word around, haphazardly or way too liberally, better yet. But it's true. Vetting is important, and it still doesn't guarantee, it just mitigates. And that's important. It doesn't guarantee that you don't end up in a messed up situation, but it does mitigate for a messed up situation. Right? And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, Popeye's thumbnail equal diabolical. You could thank Louis for that one. You could thank Louis for that one. And I read Indigo's comment where Indigo was like, he just realized that it says, if it's not reckless, it's not Z. Right? And thank you for that super chat, KMS. But yeah, that's Louis for that. That's Louis. Shout out to Red Pill Sleeper Cell. Yeah. I know. And thank you for that super chat. And continues and says, Relevant says, I'm going out on a limb on this one, but I think because she's light-skinned biracial, she tried to paint her lineage as superior. Are there light-skinned women who think they're superior to your everyday black person who's darker than a brown paper bag? Yes. Right. And so is she maybe engaging in some kind of like light-skinned chauvinism type thing? I don't know if we'll go that far. The video's not long enough. I couldn't read all of that into it. Classism, definitely. Definitely. With the classism, you better believe it. The colorism, the video's not long enough, and I haven't seen enough of her content to read that into it. I would have to go back to her page and click on more videos to see if I get that from her Instagram page, right? So I don't know if I want to read that much into it. Is it possible? Oh, definitely. But I don't want to call it because this is not enough for me to say that and then stand on that confidently, right? So yeah, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. So yeah, I don't want to read that into that. Well, better yet, I can't read that into that. It's not enough. It's not enough for me to come to a conclusion. Definitely not on colorism, right? And Joe says, and thank you for the super chat, men and women compete differently. Men will take the job to be the boss. Women will take the job and the boss. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Yeah, we view the world differently, and that's okay. Right? We view the world differently, and that's okay. And this kind of like human flatness or gender flatness, it's like one of the worst things ever. Because like, I'm gonna mention something that one of the brothers said, and he has children, and we listen to his stuff for his wisdom and his knowledge. And he spoke about minimizing gender as much as possible, the gender performance. Somebody here knows who I'm talking about. And I also heard this from other, I want to say, was it Diallo Kenyatta? I want to say I heard this from another brother who said similar, right? Minimizing this as much as humanly possible. And I get it. And so, but I think as adults, the way the masses of women, they talk that equality talk until you put on their shoulders what that looks like when we're not performing gender as much as humanly possible. Because there's a part, I would argue it's innate in women to want the bigger, stronger, faster, right? And then that's when we start getting into gender. And so that's what starts making the hypocrites out of women, especially feminist women. This is what starts making hypocrites out of them, is them minimizing gender for the things they think don't benefit them, but then playing into gender performance for the things that they want or that they think do benefit them. And it makes hypocrites out of them, to put it simply. It makes hypocrites out of them, right? So tie that to what you're saying here about women will take the job and the boss. Because if you're, let's say, okay, you get a job, you get promoted, and you are assistant manager, you're making assistant manager money, right? You have assistant manager position. And as a single person, unless you are comfortable with dating and potentially marrying or at least long-term relationship with someone who is in a lower station than you, there is only one place to go, and that is to the boss. And I'm speaking about an individual firm, but also I'm speaking about life, right? Life. So yeah, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. Yeah, Joes. I can't disagree with that. It's funny too, by the way. Right? They don't just become the boss. They want they want the boss. Yeah. And Captain Obvious says, and thank you for the super chat. Do modern women see themselves as talking cats when in relationship? Okay, I'm a little lost on that. Talking cats. Do modern women see themselves as talking cats when in relationship? Captain Obvious, you're gonna have to give me some clarification on that. Yeah, I'm a little lost on that. I'm just saying, compassionate. I'm just saying. Look, I'm saying, but I'm not saying. Look, yeah, I get where he's going with that, and I think for the most part he's right. I just think when it's going to be interesting when they become adults how that's going to look, right? And like for the way they see themselves, and then the way they will be seen by the opposite sex, particularly the girls, right? And yeah, look, I'm not a parent, so I can only guesstimate and surmise. I have my own way of viewing things, but once again, I'm not a parent, so I can only, from the outside looking in, guess, right? And I'm not as well read, clearly not as educated, so but at the same time, it's not just a white or black thing or race thing. It's not just a class thing. I think he is correct about what he said, like back during slavery, to be a woman was to be fancy, to be a man was to be fancy, because everyone else was degendered. But man, the aspiration for white womanhood just is off the goddamn charts. And I think as much as you insulate your children from that, when they become adults, oh man. Yeah, man, look, I think you got to fortify their mind also, clearly, right? Clearly, duh. But yeah, man, yeah. So yeah, something to think about. So okay, let's do that, because Z got things to do, and we're gonna have to do this. So panel is now open, and I thought this video was funny, so I'm gonna play this for y'all real quick, because I thought this was funny as hell as y'all start to file in. Yo, when I found that on Instagram, I thought it was the funniest. I swear I played it like half a dozen times and I was laughing my ass off. And for those of you too young, that was the see, Saints here get it, the stud homie. That was a remix to Girlfriend's Intro. So this was a show big in the early 2000s, with Chasey Ellis Ross, and a few more other characters. And and it was called Girlfriends, and it was a bunch of single women. Well, one of them wasn't single, but she had got divorced in the thing and whatever, all type of complications. But yeah, and shout out to that brother for that intro, because that woo was really good. You might actually look into singing, because that was you could hold a note a little bit. I don't know if you could sing, but you could definitely sing. So you might want to look into maybe I'm gonna play it one more again because I thought it was funny. You can hold a note. I don't know if you can sing, but you can sing. And shout out to whoever sung this. My nigga, The good old stomp out. You got to be careful who you pushing. The good old, you get stomped out in the stairwell. You got to be careful who you pushing. What's going on, AB?
Man, that's some funny ass shit.
Bro, I'm telling you. When I saw that, I was like, oh, I gotta use that as the intro for when the panel coming up.
Bro,
That's
hell, bro.
You gotta be, for all the Gen Z, if you're too young, yeah, our moms and our aunts and them used to watch The Girlfriends, so we know the song because you could hear it in the living room or whatever the hell when mom and them are watching it. So that's why, like, it's flashback. So like, the brother did a really good job on this song.
What was the dude name?
Cat Williams mentioned his name in one of the stand-ups, right?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I can see his face. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, me too. With the baby fro.
Looking back, that's the most cringeest nigga in Black TV history, bro.
Yeah, he was the safe guy friend, borderline LGBTQ. I think he really is LGBTQ.
That was the best archetype for an orbiter ever.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Perfectly safe. Perfect. Like, dude was like criminally safe.
He was
right.
At your service, ass nigga. He was always on deck.
Yep. And that's the ideal guy friend for them. The perfectly safe, never make them feel weird because he's not attracted to them like that, and he's there to pick them up when they're just.
Did he ever clap any of those? Did he ever have sex with him on the show?
On the show, no, I don't think he ever was in a relationship with any of them, if I'm not mistaken.
You friends with 5 bad, damn near.
All of them were cute in their own way. All of them were attractive in their own way. Not enough. Hey, you gotta love women's ideal of the ideal guy friend. It's criminal. They make it. We're not human to them. If you're a guy friend, that's why I told y'all don't be in that friend zone. It's insulting what they think about the guy friend. Go ahead.
I've been that beta male orbiter. I've been that beta male orbiter. Don't do it. It's not.
I've been that too in my early 20s. Well, actually, in high school once, in college, early 20s once. I mean, early 20s. I mean, like 20, early 20s. So yeah, I agree with AB. Don't do it. Look, you're gonna be borderline wanting to delete yourself. Don't do it. I'm telling you, look. Well, hey, but that friend zone heartbreak is a whole different type of heartbreak because you can't explain it. It's borderline self-inflicted. That's why, like, low-key, men have pity for you because we all been there. But like, nobody has pity for you at the same time because it's self-inflicted. Why are you still there? Right?
You totally walk yourself into that shit.
I'm telling you.
You can't blame the chicks or nothing. You totally volunteer.
Thank you. And you staying there off of hope, dreams, and aspirations.
I don't blame her. And I'll be up front. The only thing that broke me is when she had her daughter. Once I held that baby girl in my hand, that's when that switch went off. What the hell am I doing? This don't even like me. Why am I chasing her?
You was a friend holding the baby and shit. Yeah,
that's she was about to put your ass. You was about to be stepdaddy, brother.
Wait a minute. I'm glad you said that, Z. I don't know. I can't prove it, but somebody in their family was sending me magazines about how to be a father.
Oh, hell no! Nope.
When she was pregnant, somebody was singing.
That was her, bro.
Okay. That's so insulting. Hell no.
Right up,
Yep.
And for the record, I haven't talked to that chick in like over 7 years now. So
smart. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. Look, that's. Yeah, but y'all go ahead because I got to mute up for a couple minutes. Y'all already know. Reckless.
Hey Z, bring up the panel so we can see who actually here. Because I can't see who's bet.
Yeah, I got to do avatar.
Yeah, I'm on my iPad, so I had to pick some random shit.
All right, y'all good. Y'all, anybody want me to replay a video so y'all can address it? Because I know I played some real quick before I played. Got on. I had to have a conversation with Miss Z real quick because sometimes you want to talk to them before you do the stream because you're about to be streaming for hours and hours and hours. So, and she was like, "What you gonna stream about?" I was like, "A bunch of enraging stuff saying we can't do it. Not with these type. Not with what they got out here right now." And I did the whole like. Lucky to have you conversation with her and blah blah blah. And yeah, I was like, babe, I would have been stacking way more coin than I do now, and I probably would have had one of these on retainer, but relationship, hell no.
Yeah.
I would have had one of these on retainer, and she would have knew what it was, but hell no. Go ahead, yo.
You guys were talking about the William character on Girlfriends.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
Girlfriends was kind of a guilty pleasure of mine.
Is it just me or you breaking up? You breaking up, Guru? It might be just me though.
Nah, it is.
Yeah, try to go back and come back.
I'm still breaking up.
Yeah, it's choppy as hell. Yeah.
Okay, let me try some notes.
Yeah, William was an embarrassment. William was an absolute embarrassment.
Man, you know the crazy thing about it, now that I think about it, that show used to come on, at least the reruns of it, used to come on right after the Parkers. And on the Parkers, you had Professor Oakley.
My God. Oh my God.
Old girl literally throwing herself at nigga every episode. He's like, nope.
She had to at him every episode.
Yeah, that was the weirdest. Looking back at that, that's like a weird gynocratic ass plot. Like the plot was weird as hell. Like I don't think there's no show ever copied that plot. Like a single mother going to college with her daughter. It was a weird ass plot.
Hey.
That's an odd ass plot.
Do I sound better now?
Go ahead.
Say something else.
Do I sound better?
Hell no.
Sound kind of
little choppy.
Yeah, choppy.
It might be your
Still
connection.
choppy?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, let me maybe try to drop out. Maybe come back.
Yeah, man.
That whole era of the Girlfriends. I remember my mama used to watch the shit out the Girlfriends. And that shit was, I remember it was weird as hell because I remember like watching it with her, and the only person I could relate to in the show was William, obviously. But even back then, he was the corniest nigga in the world. The situation was just goofy as hell for him to even be there and available for all that bullshit anyway. For as long as he was, that was just a weird. It was a weird character to develop. They always figure out a way to invent the weirdest fucking black male characters, bro. Like what the fuck?
All of them could get it though. All the ladies could get it in their own way. I would have smashed all of them at this. All of them could get it.
No doubt, they was all on some model shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad watched the show with me and my mom one day. And I just remember like the look on his face. Like my dad is one of those people. I am too. Like you could tell exactly what he's thinking by his face. And when I tell you this nigga face was doing flips and shit. And then we head out to get something to eat. He was like, "Hey, don't you ever be no nigga like that. I'll whoop your ass up and catch you on that bullshit."
Yeah, William was because I think at one point he did date Joan or whatever, or Tracy Ellis Ross character. I think
it was a homeless chick, wasn't it?
You said what?
I thought he dated like a homeless chick or something. Like he was some benevolent saver hoe or something.
He had a couple hoes that he would have throughout the show, but it was always a weird. Because then at the same time, he was like a porn star, sexual type of man. Like apparently it was a weird character because they knew, or apparently the way when he ever had a girl, they would be like strung out on him. But none of the chicks he was friends with ever fucked with him. It was goofy as hell. Yeah.
Compassionate or better you read this comment from Indigo for me, please.
I got it.
Go ahead, bro.
My pops used to watch that show, but not because he was interested in the storyline. LOL.
Yeah, I remember Tony. Tony was my chick.
Tony, old dark
Tony
chocolate
was,
fine ass.
she
Her,
was
her
bad.
snooty ass.
Yeah, I think she's still kind of bad.
It was the attitude with Tony. It was like, I'm gonna humble you, bitch.
Oh yeah, she had a
Right.
horrible.
Absolutely. Tony was your standard fine ass dark skinned slim sister that ended up with the small hat man. She played the hell out of that role
Them
because
lips.
half of them are that chick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the show Girlfriends.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a very, very toxic show. Someone compared that to Living Single and said Living Single was way more positive than Girlfriends because one of them got married and divorced. None of them had to like leave to keep the marriage, something like that. But they did a little small comparison. I'm like, damn, I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
I used to watch that show. That was fine.
Living Color had at least some men in it, like at least a few. Because I think they had a weird group of men in that shit too. But yeah, they had dude that was necessarily stupid as hell. Remember, dude?
Yeah,
Overton.
He was
super
like
unnecessarily stupid. One of the actors,
But he fit what's her name though. That's the thing. He fit what's her name. They were both goofy.
Sinclair.
I remember.
Yeah,
though,
Sinclair.
The well-spoken, dark-skinned brother. What's his name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He commented in interviews about he had a problem with his dude's character because he was like, y'all basically setting us up to be like a doofus duo and shit. Like all our scenes are us just him being stupid as hell and me being smarter than him. He brought it up to the producers because they was kind of like forcing it. They was like, the show's good enough. We don't need like a comic relief to this extent. Like you making this nigga basically a bumbling moron and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Can I do a quick sound check?
You sound better now.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah. No. You good. You're good, Black Room. You're good.
Yeah, you good.
Thanks. You know, I watched Girlfriends. Like I said, it was a guilty pleasure of mine. I was attracted to the actress that played Tony.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I don't know. It's just something about
Yes,
I can't think of her name, but it was something about her was just kind of really made my nature rise. Yeah, she's just a beautiful woman. But you guys were giving William grief, but I seem to recall his character evolving. And at some point, he started to get much more confrontational towards the women or calling them on their bullshit, kind of red pill. There were a number of moments on that show where he got really red pill with them, like almost like shit that would like come out of this environment. And also, apparently, if I recall correctly, dude apparently was packing and he was knocking down Lynn, if I recall correctly.
He did. It was a weird thing, though.
Let's not forget who wrote the show. If I'm not mistaken, Buddy wrote from Frasier, right? Wasn't it what's his name? Kelsey.
Well, he was the initial. He was the initial executive producer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the executive producer. Yeah. He might have written it and directed it. I don't know. I think he appeared in 1 or 2 episodes, but I don't know how much he was creatively involved as much as I think he had some relationship with the woman who creatively, or him or his wife had some relationship with the black woman who creatively created the show. So he kind of basically wrote the check for it, essentially, or at least at the start.
Man. But anybody want to talk about any of the videos I played? Any?
All of them go kick rocks.
I was trying to remember what I was saying because I was saying shit in the chat. Yeah, you played a lot.
Just remember, everyone.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Just remember. Go ahead, compassionate.
I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was saying, because you said, I mean, so much has been said. Those videos speak so much to so much. I think you
Took me damn near 3.5 hours, but go ahead.
About Osei. I think you were referring. I don't think you wanted to say his name, but you were referring to our boy, because I fuck with him, and that the genderlessness angle he subscribes to in a lot of ways, which I understand from his orientation. You know, he's a philosopher. You know, he entertains a lot of ideas and shit. So I just chalk that up to shit getting slippery slope as you do too many thought experiments. You bound to slip up eventually. But yeah, damn, I can't remember what the fuck I was thinking, what I was writing.
Okay, then let me play one of them.
Back off that real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Because like with the whole genderless thing, I frankly feel like it's a lot of bullshit.
I mean, you have a boy and a girl, so yeah, go into that.
Like, because there isn't, for me, like I can't say that me or their mother has consciously pushed them in one direction or another. Like as they've come of age, they've naturally gravitated to certain things. Like my baby daughter, like if she sees somebody in the kitchen, like she's interested in cooking. She is interested in a lot of different things that she's seen some of the women on TV and even around her do. So her grandmother crochets, and you know, she'll get like a couple pencils, she'll try to mimic it and whatnot. And with my son, I never really introduced him to athletics. He found it on his own, but he came to me because he talked with his grandparents. He was like, "Oh, my daddy played sports," and it's like, "Hey, you know, pops, you show me this, you show me that, blah blah blah," because he played football, and I never was gonna try to see if he was interested in it till he got a little bit older. But once he came to me, I was like, "Okay, I'll start showing you some things." So I feel that 90% of kids naturally gonna go in a particular direction that most aligns with how you identify them biologically. You have some that are standouts who, you know, they have a little bit of this eccentric interest, but they ain't the rule. I mean, I feel like this day and age, they trying to define the
blank slate, not to cut you off, but this is what they would say. The blank slate theorists and the postmodernists they would say what you just said is fallacious, that you have performed maybe athletic, you maybe watched sports around your son. They'd say your wife has performed feminine performance around your daughter, which is implicitly taught her to perform like a woman. So that's what their theory is. That's all nurtured into the children. They say if you were to be more perform and I guess dress more feminine around your son, you can make him more feminine, because they essentially say there is no nature to biological sex. Like there isn't. I disagree, because I have a son and I didn't have to introduce him to monster trucks. I don't even fucking like monster trucks, and he liked that type of shit, and he wants to fight. He wants to do boy things, and I'd have to influence it. So I agree with you, but blank slate, the postmodernists would make these claims and say you're unconsciously performing cisgendered shit that basically proves their point that if we just all perform differently, we could mold children into anything we wanted. That's their pushback to your proposition.
That's their pushback, and I get what the argument that they would try to make, and it's bullshit. I mean, I can tell a gazelle all day he a lion. That motherfucker a gazelle. He go out there trying to eat something and go kick his fucking ass. And that's what I feel like we as people are trying to do a lot of times. Like you have these philosophies and ideas that kind of get too abstract. And at some point in time, we live in a world. And the world is what it is. People are who they are. And I'm not saying that it's not productive to, question certain things and try to understand certain
Well,
things.
look,
But
you have to, you should start with, rather than look at the detail of, the detail of it and whatever, ask yourselves, what is the motive of it? What's the motive of asserting this blank slate theory? And when you understand that the motive of it is to essentially neuter males, and in particular neuter what are likely the most talented males, likely the biggest males, the strongest males, the most thoughtful males, the bravest males, so I can control the society. When you understand that's the purpose of it, then you understand everything that is happening.
Yep. It's the reason, because you're right, Better You, it sounds like nonsense. But why do you think they allow children to pick their gender and get on? A lot of states, it's actually legal. How do you think that actually got codified into law and allowed? You can say it's crazy, but they made the argument good enough to Uru's point, because they're trying to neuter and control the society better by basically neutering men. And they're actually getting laws passed. As crazy as it sounds, or they get the philosophy institutions enough that they can actually get these nonsensical things, no matter what we say, they're actually in the institution. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And to me, that part of it isn't a surprise. When you look at how our political system works, it's basically pay to play. And when you look at who got to pay to play, and you look at what they into and what they support, it makes sense as that's what they play. So I'll just leave that at that.
I agree. Let me play some of the stuff that I reviewed earlier, and y'all let me know what y'all think. Here we go. Let's start off with this one.
Hi, we are not mean enough to men. If you are like me in your 30s to 40s, we are not mean enough. I had the pleasure to go out with this wonderful woman, which is my best friend's niece in her 20s, okay? And when I tell you this new generation of women is savage. One guy was talking to her, didn't offer to buy her a drink, so she asked him for $200. He's like, I don't even know you. She's like, then why are you talking to me? You're 40. Facts. She's on the dance floor, she's done with her drink, she just turns to a random guy and just hands her empty glass to him to hold. I'm not gonna expose anymore, but when I tell you, this new generation of women are freaking savage. We, the 30 to 40, are definitely not mean enough to men. We still kind of treat them like human beings. I'm fully convinced that the new generation doesn't even see them as human beings. They are doing to men what men did to women for thousands and thousands of years. And I'm kind of for it.
So basically,
Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead.
So basically, you're telling us to tell you to go get a vibrator.
No, I think that's the nicer version of that outcome. I don't want to incriminate anything or say anything, but yeah.
I apologize. Let's go get a vibrator. Is that a little better?
No, I'm thinking about something else. I'm thinking about some.
Okay.
What? I ain't gonna say no much. I ain't gonna say nothing else.
Man, these femcel looking ass females. I swear to God. Just go ahead and date each other. Like, just go ahead.
Nah,
I wouldn't be with the way she looked. I wouldn't be surprised if she already on that type of time.
Like, just go ahead.
I read it. Let me know if I'm tweaking, because I read into it deeper, and I feel. And you played some other clips that made me even think of.
Yeah, no, and I played that specifically for compassion. I'm glad AB said what he said. But AB, no, I agree with you on that one too. Go with your toy and go in the corner somewhere. But compassionate said something in the comments that kind of triggered that. Go ahead.
I think it's a symptom of something, or it aligns. Like I said, that's what I can't remember. I said that in the chat. If you go on Chat GPT and ask Chat GPT to outline you the stages and phases of the Calhoun experiment or Mouse Utopia experiment. I've done this. I think Roger's done this live. if you in one of those phases, asexuality is a phase.
Mm-hmm.
And it always, I mean, like how a society would suddenly turn or slowly turn asexual sounds confusing and almost unlikely. Yeah. But when you look at it from a lens of like because you got a couple more clips that kind of lean into this almost, the social contract has been broken to the point and for so long that now like Z's she was speaking to have been socialized to literally hate men and disdain men.
Yes.
And then that caused a feedback loop of men, like we're seeing Z say, well, bitch, fuck you. I don't even like you. I'll stay and play the fucking video game. Mm-hmm. And if you carry that to its furthest conclusion, you will have an asexual society that doesn't want to fuck with, don't want to fuck with each other.
Yeah.
On that level. Like not even for sex. Don't let like the robots and shit come out.
Yeah. Well, the only people that will be doing it are the elites as a status symbol. Like my life is so luxe that I have the resources, the men and the women. The women, you will go back to borderline feudal era where like what kind of actually a little bit past feudal era, a little bit after that, which was what Army was speaking to, where like what it means to be a woman is to be a bit fancy. So what it means to be a wife or what it means to be a husband, and in that world, everybody else we will revert back to just male, female. And men, women, so the practice of gender will be reserved for the elite, right? So like the world you're talking about. So yeah, we might be in it, and we're working on the technology in our lifetime, and definitely past pretty much everybody who's listening or who's on the panel right now. You will be living in a world where like the elites will engage in this, and the masses of us will be, like you were saying earlier, Compassion, some type of asexual. Or some type of, even if we're not that, we're engaging with robots and we're doing other things. Go ahead.
Ain't it like the most 30-year-olds in history that are virgins or some shit right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Like if that ain't like going towards some asexuality type shit, what are the signs that boys?
These are the signs. You're right.
Aren't fucking like what? Mm-hmm. Like that doesn't even sound right. So.
And low-key saying they don't want to. Not only just not doing it.
Yeah, they don't have the desire.
Yeah.
Like testosterone levels have collapsed and shit. Like this shit is real. So it's like what laying flat and shit is that phase of the Mouse Utopia experiment. This late stage capitalism, or that when you get to a point of industrialization, the society, the social contracts lose any legitimacy. They stop making sense to even sign. Which is where we're at, where we're at with the women, where they like openly say like, I'm not cutting a deal with you because I don't have to. It's safe enough. I can call the police. I can do all like I don't even have to. I can hand random niggas my drink on this dance floor, and he won't punch me in my motherfucking face. So this is where we're at right now, like today. So I don't know where we'll be at in 20 years.
Until there's no men standing there no more at all.
Well, going back to the Mouse Utopia, there is a hyper-violent stage in the collapse of that universe. At some point, the men and women get very, very violent and cannibalistic, actually, in the experiment. But that's it. So I don't know. Asexuality might not be the worst problem.
I mean, but wouldn't asexuality bring about the total destruction of gender norms? So if I'm looking at someone who's just as androgynous as I am, I'm not holding their drink. I'm punching them in the fucking face.
Exactly. Hence the hyperviolence. I think that's why that proceeds. Because again, the social contract will break down to the point. Why would I treat you like a so-called woman? We're at the point where people in Congress and Supreme Court justices can't even name what a woman is. So I think we're on the track of we're doing the human version of the Mouse Utopia.
Yeah, Dr. Dunbar yesterday. Go ahead.
I just want to see how tough these chicks are when they got to sign up for selective service. That's all I want to see. Just make them sign selective service. Then I want to see how tough they really are. I know they're not that tough because I've served in the military. I watched these bitches try to jump fences. This shit is hilarious.
Now you know what happened with that lion, and this would be fucked up. If we allow women into the military, what roles you think they're gonna most likely be put into?
No, they can't take. Not all of them can do supply and logistics. That's
no.
That's
Hear me out. Hear me out. If you suddenly get 50% more troops, because that's what it would be if you start mandating or at least being able to draft women, you essentially have. They gonna basically put all they ass in support roles, and that's gonna squeeze even guys that shouldn't be into combat.
I
Well,
disagree.
Some of them will have to. There will be a cap
Why would
eventually,
you make a
and some
girl
of them
go to combat if you got
Oh,
guys?
as a military brat, I disagree. I have something even more sinister.
Mm-hmm.
If you make them sign selective services and you have to put them in combat ready positions, it could be a very ruthless gambit into bringing up raising the population. Any bitch sees someone getting a baby with a 50 cal, she getting pregnant real quick, and that happened.
KMS, you are more right than you know. I swear to God, there will be just a rumor of a deployment or just a rumor of going to there's certain places you go to train.
They're getting knocked up in a hot second.
Yes, they do. I swear to God, just let there be a rumor of deployment. I swear to God, she'll be pregnant before we leave.
I mean, war babies are that's a tried and true tradition in the military. My parents spoke of it during the first Gulf War. All of a sudden, all them chicks, when they realized that shit was for real and they was using the military base for as a forward positioning military base, man, any chick that even had a sniff of maybe possibly kind of going over there, all of a sudden they had a kid on the way.
Mm-hmm. Got feminine, got tried to use that pussy for survival real quick.
Yep, maternity leave.
But to this white girl, first of all, you chicks in your 30s and your 40s can't afford to be mean to the other 50% of the damn population. You can't afford it. And I don't even mean like afford it as in buying shit. You cannot afford it because at the end of the day, you're still a gazelle in this world. You're still a gazelle at the end of the day. You're still food out here.
Mm-hmm.
That's why y'all lighten up in your 30s and 40s, because you realize no one's looking at your ass no more.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you start lightening up.
And you got two ways to go when that happens. You either gonna become nice or you're gonna become an asshole even more.
Mm-hmm. Or you can let the bear have you.
Yeah, my mom. If you don't like me, you can always call the bear.
I want to gently push it back against that AB media in the simple fact that don't bears hibernate during the winter? Once again, my biology, I might be off. I wasn't the best of students when it came to zoology class, but I'm almost certain bears hibernate during the winter. Almost certain.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Hey, the bears have a home during the winter.
Yeah, they got a home during the winter. Where your ass gonna be? But I'm like that. So all this shit sounds. So what she said in that video, yeah, all that sounds nice until it gets real out here. I'm like, honestly, y'all started crying when the men started voting for Trump en masse. Y'all already crying. We're a year in. Y'all already crying.
But see, but like at the end of the day,
I want to emphasize. Go ahead, Compassion. I'll go.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, and I'm gonna give you big up, Z, because somebody in the comments said, Z, you care too much, and I was like,
yeah.
Well, we need to care because, like, to y'all point, these bitches are delusional, and somebody got to pay for these hoes. To Black Uber's point, and guess who those somebodies are likely going to be? It's going to be us paying for it. So, what purpose even going over this type of shit is? And even developing understanding of where these bitches are coming from, because they're not genuine. They're not making mistakes by accident. They're negative libertarians and conspicuous consumers. And we know that if you watch enough of Z's channel and watch the clips, you'll realize by the time these bitches get to the point like the South Korean hoes, because the South Korean hoes right now are asking for a social safety net.
Yes, they are.
Aware. They're actually they're lobbying the government.
I'm gonna recover that, by the way, Compassionate, and shout out to Trell Bentley. Trell, I'm gonna cover it again if you're listening. So Trell missed it the second time I covered it because that was with that's when FD had tapped in with me the second time. So I'm gonna cover that again. And rest in peace, Kevin. Kevin watched the same thing I watched. And he probably watched it around the same time I watched it. and it's the clip that Kevin was referring to when he's talking about Winter is Here. So I'm gonna cover that clip again for the third time in my channel's history, maybe the fourth time in my channel's history. Yes, it's the clip of South Korean women, and they're living on their own, and they're doing their 4B movement thing, but they didn't mention 4B in that clip. I don't think it was a big wave like that yet. But essentially, as Compassionate is saying, they were talking about having government subsidize them in their older ages, but none of them were old yet. They were like middle age and younger, but they already saw like, okay, we don't earn enough for our retirement. We're not going to have the money. We're not going to have the man and the kids. So we got to start getting the government prep to subsidize us now. And I agree with Compassionate. At least the South Korean women had the foresight. Whether they're going to get it or not is a different question. But the American women don't even have the foresight.
Well, my point is they're going to get to that point where they're like destitute and there's enough bitches living in their cars and it's enough sickening shit that they're going to start advocating for it. And my point is we have to inoculate. The average Joe was going to hear a bitch sleeping in her car. They're going to feel sorry for her. They're not going to realize that this bitch got a TikTok where she's saying fuck men and I don't need shit and everybody can kiss my ass. They're not gonna
realize that real quick. Let me say this real quick, and then y'all got it. They're not gonna realize that she tried to monetize her van life, and that shit got defunct. But so many of them are doing van life now. They're not gonna realize that part. That she tried to monetize her YouTube channel van life shit, and she didn't make enough. And now she crying in front of the goddamn Walmart, and now you see her, and now you feel sad for her, which understandable, we're humans, but yeah, don't take her on, bro. You're gonna kill yourself. Go ahead.
I mean, I'll push back. He'll feel. Men will feel sorry, but they're not going to do shit because they're not going to be able to afford to do shit because, as KMS says, there's too much pain in the system. And that's just from an economic standpoint. So he may feel sorry, but his pocket is going to be like,
Let me. So KMS, real quick. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Let me say. So in other words, the men got more than the women, but the men don't have enough to subsidize your ass. And you definitely, you're definitely going to be a headache. So why would he, even if he did? Go ahead, KMS.
Yeah, I mean, lines to those words are out of my mouth, but really comes to Compassion as far as this goes is the data set. There's too many ain't shit bitches out there being ain't shit bitches. And to Lion's economic angle from this is this. No, men cannot afford ain't shit bitches no more. You can only be ain't shit or a bitch. Bitches have to pay. Ain't shit bitches gotta be a fucking muse. I gotta look at you and say, hey, you are my inspiration for saving your punk weak ass. They're not doing either one of those. So these chicks gonna be out here homeless and, living hand to mouth and all that stuff, and men are just gonna look at the data set. I mean, it's to the point now where Mr. Z don't even really have to talk. I mean, I know why he's doing it. He's doing it because Mr. Z is a corporate level HR. As in I'm not firing you, firing you. I'm just showing you the paperwork on how you got fired. That's Mr. Z's game. Full stop.
I hate that you're reading me right now.
I get that. So it's like if he didn't want to do that, he could just play women acting like ain't shit bitches for 3 hours every day on loop, and then at the end of it, he just say, "See, this is just the paperwork." So no Compassionate. The whole hookers with a heart of gold thing, okay, you could have played that game 2010, 2015, maybe 2019. Now, we didn't see too much. There's too much out there.
Post-COVID? Absolutely not. Not post-COVID.
Okay, let me ask you this, because we can maybe level set it then. Because I get what you're saying. What percentage of dating grown men, what percentage of grown, matter of fact, let's just keep it black men. What percentage of black men would you say are we'll call it red pill enough to understand that a lot of these bitches ain't shit? And if they come across a homeless bitch in a car, if she's just not down on her luck and she's, it's an unfortunate situation. As we know the backstory and the economics, and we've been, drawing threads to these things for years. Us, not the average Joe. What percentage of black men would you say are aware, consciously walking around that these bitches ain't shit generally to be able to, you know, turn off their compassion when they see a homeless bitch.
I will say this. I will say this, and I can give you some follow up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Dead ass, 98%. The other two are gay. The other 2% is gay. It's that. No. It's that bad. And here's why I say that. Here's why I say that. I think everyone's forgetting the fact that these men are not living in a vacuum. Like, for instance, it's not like, hold on. It's not like I'm just dealing with women I want to be romantic or sexual with. No, I have sisters. I have aunts.
Mm-hmm.
I have nieces. I have cousins. I have mothers, stepmothers, aunts, grandmothers, and whatnot. And you're seeing the same pattern. Men are pattern recognizers. That's how we survive. That's how we have propelled this society forward. I mean,
but
propel the human species.
Are you being careful not to project onto these men? You think because you know how to read your mothers and your sisters in the way.
I also agree with KMS because I
let's do this, y'all. Let KMS learn with that. Then you got it, Lion, and then we'll get compassionate again. Go ahead.
Wait. I'm gonna land this plane because here's the thing that everyone forgets. Man, listen, man, we all know. We've been knowing these bitches ain't shit. But the thing is that, man, I was willing to look past some of that shit because I wanted some pussy. But the price of pussy done fell to the point that where I'm like, man, is it even worth the hassle? It's to the point now where the most honest and upfront woman you could probably deal with would be a stomp down whore. You know the ROI you're getting on it. So it all ties to the same thing. We've always known these bitches weren't shit, but goddamn it, I wanted some ass. But now to the point that where ass is so cheap on one side, on the other side so expensive.
God damn, you stole the words out of my mouth. God damn, you stole the words.
It's to the point now. It's like 98%. Most of these tools are red pill as fuck. I mean, because here's the whole thing.
If you sound optimistic as hell, bro. If that was the case,
but it's true.
No,
it's true.
He's got
a point.
I think there's one part. I think
men are not claiming red pill
that's being under.
No, go ahead.
I think there's one part of this discussion that is not being adequately accounted for, and that is the economics, the dwindling economics, the tightening of everything, the depression of a lot of the support systems, the governmental systems, etc. You know, it's one thing to whether you're red pill or whatever. It's a whole other thing when this week I got less in pocket than I had last week. And that's going to affect your generosity or lack thereof with these women more than anything else. Because one thing to think about whether or not I want to take care of some random woman. There's a whole other thing where I literally can't and can't keep a roof over my head at the same time. And so as time goes on, the impact of that is going to influence behavior even more so than how you feel about them, and whatever red pill or purple pill you are. The enormity of the economic situation is going to prevail over everything else, and it's going to force a level of accountability on the part of the men for their own survival. So they genuinely will not be able to afford to take those chances with women that they've taken in the past.
To be fair, Uru, I did mention that. I mentioned the economic, even if men do feel sorry, the money won't be there for them to even want to do anything. Because
I'm just saying, what I said was, if you recall, what I said that part is not being emphasized enough in this discussion. You guys are talking about what percentage of us are red pill, blue pill.
That won't matter.
I'm like, okay, well, yeah, but that won't matter if I literally can't keep a fucking roof over my head.
It'll become down to practical. It will always come. Men at the end of the day will be practical regardless of where they're at, and men get real practical when the funds is low.
No, but everyone. I think we're in the same house in the same room looking.
No, y'all really saying the same thing.
Yes. To Uro's point and to Lion's point, and to answer Compassion's question, Yeah, I stick with 98%. Why? Because mortar shells and money make pragmatics of us all.
Yes.
It's a situation we knew these bitches weren't shit for at least for the past 30 years. But here's the whole thing. I could afford to write that off. I can't afford to write that off no more. So it's to the point now where no, bitch, you gotta be about something. And if you're gonna be a bitch, you gotta pay.
Yeah, like see,
Let me
like Z was just playing the young man, the young dude from TikTok the other day, like roughly a week ago, and he's spouting red pill talking points. He may not claim red pill, but he is seeing it. He's seeing it the exact same way we see it. You don't have to claim red pill in order to be like, nah, I'm good on that.
Well, that's where KMS come in with there's too much pain in the system. But I started emphasizing the term luxury belief. And that going to exactly what we're all saying here. When the money get low, shout out to Corey Holcomb. When the money get low, the hungriness show. And I must use that KMS. The mortar shells and money make practical people of us all type shit. That's genius statement. And it's true. So as the money get low and the practicality is shown more and more in men, it's not just women. It's what a woman in our modern era comes with, the mentality that she comes with, the jealousy, the envy of others, the way she wants to practice femininity, the resentment she has at doing any type of labor, particularly any labor that deviates from what she thinks is feminine. That costs too much. It's not just her that costs too much. It's what it costs to maintain her and her mentality that costs too much in your time, in your energy, not just in the physical dollars. And so, quite frankly, like I say, if you can't subsidize, if you can't pay for yourself, have fun. I guess y'all are gonna have y'all co-munching covens for all it's worth. And you know, it sounds good until the society and the environment forces you to actually live that if you can't get on a man's program. Well,
I would just say, what was I saying in our conversation? See, I was like, it don't matter as far as these venues are concerned. It don't matter if she's a 4 or an 8. These venues are not changing their prices. They're not lowering their prices to accommodate your wallet, and it's fine and it's perfect that way because that informs men. That makes men make an informed decision. Like, nah, I really don't feel like putting funds toward that.
A very cold, calculated decision.
Yeah,
you gotta be one, and going to what KMS is saying, you gotta be one bad bitch for a man to say, okay, I'll spend it, and she ain't even coming with nothing except for the looks, or she is just that Gok 3000 is so fire. It's men ain't gonna be spending crazy money on the Gok 3000, but it's something about you.
Yeah, but to your question, Z, it's not really going to matter if the men are red pill or not. This environment is going to red pill the fuck out of them. The women will, and definitely the environment will from an economic standpoint. It won't matter.
No, I agree.
Well, the term charging it to the game is going to be a thing of the past. And like I said before, perms and gators are going to make a comeback.
Does Wayne Brady got a sugar bit? Anyway, smack a
Get to grow out your pinky finger nail and dust off your iceberg slim book.
I actually do believe that. I actually do believe that the age of the renegade, which is what we've been living in for the past, hell, I'll say 50 years, is really coming to a close. It's going to get to the point now where these chicks are going to need some guidance.
Does Wayne Brady got it anyway?
Oh my!
Brace yourselves.
That's hilarious. That's hysterical.
Man, that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite episodes from him, bro. Like, Wayne Brady killed me, man.
When she said, Wayne Brady got to slap a bitch, I was like, oh shit! Wait a minute.
That's everybody's favorite. My favorite is oh shit! It's Wayne Brady. Oh man, break yourself, fool! Break yourself. Yeah. Go ahead.
Also, what he was saying under his breath, he's like, I swear I'm not violent. I try not to be. But
you know what? Chappelle was so pathetic. We do have Black Bush in the office right now. Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Like I said, these chicks already crying, and it's only been a year.
Well,
They
to
crying
be
already.
fair to y'all, all of what I played is temper tantrum talk. From the Asian young lady to the tattooed young white lady, all of them are in a weird way. It's an angry, irate temper tantrum crying. It's I want it now. It's not fair that whatever delusional man I have, whatever archetype I have in my imagination, I can't have that. So I'm gonna just talk crap. Right?
That is a textbook. Like you meant also what that chick said. She was like, I'm glad young women are doing, because women are only doing what women are only doing now what men have done to women all so long ago. I'm like, yo, most of us ain't even related to the motherfuckers. You still mad about that?
But it's not. It's just excuses. It's not that she's actually mad. She's not actually mad. It's an excuse to be vindictive and an asshole and enact your penance on men, because whatever dream guy you have as an archetype ain't checking for your ass. You look cucked out, lady. Anyway, you know, so that's what it is. It's an excuse to be an asshole to the men that you're around, or the men that you have access to, because whatever archetype of man, she look like she might like the David Beckham types. The David Beckham types ain't checking for your lame ass.
Yeah, all these hypergamous failures spewing they quote unquote frustration.
That's all it is.
That's all they doing.
Hey Z,
go ahead,
Louis. I gotta send you the clip. I caught Nicole Michelle last night on Clubhouse.
Oh shit!
And the title of the room was "Non-Select Men Are Ruining the Data Market."
Ooh,
and she was
I love that title.
And they were talking about, and Nicole's thing was that we have to understand that men in the past, fathers were left out of the homes, and we have to repent for that. And a guy clapped back like, yo, I wasn't one of those men. And she said, that's besides the point. I'm going to send that shit to you tonight when I record it.
But I like that title. Non-select men are ruining, what she said, dating?
He said ruining. He said ruining.
Ruining dating?
Ruining.
Yeah, I love it.
Non-select men.
But because the majority of men are non-select, and those were the ones who were mostly paying the tab for everything.
Thank you. Exactly.
What do you think was going to happen?
In other words, women were too loud, too mean, too snarky, too smug about, I'm gonna do what I want to do with whoever, whatever, and then I'm gonna use you as the backstop. And let's be clear, some of our granddads were that guy, our great grandads were that guy, but once you start getting to our mother's generation and to now, they were way too loud about their contempt for the man that saved them from the select man and the offspring, who gave them the life raft, and all he asked was food on the table and 1 or 2 kids that were his. That's all he asked for, and some peace. And women were so loud about their contempt for him that the non-select man is ruining dating now, because he's not trying to be Captain Save him.
Nope.
That's the problem. Y'all need to be honest about it. The problem is non-select men are not Captain Save him no more. No more. Burn the cake. Anyway, go ahead.
I take issue with that.
Wait, quick line. Wait, you cut AB all nasty. Go ahead, AB, and then you got to line.
I was with BGS when he was on May's panel yesterday, and I told him, single mothers ruined their own damn game. See, back in the day when we had a contract,
shout out to KMS. Yep.
When we had a contract 30 years ago, it wouldn't even be a conversation whether or not you could get with a single mother. You know, that happened like it was Tuesday. But like you said, Z, since they got smart, and since half of them nowadays won't even let you discipline their own kids, we ain't paying for shit. Why should we? What do we get out of it?
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. But let's just see it from this perspective. Imagine if you was dating a woman and you met her and it's like, hey, I'm so and so, blah 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 blah. Hey, by the way, I do like you, but you know you ugly, right? You know you an ugly, nasty bitch, and I can't get at the hot bitch that I want, so I'm gonna be with your ugly ass. And you're not saying that as an internal dialogue. You are literally saying that to her face. Eventually, if she has any self-respect or integrity, she's gonna be like, you know what? I'm not dealing with you because you don't even like me. You really want someone else, and you keep calling me ugly to my face, nigga. Why are you with me? Flip that. And that's where men are. Men have finally got, listen, I'm tired of this bitch calling me ugly. Not ugly as in my aesthetics or my status or stature, but ugly as in I know how she deal with the dude that she wants. The coldest piece of game I've ever got when I was 16 from one of my uncles. He said, if a chick likes you, it don't matter what you do. And if she don't like you, it don't matter either. And that's where men are at. Men are tired of being called ugly. Like, hey, look, we get it. We get it. Clearly, I ain't your first choice. Because I know your first choice. I see the 3 bastard kids you got by the niggas. But I'm not going to pay the ugly person tax. And I mean, and that's what we are. It's brutally simple. All you gotta do is just take what they would do with and invert it, and that's where we're at. It'd be like if you walk to a chick and say, "Hey, you ugly bitch. All right, hey, let's get down." Because your hot girlfriend, I can't get with her for some odd reason. I can't get with her no more. But you ugly, and I need some place to park my dick for a night. What's up?
And what we have is a society where the Richard Reeves and the Scott Galloways are telling you to alpha your way into being a beta buck. Not an alpha. They tell alpha your way into being. Go.
Oh. That is literally impossible just based on what I just said. Because if I am the man, I don't have to pay for shit. I get samples. I can say that as a person who used to be a D1 athlete. Man, I used to be handsome. I'm not no more, and I gotta be personal. But in my 20s, I was legit handsome. I would just show up. All I did was just show up. And I have a polo shirt on. I show up. I unbutton one button. If I want to get seal a deal, I unbutton 2 buttons. That was it. Them hoes was gone.
But this is what I'm saying. That's hysterical. But this is what I'm saying, Kim. Is what the brothers that were looking at you and the white dudes that were looking at you from the sidelines, low key hating, they're telling those dudes to now alpha their way into ending up with the chicks that you had fun with, and don't worry about that. The women are actually angry at you for not choosing them, and they're going to enact their penance on the men who are supposed to alpha their way into being the man that those alpha widows.
I hear you saying. I hear you saying from an academic debate, but here's the part where you get tripped up. It's the hoes that trip me up, Mr. Z, in this regard. Because once again, it's their hypergamy, as Linus alludes to all the time, that be fucking them up. If I become the man, congratulations, I've elevated myself to samplehood. I'm the fucking man. I ain't taking you on full tilt. I don't have to.
Exactly.
But here's the conundrum though. But if I'm not the man, I gotta pay. But I'm not gonna pay, bitch, because you keep calling me ugly. Because I see how you look at the dude that you like. Get that dude to pay for you. Oh, that's the problem. That dude don't have to pay because you like him.
And you can't get them, and the dudes are not going for it anymore. My thing about this non-select thing is like, who the hell told you hoes y'all were select?
The media, their girlfriends, their parents, the entire society. Unless she's insanely butt ugly, and even then they tell her she's select.
Until you come into the biggest culprit in the delusion of women. The biggest culprit in the delusion of women, well, there are lots of elements to it, but one of the biggest, at least, is the beauty industry. The beauty industry distorts how these women really look. They can put on the hair, they can put on the nails, they can put on the Spanx, the bras, they can do all kinds of stuff with their appearance to make themselves think that they're more attractive than they are. And then they take that distortion of themselves out into the world and then make false comparisons and contrasts with each other, with men, where they rank in society. Is the beauty. And here's the thing, because I'm older, I have seen the layers of distortion. I mean, if you go back to the 80s, there wasn't nearly as much distortion going on with the makeup and the beauty industry. Just go back and look at some old music videos from like the 80s. Those women look very different than the younger women 40 years later. Those women look much closer to guys, and not in terms of looking like men, but just in terms of a lot less excess applied to enhancing and manipulating their appearance. It's the manipulation of their appearance that is greatly enabled by the beauty industry that really distorts, and it's a major contributor in this hypergamy delusion. It's a major contributor because most of them believe they are higher than most men in large part because of all this shit that they can put on themselves.
And if you don't mind, let me see who I want to read this. Let's have Better You, if you don't mind, if you can read this, please, and thank you.
Oh yeah, I got it. That is why. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Detroit. This is why I'm not even worrying about 2028 election, which the technology and AI is going to be humanity's worst nightmare. It's coming in 2030. Andrew Yang predicts it from 2015-16.
I think it's gonna allow for us to have what we said we wanted, and I don't know if we really wanted it. If you wanted your autonomy, you wanted that full on individuality as people. I'm not just talking about the women here. All right, then. We'll see. I'm saying no. I'm saying I want a community. I'm saying I want people around me. I'm saying I want friends. I don't know about everybody else, but yeah.
Well, they said they wanted. Well, the thing is, they said they wanted autonomy. They never said anything about paying for it. You notice they never said anything about that. They never mentioned anything.
Of course, because they don't know that it costs. They don't appreciate that it costs, and no one's telling them that.
Mm-hmm. And to Uru's point a couple minutes ago, about the whole makeup thing, that is a conversation I've had with several different chicks, and it's always like a light bulb goes off when I tell them this shit, because everybody does their makeup in a way that's overdone, and everybody essentially is, all these ladies is looking like the same person. And it's to a point nowadays where, like, frankly, a lot of the Decepticons and a lot of the chicks, when they put makeup on, they got the same freaking look that they aiming for. So if there's anything that's slightly off with a chick's look, it's like, I don't even know if you a lady or not.
Yeah, got you questioning and squinting your. Like, I had noticed I have had to squint my eyes a whole lot more these days than I did 10 years ago. Yeah. You really got to squint your eyes when you're looking at these profiles. Like, what are you? But
well, I mean, yeah, they're all doing their RuPaul. If you are old enough to know what I'm talking about, that look, RuPaul was the first one to do it.
Oh, that heavy
Beyonce stole her look from RuPaul.
Yeah.
Beyonce stole her look from RuPaul. Go back and look at RuPaul in the 80s. All the hair, the makeup, all the eyeliner. That's all RuPaul. Yeah, they are all trying to be what RuPaul was in the late 80s.
They have a TV show centered around that now. They have a whole TV show centered around that. These T-Rexes, that's what I call them, T-Rexes out here. There's a whole show centered around that now, and it came from RuPaul.
All that heavy makeup painting on a face, yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah, I think if you could snap a finger and remove all, just for like a week, remove all of the beauty enhancement, I think you got some very different behavior by the women, because they have to look at themselves.
They're not coming outside, Black.
Not for what they're able to trick up with themselves. No, I'm saying if all of a sudden there was no hair, there were no nails, there were no lashes, all that shit is gone. And now I got to look at how I really look without all of this stuff. In that situation, it's going to be much more difficult for them to have some fantasy about them being so much better than men who probably, most men are going to look better than them because we're not adulterated by all that shit that they put on themselves. So most of the men are going to actually look better than them.
Oh yeah, no, Black Hoover, if that happens, you're going to have a lot of U-hauling ass bitches, as in they going to be self-packing themselves the fuck up. I'm telling you,
they're not gonna come out the house. They're not gonna come out the house.
They're not coming outside.
For a whole week, they're gonna be sick the whole week. There's a bunch of women that's gonna have doctor's notes. I'm sick. Yep.
You know, the delusion is really.
There's gonna be a lot of calls. It's gonna be a lot of calls.
I noticed in college that, like, and Uru will probably be shocked at this because you come from a different generation. Women back in your day, Uru, used to take off their makeup before they went to sleep, right?
Oh, them bitches don't do that now.
Oh yeah. I mean, that was
exactly.
Yeah.
Which should horrify you that it's commonplace now. I can imagine even more so with disease because it was fairly commonplace with the millennial chicks. A bitch would go to sleep with her makeup on and wake up with her makeup on, wash it off, and then put another face on. So they would very rarely ever see themselves, believe it or not.
And this is where Beyonce comes in talking about Black
when I was in college, we would to kind of address this point, we would me and the brothers, we would get up really early to go to the cafeteria area and watch the women come to breakfast to see how they really look before they styled themselves. Now, some of them would style themselves even before they would go to breakfast, but many of them were not. It was kind of a factor of when their classes started or whatever. And so then you'd really see how they looked, you know, and they have on their scarves and they'd be a lot less bold with how they presented themselves without all the getup. And I'm talking about in the early 80s. So I can only imagine, you know, what it would be like now. So, but that was an issue even then, but not as much so as it is today.
Let me say this to what KMS was saying about the leaving the makeup on overnight. And then those same women turn around and sing that damn Beyonce song talking about I woke up like this.
Exactly.
So I woke up like this, but you woke up with a face full of makeup though. You fell asleep with that from last night from clubbing. Yeah. What you talking about?
Or I peeped this.
And that's how they end up with bad skin and rashes and a lot of other problems that come with it.
Uru, I'm finna fuck your head
heavy
up.
Bag
this
under
delusion. Uru. These bitches go get a BBL and then go to the gym and squat.
No, that's true. Well, that's what. Yep, and take pictures in the mirror at the gym like they doing something. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing about that thing is that they're supposed they have to go to the gym once they get that BBL because then it starts looking real bad if they don't. They actually have to.
I don't know. I mean, because it usually looks bad no matter what. Usually,
I mean, it does, but like for health reasons, but like for actual health reasons, they have to go.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying that they probably should, but it doesn't feel like that's the. It feels like they're. I'm not gonna go as far as they're that delusional that they like believe that they worked that out an ass that they actually bought, but it's almost like they're trying to sell that to everybody in the way that
is exactly. So that's why I wanted to jump in. So exactly what Compassion is saying, which is it, and you're right, Lion, to hold that up and to tighten up the skin and to not have it droop down to the ankles. It behooves them to work out and to you know. But that's not why they're doing it. They're doing it as if like, oh look, I did all this work and I the squats then plump this ass up. When man, you took that trip. I mean, that's what you did.
We need to start. I don't think men have said this yet, but I'm like, have men started telling them like, you know, we know you know that. I'm like, you chicks know that we can tell that it's a BBL, right? Y'all, you know we can tell, right? Like I don't think
No, they don't care. They don't. I mean, they care that we know, but they don't care that we know at the same time. They don't. It'll just turn into one of those weird conversations where it is my hair because I bought it. It is my ass because I bought it type shit, right?
I realized that that's the same way you realize with the hair, it's a status symbol. Being able to afford getting your ass done is it just the same way like being able to afford like a $400 weave. It wasn't so much because we would say like that we know that's not your hair, and then I got to the bottom of it at one point when the women know like they know that it's not their hair and you don't believe it is. But amongst women, it's a status symbol that I can afford to pay $400.
Mommy makeover.
Right. Amongst women, they realize that it doesn't look really good, but they use it as a status symbol that I had enough to go get surgery on my ass amongst themselves. Yeah. It's just a different.
But let's let Better You go real quick, y'all, because we didn't cut him off a million times. Go ahead, Better You.
Oh no, you good?
Oh, can I see what chat?
Yeah, go ahead, KMS. But look, we don't acknowledge the KMS is right line on this thing I'm playing. But no, go ahead, KMS, because it is directed towards you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Edward Shivers with the 199 super chat, much appreciated. The KMS trick and tax. Listen, to that, I will say this, and I want to say this as clearly and concisely as I can. Yes. And the reason why I say that is because when I think about it as a Trinity standpoint. When I think about how cheap pussy is, but how expensive women are, and how finite my time is, then yes.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
I mean, well, I said it when
look, listen to me. The more money you make, the much more cost effective it is to pay for pussy. Much more cost effective. The opportunity cost of dating women for a man who does well in life is way too high. You'd be much better off tricking off a couple of $100 for a couple of hours and then go on about your business. It's much more cost. It's because it's probably going to be cheaper once you get to a certain level. It's going to be cheaper or it's going to be less than what you earn for that hour or a couple of hours of time. So you'd be better off just tricking that off on some woman and going on about your business rather than occupying hours and hours and hours of your time or whatever. Is no value added to most of that activity in dating.
I will say this. I will say this to Black Root. Black Root is absolutely right. But I'll say this. I'm gonna quote this to Floyd Mayweather Jr. He said there came a point in his life where if $100 fell down out of his pocket onto the ground, it would cost him more to pick up that $100 than it would for him to just keep walking. That is kind of where I'm at when it comes to women. So to the trick and tax, you absolutely right, because pussy's cheap, women are expensive, but my time is finite. I can always make more money. I can always get another bitch.
Yep. I can always make more money so I can keep
and especially during the time of day in which you're most productive, you'd be much better off utilizing that energy and that time to increase and enhance your social economic positioning than to be dating some woman. It just doesn't. I mean, unless you got her out of some. Well, I mean, if you got her out of some 19-year-old out of a village in Africa, you can pretty much get her to do whatever you need her to do, and then you probably will not be wasting your money because you'd be having her do exactly what you need her to do. But in America, it's just all a big fucking waste. The vast majority of times you're totally wasting your money, and you're wasting your most productive hours. You're wasting your most productive hours with them.
Man, put all that to the side. In a world full of OnlyFans, I don't want to hear shit about tricking. I don't want to hear no trick shaming. In a world full of OnlyFans, I'm like, it's much more better to just go ahead and buy direct as opposed to OnlyFans. Not to just buy direct as opposed to
they're expensive, but it's not an issue of cost. It's an issue of they're expensive, yet they made themselves worthless by their own actions.
Yeah,
These chicks don't cook. These chicks don't clean. They have weight issues. They have attitude problems. They have unresolved traumas. They don't want to get on your program. Every time, any waking moment with you is seen as combative. They're not helpmates. They're not even muses. I've yet to meet a woman that I can just look at and say, "Oh man, that chick makes you want to be a better nigga." No, at least not in this country. So when it comes back down to that, yeah, I kind of only want it there until I get my nut off. Then the money's there for you to leave, bitch. Get out my face. I got more pressing matters.
I don't pay him to fuck. I paid him to leave. Go ahead.
No. You don't want to be. You don't want to be a helpmate by your own diction and dogma. Why in the fuck would I date you if I got a couple $100 in my pocket? That's what you want, right? At least that's what you tell me by your actions. So there you go.
In the words of Dave Chappelle, I just got this money.
Right? For real.
What money?
For real. What exactly? What money exactly? I got you. I'm
glad you mentioned it. And what money? And as you know, money and mortar shells make pragmatists of us all.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You
get
real practical when you only got $50.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just saying. Look, y'all said y'all don't want no dusties, crusties, musties, right? Shout out to Messy Michonne. When she first said that, I thought it was when I first heard her say that, I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Yes, black men on top of crusty, musty, rusty, dusty. Y'all see that? Shout out to all of you north of, I don't know, Orlando, Florida. But everyone north of Orlando, Florida on the east, that's freezing. And you know, it's the funniest thing watching these brothers. Like, a lot of these men are not red pill. Like we were saying, they're not black men's for guys. And I'm seeing video after video of brothers picking up snow, shoveling snow, all type of stuff. Hey, I bet y'all need a man now. I'm like, oh shit, this shit for real is global. This shit
you don't have to be.
They all saying that shit.
You don't have
my God,
they don't want to do it because the thing about it though is like those dudes, they're kind of pussyfooting around. They don't want to do that because they don't want to be associated with the Andrew Tates and Myrons of the world. But I'm like, but y'all using the words they use, so you might as well just embrace it, man.
Yeah.
You're using
it's a lot of them, bro. It's a lot. I'm seeing brothers in Baltimore, Philly, everybody, like saying in South Carolina. I'm seeing people in Charleston all saying this. Brothers saying the same thing. They shoveling snow. I bet you y'all need a man now. What happened to that scene? That strong and independent. I'm like, oh shit.
It's everywhere now. It's everywhere.
So one of my friends I went to high school with actually posted about this. He's up in northern North Carolina, right near the Virginia border. He posted that he helped dig this lady out. And he told her, like, hey, look, if you ain't got an emergency, don't go nowhere. You got a rear-wheel drive vehicle. Your shit is not the shit that could drive in this. This nigga goes back in the house. Chick crashes into a snowbank down the road. Comes back, they're knocking on his door. He's sitting there recording her talking something. Nope, I told your dumb ass. I told your dumb ass not to go out there.
Let me say this for all the people. One of the benefits of front wheel drive is that the back of the car don't kick out.
Yeah.
All wheel drive is preferable. It's preferable that you stay in your own damn house, to be honest.
Preferable.
All wheel drive and 4-wheel drive is preferable in snow. And then front wheel drive, because front wheel drive will pull you out. Rear wheel drive, y'all don't know what y'all doing. Even Mr. Z, the Z don't go nowhere when it's raining out like that. Look, you gonna stay right where you are. Look, but if you don't have all wheel drive or 4-wheel drive and at least front wheel drive, the rear wheel drive is not the business in the snow and in the rain.
And tires ain't cheap. Tire traction, them top of the line tires that get you traction are not cheap.
See what I'm saying? Snow tires is not cheap. Yeah, your all seasons is not going to do you justice in the snow.
No, they're not. Them all seasons there, those all seasons are not built for 2-inch thick ice. No, they're not.
No. And then you got a rear wheel drive car on top of that. You ain't going nowhere.
You ain't going a damn. You ain't doing nothing but donuts.
You know what you're doing exactly. You know what you're doing.
You slide into the ballerina music. That's what you're doing.
Yep.
You slide into ballerina music.
You're gonna feel like you back at the Olympics.
For real. That's what it's gonna be.
Sliding. Ain't sliding. My car's all-wheel drive. I'm like, I ain't doing it. Shorty was hitting me up. You're not gonna go outside? I was like, fuck no. What the hell for?
No.
I was like, I'm not going.
My daily is all-wheel drive. The M is all-wheel drive too, and that's exactly why I got it all-wheel drive for the rain and all that other stuff in South Florida. Hopefully, we never see no snow. But even if we do, well, I don't have all seasons or snow tires, but at least I have all-wheel drive for that. But yeah, so real-wheel drive cars, it's just not the business. As a matter of fact, you better driving your daughter's Corolla in the snow than you are a real-wheel drive car. Go ahead and tell your daughter she's staying home, and you go ahead and take her Corolla or her Sentra, her Civic, because that's better in the snow than whatever you got if it's real-wheel drive.
Not to mention these business. Well, I'm sure the regular places, but these departments with establishments, they don't want you coming to work because they don't want to pay for your insurance if you get in an accident. They're not trying to cover that cost. That's why they cool with telling you to stay home because they can dock your ass anyway.
Let me read this in. And no place so this is graduating into quote unquote samplehood. KMS is a genius. Look, say it.
Yep, that's pretty much where it's at. You know, you made it to a different stratosphere when stranger things start happening in strange places. You're like, wait a minute, this wasn't happening last year.
We just in a different world now, y'all. Notice something like we're getting snow in Florida. We freaking have a economic situation we haven't seen in a century type shit. You know, we like it's crazy. We have the Joker as president, like right. So it's just all different type of crazy stuff going on. It's and millennials are like, figuratively speaking, smoking a cigarette and like rubbing their forehead like, what? Another one? Another? Oh God, I can't do it no more.
We got.
I was mad as hell watching snow because I was like, you fucked up my gym time, dog. I just wanted to go to the gym. That's all I wanted to do. Huh?
Yeah.
My gym ain't closed. I was at the gym watching that shit fall, man.
My gym wasn't closed. I just wasn't getting out on that road. I know the gym ain't closed.
Man, go ahead, Kim. Let's go ahead.
To your point. We got, you know, the United States reminding the world of hey, that Monroe Doctrine wasn't an ideology, nigga. We do that shit for real. We got motherfuckers doing a race to the robots. We were staring down Skynet, and you still got these bitches thinking I would fuck with LeBron James, but he only 6'9", only 6'10", niggas. Bitch, get the fuck out my face.
That's for real. When's the last time you saw a president flip somebody the bird? When's the last time you seen that shit?
The man called the lady Miss Piggy on the goddamn plane, bro. I'm like, wait a minute, nigga. Hey, he is really the face of like fuck your professionalism.
Go ahead. Flipping the bird and mouthing the words "fuck you."
I saw it. I saw it. The man said, "Fuck your professionalism." Like,
bro. My uncle told me this dude is an 80s slumlord that does blow and fucks hookers. He said he should be my fucking hero, but he's the president, so I'm terrified.
Yes. Like for real, like, dude. Hey, but you know something. The saying, right? Like, whoever don't hear must feel. Like, and so we had a whole lot of people. Yeah, it's one of my favorite Jamaican proverbs, and you know, once again, we had folks. We were telling folks, you know, even for some of the folks that did vote for him, but that voted for him because they wasn't gonna vote for Kamala. We tried to tell folks the environment, what's coming down the pike, what it's looking like. We're gonna have to tighten our belt. You could do this the easy way or the hard way. People wasn't listening. And so the certain people are in office now. It's not just him, it's his whole administration. Once again, if you go through my community tab, I think I posted it about 2 months ago. Look at the Some More News covered Stephen Miller. Dude been an edgelord since damn their birth. Right? So like, and he has the president's ear. You know, y'all done heard his wife threaten Cenk Uygur live on TV. Right? So like, so that's what we're dealing with. Oh yeah. Stephen Miller, his wife, they were on Pierce Morgan's show, and his wife and St. Hugo going back and forth, and she straight up threatened to have her husband deport St. Hugo, check through his papers and deport his ass right there on Pierce. I'm not joking. Like, these are the people. Yes, these are the people in the White House, bro.
We get all with it now. That's what I'm talking. Everybody stop being some bitches and start saying what's really on their heart. I love it.
I'm just, bro. When I heard that shit, I was like, damn, like for real, exactly what you said, man. He was like that, and so that's the era we're in. Like I keep on reminding everyone of Stephen Miller's when his speech at CK's memorial. I'm like, bruh, like, hey, if y'all don't see what's going on, he reluctantly gave one of those like half-ass, not really apologies about what happened in Minnesota with the dude. And like, bro,
nice. He gave him the Riley. He said, yeah, that's real messed up for them.
Yeah, but low key, yes, right. So like low key, so yeah, so these are the people that are in the White House or that are running the country, and for all intents and purposes, how blatant everything is.
I mean, yeah.
And it's the good thing about it is there's not no wiggle room. There's no space for interpretation. So if you ride in with a certain ideology, you just ride in with it because that's what you're on. It's not because these people haven't shown you what the logical conclusion of that is. It's so blatant now, and
I can appreciate the fact that everybody's being honest, though. I just love it that everybody stopped being a bunch of pussies. Now everybody's just being honest and saying what it is. Now we can. Now we know what we.
I will say there's something that people missed about what Mark Carney was saying, when he was at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
And yeah, I heard the whole thing too, and I think there is something to be said about the performance of civility and the performance of rule-based order. And I'm using that international conversation to have a domestic conversation. It's when it's gloves off. Yeah, I agree with you, Lion. That it allows for the snakes to be seen in the grass. It's more difficult to imply and suggest things in the environment we're in. You just come out and say it. With that, it's kind of scary when people are this bold because there's only one step after this, maybe two steps after this bold of language. And hey, you were in the military, so you already know where we go after people are this bold with their language, So yeah,
that's all I need. Once I get this way, invest in some plates, just in case.
Yeah.
I don't want it to go there. I really don't, but I am prepared.
But like I said, I've watched. No, yeah. No, and no, people are still playing the game, right? People are still, but it's just, and I honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really like the coarse, antagonistic stuff going on. I don't like it amongst gender. I don't like it amongst the political parties. I don't like it amongst your everyday people. Just the coarseness of the environment right now. I really don't like that shit. That shit, low key, is borderline frightening. It's like just everyone on edge. Yeah, right. Everyone on the, and it's not everyone to a person, right? But the general atmosphere of give me a reason, make my day type shit, right?
The crash out, the crash out count has definitely gone up.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you're talking about the crash. You talking about the crash out count? Yeah, it's definitely gone up. That's for damn sure.
So that's the thing, and I implore everyone to keep your power tools so you don't find yourself on the wrong side of somebody's crash out, particularly somebody not black's crash out, but it don't really matter when they crash it out, honestly. But yeah, especially not black crash out. So keep your power tools. I was talking to a coworker once, and he was like, "Bro, I ain't fighting, I ain't talking. I'm just
nobody's talking. Nobody.
Just he's like, I ain't talking, I ain't fighting, I ain't squabbling. Ain't no squabble."
Black, white, Hindu, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. I don't give a fuck.
Minnie Mouse can get it too. Start talking crazy. Come over here talking crazy, Minnie. Hey.
Oh man. Hey man, in the environment we in, for real though, it's toxic, it's ugly, and it's toxic and all the other stuff. So yeah, no, I implore us to be,
I just
keep
find
your
it
power
interesting
tools.
with women though. No, I find it interesting with the women. I'm like, yo, most women don't own a gun. Only 24% of women own a weapon in the entire U.S. The hell y'all gonna do?
And let me read this from Leon. And Leon says, AI got me as a bad bitch on second profile. AI got me as a bad bitch on second profile.
Yeah, because you like Leon.
No, Leon's not light skinned. I've seen this picture multiple times. Leon is pretty much the same color as me. We're safe medium brown. the safe medium brown, the unoffensive brown. Right.
Unoffensive brown. Oh my God.
Did you call me a Christmas turkey?
Right. Pretty much, right? Like perfectly like brown. You right? You're not paper bag. You're not lighter than a paper bag. You're not, one of the dark skinned brothers. You're right smack dab in the middle of black brown.
So you tell us you're Hallmark rom-com brown?
Right. you're exactly. You're not offensive. Could be shot in a movie brown.
You more like that Hallmark card brown.
Yeah.
Nondescript brown.
Yeah. Sidekick Negro brown.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The sidekick to the main character, white dude brown.
Yeah. This is my accountant brown.
Right.
My accountant. My lawyer's right here.
Oh man, DEI safe brown.
Safe brown.
For real.
Hey, man, who the fuck is this? Oh, that's my cousin, Brown. Yeah.
Dylan said, "I box, but it's pew pew first." Dylan said, "I ain't boxing with you, and I box."
Yep. Same here, Dylan. I'm with you. I'm right with you. Like, yo, listen, man. I don't. It's too cold.
I ain't trying to box with you in this 4 degree weather.
If I go down in the snow, just know I'm not coming up. Something else.
Lying, bro. You over 40. You ain't trying to struggle to get back up from that ground. Once you like 38 and 39 and older, you ain't trying to struggle to get back up, even if you win the fight.
Word. I'm too old to be going. I'm too old to be going down in the ground.
Rustling and tussling on the ground.
I'm not wrestling. We're not wrestling. We're not wrestling.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I am 45 years old. My physical altercations is for home intruders.
For real.
Right? Out the street, no. Out the street, no. Pew pew.
Yeah, like dead ass dire straits. No, I'm not. No.
Look, ain't no nigga moments going on over here. Boondocks nigga, ain't no.
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 There's a reason why. Hell, there's a reason why people be trying so hard not to trip up the steps, because that concrete is unforgiving. You imagine getting forced to the ground? You think I'm going to be forced to the ground by another man?
No. Yeah, you're right. No, fisticuffs are for home intruders. Yeah, out here this cold ass weather. No, that's pew time.
Look, I've been to New York a few times, and knock on wood, everybody's fallen except for me and my mom. My mom's too old now; I don't want her to fall. But everybody, well, she's fell a couple times, but not in New York when we were in the snow. Look, my dad fell damn near right in front of me. My younger sister done fell. My older sister done fell. My own cousins that live born and raised in New York done fell around. I knock on wood. I have every time I've been to New York, I have not fallen on one of them ice patches. Knock on wood. We gonna keep that going, right?
I don't fall either.
Go ahead.
You know why? I walk in the grass. You walk in the grass. You are less likely to fall if you walk in the grass.
Yeah.
I pulled my calf muscle. I slipped on black ice today.
Oh, damn.
Did you fall, Louis?
No, I did one of them cartoon spins by planting my leg down, and when I planted my leg, I pulled my calf muscle.
I've had that happen. That shit hurt.
Where I'm at, it was 3 this morning with the wind chill.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oof.
When the temperature's not even a fucking teenager, oh yeah, you about to be all upstairs. I ain't got no time for this shit, nigga. I ain't
I was
going
out
to
last night. I was out last night getting a meal before this fight started, and I was like, all right, let me see if it's actually snowing, because I really wanted a burrito. I came outside, I'm like, yo, it's fucking snowing. I was like, it's really fucking snowing out here. And the wind too. Like, it is a different kind of snow because it's snowing and it's windy as hell. So that wind chill is terrible. Imagine fighting in that type of weather. No, we're not fighting. There will be no
I just
fighting.
want you to understand, South Florida is not Cali, so we don't have 80 some odd degree weather right now, like what all of y'all living in LA and BGS are dealing with. What we got right now is 30 to 30 some odd. Right now it's in the 40s, but this morning, boy, it was the 30s. I was like, God damn, 37.
Oh, watch out, Mr. Z. Don't let no frozen iguanas hit you upside the head falling
Oh
out
no,
of the
they've been falling all day. They've been falling falling all day, and you find them on the ground already frozen stiff. Yep.
Hold up,
that's a real thing.
When I don't see no birds. I knew.
Wait, say that again,
I knew something was.
What you mean frozen iguanas falling? What the?
Yeah, they fall out the tree. They fall out the tree. Because remember, they're cold-blooded, so when it get cold, they freeze and they just fall out the tree, or they already dead. By the time you get to them, they're already dead on the ground, frozen.
Damn,
literally frozen to death.
Iguanas.
Yeah.
Yo, man, I swear, hey, Florida. Yeah,
we different. I know. We're just different. Yeah.
It's like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. It's just, when it gets cold, it gets under, maybe once it start getting under 50. Yeah. Yeah.
I know the iguanas hibernated though.
Yeah, them boys go for a deep nap, bro.
Well, the only ones who can get away are the birds, because something's coming when you don't hear no birds. Because I saw that Friday when I was leaving work, I'm like, ain't no damn birds around. Oh yeah, something's coming.
Oh no, I knew it was gonna be bad. No, I think I woke up and one of the windows in my house was cracked because it was just that cold on the other side. I was just like, oh shit, bro. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be one of them. It's gonna be one of them days, bro.
Yeah, let me see. Edward Stiver says, and thank you for the super chat. No, I'm joking about how much KMS donates to Mr. Z, and that we are thankful for the super chats. Talking about that, like, share, subscribe to the super chat. That is we are thankful, because YouTube does not rock with us in the Black Manosphere, especially not Z. Boy, I don't get no real ad money or none of that stuff. Not in the Black Manosphere. They're like, yo, you're toxic in here, you're misogynist and misogynist, and can't go 2 pennies, niggas. So yeah, no, it's all super chats. So,
no, man, it's all good. And I'll share why I do it, is because I'm guessing I may be older than Mr. Z, probably about a decade or so. And Mr. Z,
not a whole decade, not a decade, but about half of that. About half of that.
But I will say is that what I see a lot of Mr. Z is stuff that I wish I could do, and I wish I had the courage to do what Mr. Z does. And what I also see is his ability to critically think, not afraid to be wrong, and then prevent venues like this on where we can have these, think tanks and thought experiments, and entertain ideas and laugh and get into arguments and all this stuff. So really, it's the least I could do in a situation that I am in, for just to encourage him. Hey man, keep going. You are being heard. You're listened to, and you're appreciated. And that's just and so it's not. There's no reason outside of the reason I'm doing it or flood the super chats at times. It's really just out of respect. And I'm in a situation where I can do that, and I'll always find myself wanting to help out brothers and people who look like me, and people doing good things and good work. And to Adam's largest point, his information is priceless. So that's just me to tip my.
For you, KMS.
My niggas from a
I'm
lot of
still
kids out
laughing
here.
about that shit. I'm still laughing, dog. I've been watching this shit straight for like 3 days. This shit is
That
hysterical.
Cena thing over here too.
But thank you,
But where
Cam
did you get this from?
and Ashra.
Yeah,
Bro, I found
that
it on
video you
Instagram,
played,
just
like,
literally just strolling
that
on
scene.
Instagram. Man, go ahead.
Nah,
Go ahead,
video,
man.
I'm just saying the video. I that video you played. That's exactly what happened when FD came over here. he pushed you, and the next thing you know, he got jumped. It's like, oh yeah, you thought it was alone, didn't you?
Right. So no, but thank you for that, Cam. Look, I've been being told that I should start a podcast for over a decade, dude. And it might have been political, but the reason why I cover a lot of like female effery, well, I'm cursing now, right? So female fuckery, particularly Black women fuckery, is I really mean that shit when I say it, where I do think family is at the foundation of a community, of society, of all of that. And like, I see so many of us trying to find weird ways of like forming this community and skipping the family part or hodgepodging half-ass families or whatever the hell. And I don't see that working. Not to mention,
No, bro. No, Mr. Z, but I keep telling y'all, bro, these women are the anti-life equation, bro. Like when I said that the first time to Robbie, I thought I was joking, bro. These chicks are goddamn the anti-life equation, bro, because they are anti-family. By definition, if you anti-family, you gonna be anti-community. If you goddamn anti-community, bro, you can't be goddamn anti-wealth, bro. Because at the end of the day, all fucking wealth is built into families, bro. So like, this chick is literally the anti-life equation, bro. You can't date this chick, bro.
I love it.
Like I sat up and really thought about this shit, bro.
Yeah, that kills. That kills. There's not enough simps to go around. That means the simp numbers go away.
Yeah, no, I think Zulu is right, and it took me. I struggle with that, not because of anything of me thinking women are more the moral sex or any of that. It's because I see it as the cope it is. You know what it reminds me of? I'll give you a prime example. For all of us that watched Mr. and Mrs. Smith, from back in the day with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. And if you remember the scene where they were shooting at each other, who put their gun down first? Do y'all remember who put their gun down first? Thank you.
He did.
And what did she do when he put his gun down? What did she do? What was her initial reaction? She said, "Thank you."
Come on.
She was like, "Come on." And when I listen to women, particularly obviously Black women in this environment, that's what I see. That's exactly what I see, right? And so when I say temper tantrum, that's what I'm speaking about. When I say and by the way, just because they don't really appreciate what they're doing, I don't think that we should spare the rod. By the way, giggity, right? But I don't think so. But I am saying that I appreciate that the temper tantrum, if allowed to continue, is going to melt and burn everything. Go. Yeah.
I'm about to ask you, there's a video going around with this chick, with this woman. She has a title. She pretty much says, she asks a question, why should a man want a woman in 2026? She's pretty much echoing our sentiments, but the way she broke it down was actually quite beautiful. I think Average Man Unplugged covered it. A lot of people have covered this. Dr. Thunder covered it. It's about this lady called Brianna Brazil, and she pretty much, the name of her video is called Why Should a Man Want a Woman in 2026? And she's pretty much saying, I was like, I don't blame the men. Y'all have already made it. Y'all have already made it apparent y'all don't want to be wives or mothers. Why should they? She said, why should the men bother and do anything? Y'all don't even want to do that. Nothing's sacred anymore. Y'all don't even have any. There's no mystique anymore.
You want them because you want to survive as a species. I mean, beyond all the reasons not to have women, and those reasons are legion. We don't survive as a species without them. And that's the real dilemma behind everything else. Like you said, brother, they are in sort of this anti-life status. And so we have reached a That's why I say, you guys are going to have to, travel the world, whatever,
Expand.
pursue women from different groups, etc. Because for a lot of them, they are in this sort of anti-life status, and unless you're gonna like force breed them, where put them in like some baby making camps or pull a what do you call that? What was that series?
Handmaid
Um,
Tales.
what
Handmaid Tales.
I was gonna say that.
yeah, handmade. Yeah,
That's their
unless you're gonna
fear. Handmade.
pull a handmaiden's tale kind of thing with them, you just go get some other women. There are like probably I don't know
So
what
many.
3-4 billion other adult females on this planet.
Hey,
So
Uru, can
I
I
mean,
double
as
up on that?
terrible as it is, for what you might be confronted with here or in your neighborhood and your community, et cetera, whatever, that's not necessarily reflective of your opportunities throughout the planet. And you just have to change your focus as to what is really important in that regard. And it's going to be you having or adopting a more pioneer spirit. Now, you might be able to find those opportunities here as well. You just might likely are going to be, look, you either try to get what you need to get amongst the 20 million ADOS women, 22 million ADOS women, or you try to get what you can get amongst the, I don't know, 160 or 170 million American women. So to some degrees, you have to look at it as sort of a numbers thing. And in what scenario am I most likely to get what I need? And I'll say this before I cut off, that I Show Speed guy is showing y'all the way. He's
Yeah,
showing
I
y'all
saw
the
it on
way.
Pastor OG's channel. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Ugh.
Hey,
I saw it.
let me
Yeah.
let me
Go ahead,
double
go
up on
ahead.
that real briefly.
Go
Y'all,
ahead, go ahead, Vince.
hey, lady, y'all either want the Handmaid Tale or Bridgerton, but you can't get both. I had to watch Bridgerton over the weekend, guys. And,
Oh man, your girl got you. She got your ass.
my girl, she
She
got
got
me, bro. I still we play Arc Raiders, now you play video games, and she like, you playing TV? It's time for us to watch something. I'm like, you didn't watch TV. I watched Bridgerton, so I had to sit there and watch it, and it was very interesting. And I saw a lot of dynamics in that social aspect. Before I get too far ahead of myself, now I'm going to try to go far. I think a lot of the cues that people want us to take cues from is socially awkward people. It's like Uru said, the survival of humanity rests in us perpetuating ourselves, but we are social creatures. But this asymmetrical, malign social dynamics that is being proposed is built to fail from the beginning, like Wile Coyote's, his whole situation. That's all we're discussing is how bad is this Wile Coyote style feminism is running down.
You saying feminism is acme?
Yes.
It's acme. It's gonna blow up. It's gonna fail. It's gonna fall apart.
Yes. I assure you, it will flounder. So that's all
It
we're
definitely
looking at.
will.
So what we're looking at is anti-social, not even anti-social, because that's like the Joker. Socially awkward, socially inept, Fort Harriet type women talking about I could build it bigger, stronger, better, and end up being look. All these women that we're talking about are all different kinds of stage of Wile E. Coyote in the Martian Manhunter, or whatever, the little green Martian. That's all it is, trying to put people such as us in these unfortunate situations where we're doing a lot for less or nothing for something that isn't going to sustain. And
No, I think it is
again,
anti-family. I think Zulu said it the best. I think Zulu said it the
yes,
best. I think Dr. Thunder
I
has
thought
spoken to this. A number of us have spoken, but I think Zulu said
yeah,
it. The anti-family, particularly those words. Yeah, no, I think so. I think so.
but
I said,
it's anti-life, bro. No. No.
yeah,
When I tell you, and I sat and I looked at it, bro.
Mhm.
Everything that they say is anti-life, bro. It is
I
literally quote
it,
unquote the equivalent of how you self-destruct.
This
I,
is
I
why I find the
agree. I had
marriage
this.
conversation,
Mhm.
but that's why I find the marriage conversation hilarious because here, oh, New words. What women? Marry who?
Oh
Marry
shit!
who?
I could do a stream. That's a stream. That's a streamline. What women?
Marry who?
That's a stream.
For who? For what? What's sensitive?
Compromise for who? For what? And look, when Eartha Kitt
Yeah.
said that, and the way she said it, hey, bro. If you, for all of you youngins that never, I'm saying youngins now, I'm old, but for all you youngins that have never seen it before, there's a clip. It's a real interview of Eartha Kitt, somewhat world famous actress. She's definitely famous in the American setting, context, definitely amongst Black Americans, famous Caribbean descent. Right, Marcus. Yeah, that's, by the way, Eartha Kitt. Right. So and there's a clip of her in the latter part of her life. And the interviewer, a man, is saying, don't you want to be with someone? Don't you want to work with someone and be, and I don't remember if he said, I think he said compromise first. And she was like, compromise for who, for what? And it just, some of these things, they set a precedent. So when they're said, it may not be all, it may not be most, it might be a small minority of people or women who are on that type of time, or at least acting that out. But then you start to see that grow roots, and you get to see it blossom, and you get to see more and more people, women, adopt that mentality. And that's where we are now. And the young lady I played earlier with the bonnet on and telling you she don't want to live with no man, she don't want this, she's selfish, and that is the spawn, that is the ideological child of an Eartha Kitt. And as a matter of fact, let me play it. Here we go.
This nigga want to argue with me because I don't want to be with nobody. This nigga want to tell me I'm gonna end up sad, miserable, and all of this, and you can't live your life like a nigga. I'm not living my life like a nigga. I'm living my life peacefully. You know who don't be at peace? Women who have to go fucking answer to men. Women who gotta go raise kids and clean up and behind them and gotta rush home to do shit. You know who ain't miserable? Me, a bitch who in her bed right now at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, chilling, bonnet on, made my money for the day, and I'm feet kicked up, chilling. I don't understand why motherfuckers want to keep arguing with me and trying to put me into some mode. I don't want no nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't crave that shit. I don't want to compromise. I'm selfish as hell. I don't give a fuck about a nigga. People keep thinking that you have to have a man or a woman to be happy in life. You can be alone and be fucking happy. I'm so tired of arguing with people about this shit. I don't ever want to live with a man. I get married. I don't have to live with him. I don't understand why that's so hard to come back. It's people in this world who feel the same way. Like, people be so mad that you want to design your life how you want to. I don't give a fuck about that traditional ass. Like, that shit don't fit me. I don't care about no nigga. A nigga does not define me. Being in love with a man and having to be a fucking servant to a man and some fucking kids. Fucking, that's how I feel about that shit. That shit make me feel like I would jump off a fucking cliff. All this shit people be going through and they be talking about it. No, delete his fetus. I'm not with that shit. Call a nigga up when I want to. I does the call and I does the cutting. I don't give a fuck about that. I am so mad that I just let this motherfucker get me mad, arguing with me about how I should be living my life. I don't want to be in that type of shit. I don't want no fucking relationship. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want nobody to fucking answer to, talk to, none of that shit. I don't want to be considerate of nobody else but me. I don't give a fuck about nobody else.
I don't want to be considerate of no one but me.
Can I see your video? Oh no, I got a video that I need to send you. I got a video.
Go ahead, go Zulu. You know my email stay open. Go ahead.
Damn, yo, Shorty, what?
Was the dick that good?
Why you so
made
mad at 5
out
o'clock
like
in the day?
But once again, because she was challenged, and she's telling you why she's mad. Tell them why you're mad, son. She's telling you she was challenged on whether she actually is content being single. And so whoever this guy that she's referring to, he struck a nerve because he's walking her through what that actually entails, not just for right now while she's still relatively young, but throughout life. And she's in her anger is, stop telling me and reminding me of what this life is. I told you I don't want to compromise. She said the word. I don't want to be considerate of anyone else. I don't give a F about anyone else. The reason why I'm playing this clip is because she's saying what we know a lot of people, women in specific, obviously, are thinking and feeling, and maybe they're speaking around it, but she spoke right to it. I don't want to be considerate of no one else. F everyone else. Her words,
Yo, Z, it's something I thought about not too long ago, right? Do you know what pimps and whores have?
You break it up a little bit, Vince.
Most of them were orphans. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. You said pimps and hoes, but most of them were orphans. That's what they have in common?
Most of them, especially 120 years ago, like when you watch Harlem Nights, that show what was life like in that time. I did a whole presentation on domestic violence. I think I emailed it to you and St. Cyr and someone else, Dr. T.S. Johnson. And I did some research on pimping. It's like that. And what was that like when they first, came about in the 1920s and stuff like that? A lot of them were the dregs of society before they got glorified, but most of them were like orphans or they came from very poor families and stuff. So, what family? What was that like? What was it like for whores? They didn't have a family. Either there was old maids or there's whores and prostitutes, but they didn't care or consider family. They didn't give a fuck about family. So I think we should be reframing this. Aren't you worried about not having a family system or support when you're at old age? Because a lot of women are you're not thinking about right now. Right now they good and straight.
I think the answer would be F you. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care. No, but for real, that's where we are with concerning the ladies. And going to that with all one black man. Okay. Go ahead, Black River.
I mean, one of the problems with there being generations of all this baby mama stuff and this familial estrangement is that women lose the perspective of the value of men from the standpoint of somebody being the calm in their storm. Because what I saw there was a little girl, that was having a temper tantrum. I've seen my wife do it. I've seen my daughters do it. I mean, that's what I saw there. And I saw a man coming in there. At some point, it would have been a father. Then at some point later, it would have been a husband. And he would have probably grabbed her ass and hugged her or some shit like that, or told her to shush or some shit like that. And then she would cry, and then she would calm down, and then she would get past all of that. That's what I saw. Now I know you guys want to you guys want to judge you guys want to judge the behavior of these women on face value, but a lot of it is like a spouting, kettle or teacup. A lot of it is just a lot of steam. Now, unfortunately, if you don't have a man around to really provide some way to let off that steam, you just have a lot of self-destructive activity being built up off of that fury without it being managed. They really need men. They really need fathers. They really need husbands. They really need brothers or grandpa. They really need men to help manage that shit. And now, unfortunately, because they're by themselves, it's not being managed. They're influencing each other. She do this video. Tens of thousands of other young women see that video. She's reinforcing to them the fury that's going on inside of them. And it's just perpetuation of madness. And most of it is the fact that, for generations, they've abandoned the steady and the calmness of what would have been in their lives, and that would have been men.
That is very eloquent. That is accurate. That is accurate and elegant. And I believe there are tons of feral dogs out there that really just need a good owner. However, nigga, I ain't getting bit.
Goddamn.
I'm telling you, because you were trying to make a real soft story, bro, first.
Let me say this, yo. Because I want to tie this comment to what Black Rule was saying and to what KMS is saying. So, All for One Black Man says, you forgot how hard she smiled at that question, which was Eartha Kitt smiling at the question about compromising and don't you want to spend the rest of your life with someone, and the interviewer was asking that question. And I do remember that Grinch ass smile that she gave before she answered, and definitely the one she gave after she did that whole compromise thing. And then I remember the tilt of her head. I remember that Grinch ass, freaking sadistic looking ass smile that she gave at the end, which let everybody know that she was putting on an act and she was lonely and bitter as hell. No, of course I do. So go ahead.
Well, that's also the same Eartha Kitt that lamented being pumped and dumped by Harry Belafonte, and how he just basically treated her as a thought and dumped her and went and married a white woman. That's that same hurt, that rejection that she herself admitted. to experiencing from Harry Belafonte. So you're seeing part of what you're seeing is the aftermath. Oh, but she's probably had a lot of that rejection. She probably got passed around by Harry and Sidney and Cosby and whatever that whole kind of crew back then, because she was wild and unbridled and ill-raised, and so they treated her like
wait,
she
Black
probably
Rule, sorry,
made
I'm
herself
sorry.
out to be.
Black Rule, stop.
Yeah.
Pause right there. She was wild. That was the first word you said.
Yeah.
The autonomy that they want,
Yeah,
she
was always
but you don't
wild.
get security.
She was always wild. Yeah, she was always wild. She married a white guy, and that didn't work. Her only child, I think she had a white father, or she had a white husband. That didn't last. So it wasn't even just black men not treating her right. She just was a wild woman that nobody could really stay with for any real long period of time.
So let's wait, everyone, wait. We're gonna go back. Let me get that, and then you got a KMS, and then I think that was Zulu. Okay, let's do this.
Better you.
I'm sorry, better you. And I thought I heard Zulu, but okay, better you. So me.
No, that was
KMS.
me. I was saying I sent it to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let me say this. I'm tying that to the clip I just played of the young lady, and exactly what you were saying, Black Rule, because I appreciate that's a temper tantrum. I actually called it out earlier. I appreciate that that's a temper tantrum. And what the young man that she's referring to was doing was cracking that BS facade that she put up, and she's trying to reinforce it now with the video, and very importantly, because I didn't read through the comments for that one, with the comments more than likely from other women. You gotta know that the comments gotta be supporting her in this quote unquote singleness journey. And that's what she needed, the reinforcement from other women. That's another reason why she put out that temper tantrum ass throwing video. When she said at the very end, I don't want to consider anyone else, F everyone else. I don't want to open my heart up to potentially getting damaged or hurt, or I don't get what I want. And once again, petulant children. So instead of me doing that, I'm going to reinforce that with reinforced concrete, rebar, and everything. It's temper tantrum talk.
AZ, look at my name.
Let me give me a second. But like I keep on saying, Spawn of Eartha, hysterical Spawns of Eartha, exactly. Spawns of Eartha, exactly, for real. But it is the temper tantrum. But when you scale that, I keep on going back to the shout out to KMS. When you scale this past just this one young lady, or past just Eartha Kitt, and you have 20, 30%, 40, 50% of your ladies on some variation of this type of feeling, well, you could kiss your society goodbye. You could kiss any idea of community goodbye, kiss family goodbye. It's over.
Anti-life.
Right? Yeah.
And by the way, I don't know if Eartha, I don't know if Eartha ever even knew her father. So she is kind of that, not the first generation of sort of child, fatherlessness. She's certainly not the first generation of it, but she's emblematic of a start of it that led into what became second wave feminism, and the breakdowns, particularly the formalizing of that in the mid 60s with the Great Society programming, that we're just going to give this stuff and do this stuff for women and children and not try to maintain the family. She was sort of an early echoing of what would come from that. So she's like the great grandmother, if you will, of the young woman, on the other young women you showed on the video. That's all that same spirit. That's all very much that same sort of background and motivation. Let me just scream to the world that I don't need nobody. I don't need no man. I ain't got to listen to nobody or whatever. But they just kind of heartbroken inside. And I'm not saying that to justify their behavior. And I'm not saying y'all, any of y'all should jump out our window and play save them. I'm just describing what's really going on there.
Yeah,
But
no, I mean,
she would be like
it's
the grandmother.
Like, why understand when you
grandmother
can replace?
lady in the 80s.
Let me say, all I hear from what Black Rule was saying is a bunch of them women were like that. The Eartha Kitts, the Etta James, all of them were on some broken, especially the light-skinned mixed ones or whatever the hell their background. They definitely was super duper broken.
and didn't know their fathers, make it worse. You know.
Well,
there's a
Etta
bunch of
James, you know, the legend of Etta James was that she supposedly was a bastard child of the legendary white pool hall player Minnesota Fats. That's who she supposedly was. Her daddy was this white, well-known pool player back in the day. Yeah.
Can I say something right
So
quick?
that was the background of a lot of those actresses of that era. A lot of those actresses of that era, they came from these you know, they were talented, they were beautiful, but they also had some very troubled and broken origins. Now, unfortunately, because of their fame and their beauty, they became very persuasive emblems for other young women to follow. And they did have an impact on the trajectory, as I said earlier, particularly of what became of feminism or whatever, because they were so beautiful, they were so glamorous, they presented themselves as being independent and liberated and stuff like that. So they influenced future generations of women, including their behavior.
Like Shirley from The Color Purple.
So, translate. Let me do this, y'all. So, because I know I gotta get Candace back. So, yes, I'm gonna have you in a minute, Bruce. So let's do this. In other words, what I heard from Black Guru was broken geniuses. Broken. That's all it is. Broken geniuses. Just, you know, very talented, attractive, good at their craft, actually masterful at their craft or whatever they do, whatever artists they are. But once you peel back one layer, it's just a whole lot of chaos that barely is controllable. So yeah, I definitely understand that. So let's do this. Bruce and Wayne, go ahead. I know we got to get Candace. I got to get Better You and Zulu. So go ahead, real quick. Bruce and Wayne, go ahead.
Well, what woman, sir? These are hoes.
These are hoes. Shout out to Cat Williams playing a pimp named Slickback, and you got to say the whole thing. What woman, sir? This is a hoe.
So,
I'm never gonna forget that episode, man.
Since y'all wanna jump out the window for them, let me read a comment that one of them left somewhere. You are not being punished for being average. You're being punished for believing your completely ordinary trait should attract any woman you desire. Women aren't ignoring good men. They are ignoring men who think they are entitled to her as a reward for clearing the lowest bar.
I love that the ladies are saying, I love that they're saying a great man is a mediocre woman type talk. Your best man is just I love that they're doing this whole trying to force the matriarchy through in white society. I love that because I want to really see how the conservatives deal with it. I want to see how the liberals deal with it. I'm talking about the white ones. I want to see how they deal with their daughters, essentially saying, bring on the matriarchy, democracy, bring on the matriarchy and make these men pay. I love it. Go ahead, Candace. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, it's the situation of, I mean, from a micro standpoint, it's like, okay, so you got more or less what we have from what Uru spoke to. More or less, we have feral women like a feral dog. It needs some tender love and care, and it's skittish, and they got mange, and it'll bite, and they may have rabies and this and that third. Okay, so but what do I get for nursing this person back to health, and more importantly, what insurances and protections do I get for doing this? I don't get any, really.
Well, you gotta put a rabid dog to sleep, though. So I mean, your analogy, you don't keep and nurse a rabid dog, you kill it.
I think you're bearing the lead, Black Group. That's kind of what I'm getting to, as in you don't. It's not my fault they're this far gone. They are what they are, unfortunately, are the sacrificial lambs of their grandmothers and even great grandmothers' visions on what a woman could be totally independent of a man. And it's not I wouldn't wish that on myself or any man right now to try to take that on. Some of these chicks like really are just cooked. They're cooked. I'm glad she made that declaration. Here. She don't want to fuck with nobody.
You know what?
Thank God.
You know what? To take their analogy. You know what? To take their analogy, since they want to undermine the good man, so you know what? A good woman is just another man's concubine.
I mean, that's true though. But let me do this. That's too, hold on. We're gonna come back to that. Remember that. We're gonna come back to that. We gotta finish the line, but we're gonna come back to that. Go ahead, Better You, and then we got Zulu. But don't forget that. Yeah, just in case. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, please don't.
I want to come at it from a different angle and actually focus on what she's saying. Like, if you come at society from that type of point, that you know what, everybody's going to be their own island. I can tell you from experience, from very recent experience, from spending 372 days, 6 hours, and 30 minutes unemployed, that life is going to be very hard. And while you may have a job, while you may be okay at the moment, I really get the feeling that a lot of these women are just, they're too dumb to even be selfish, right? To KMS's point, they're stupid. And that's all I hear when I hear somebody like that talk and say those types of things. Yes, I hear temper tantrum. Yes, I hear a lot of things, but I also hear somebody that hasn't even took that step one of what they're saying and the implications of it.
I will say this real quick, and then you guys do. I will say this. I don't think women like this are necessarily anti-community. It's the community one form of like this like same mindset women who like it's their own version of community. It's their own version of women looking out for other women and one or two LGBTQ men and maybe one of these safe kind of blue pill in the friend zone type of straight men. But I don't think they're anti-community. They just don't want what we see as the foundation of what that community is, which is family.
Well,
they don't want
they're
that.
They're ignorant of what it takes to make a community. They're ignorant of what it really takes to make a community. So somebody had to work and build the roads in hot sun. Somebody who built the house she's laying up in. Some men did that. There were men who put together that bed she's laying her funky ass up in. There were men who drove the trucks and the trains to carry the food that she eats in her house. The people paid for the schooling she had. She didn't pay for the public schooling she had. The community did that. She didn't pay for the fire department, the police department. The community paid for that.
And she does.
Nobody's really talking to these people about what a community is and how it's built and how it's maintained. It's like they think it's a damn fairy or something or a genie that put this all together, but nobody's telling them.
Let Black Lord land with, hey, y'all.
Listen to me.
With that, please. Go ahead.
Listen to me. Nobody is telling them and making them hear it. Nobody's telling them and making them hear it. And nobody's telling them that you have a responsibility here too, just like the generations of people before you who built the subways, who built the fucking skyscrapers and whatever. The job you got, whether it's for government or business, somebody had to sacrifice for that shit. In some cases, people died to build some of that stuff. Nobody's telling them that. Nobody is 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 telling them that and making them responsible and accountable for it. Nobody's doing that.
Wait, real quick, everyone. Wait, everyone. Wait. The word I was looking for earlier, I don't know why it slipped my mind because we use it all the time, this is their version of Mandalorianism. That I couldn't get it out earlier. I was like searching for it, I couldn't get it out. But yeah, Mandalorianism, number one. Number two, Zulu. I agree with you that they don't care, and they know. I agree with you, Lion. I think many of them know, but here's the thing. It's not emphasized to them, but this is where Black Blue is 100% right. No one is saying to them explicitly, like Black Blue said, look, man, many of us are around the same age. We're like mid-30s to I know Vince is a bit younger than us, but many of us on the panel right now are like mid-30s to mid-40s, somewhere in that window. I know we got extras listening in the chat and Z's and obviously millennials, and then we have Black Blue's a boomer, but they're not being, at least when I was in school, both college and in high school, I do not recall even overhearing any women or men for that matter emphasizing to women that they have a responsibility to not just maintain this, but actually add on and make it easier for not just women, because they like to try to keep in that loose space over there, but for society. They do not have a societal mass
for 50 years. For 50 years, all anybody's been talking about what kind of rights these bitches supposed to have, what kind of freedoms they supposed to have, what kind of choices they supposed to have. Ain't nobody's been talking about them, about the responsibility for building and maintaining society. Where? Show me where that's happening. Show me where that's happening in music. Show me where that's happening on television, in movies, in cable. It's not happening anywhere. What are you guys talking about? Nobody makes them responsible and accountable for anything.
I agree. Let me let Zulu go before he explodes. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead. Wait.
We got them not caring.
No, but we'll do it. I promise you got it after Zulu. We got to let Zulu go because Zulu about to explode, and then you got a lot of problems. Go ahead, go Zulu.
Nah, I mean at this point, I kind of just look at it like this. I think it was this Marcus Garvey. He had this a quote. He basically said the black men in America or the black people in America, if they drink from the cup of Western civilization, they will die from it. Black men kind of passed the cup. Black women basically said they drank from the cup of Western civilization, and now they're dying from the effects of it. And you just see it basically, throughout time right now. You're just seeing it. That's really where we at right now.
That is a super sobering idea. No, that's a super.
It would be a Saturday. It would be a Saturday. My uncle would come and get me and my cousins and the rest of us, and we'd go and clean up the neighborhood, clean the parks up and shit. But nobody paying us nothing. Now he'll give us a little bit of something or whatever. But that was not, we were responsible for keeping the neighborhood clean. We were made responsible for that.
Well, but okay, but what?
And it wasn't like we were owed anything. It wasn't like we were owed anything, or we were supposed to get some special praise or anything. That's what you were supposed to do in your community.
Guru, okay, why do you think these women are always talking about the women at the time? I'm just going to ask a question.
Wait, let's let Lion God, and then who? I think that's KMS afterward. But go ahead, Lion.
I'm going to ask this question. Why do you think these women are always talking about a protector and provider? That means they know. They know. They just don't care. That's what I mean. Because if that's
because nobody forces them to care.
What a man's supposed to do.
Nobody forces them to care. Remember that girl was saying that foul stuff out of her mouth. Remember that girl was saying that foul stuff out of her mouth about Dr. King. Don't y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so
I remember a time when an elder black woman would have popped her in her mouth, and said, "Girl, don't you dare talk about Dr. King like that. That man gave up everything, sacrificed his life for all of us, and you dare to speak about him like that? You would have to pay for that if you did that kind of stuff. Yeah. You couldn't just say that stuff and then just casually walk around about your day."
Let me say a few things. First of all, Z, put down the cake. You lost. I'm sorry. You fought a good fight. You lost. All right.
I don't think Z's trying to save anybody.
Rest the cape, Z.
No, that's misplaced. Z is not trying to save anybody. He is simply the warning shot.
No. And also,
he's trying to say save yourself.
Yeah, Z is not saving anybody. He's not trying to save these.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. And also, all this plausible deniability that you're giving these hoes, they know exactly what they're doing, and they don't care. They expect to burn this shit down and y'all niggas to fix it back up. Because as always, bitches cannot fix whatever the fuck that they have broken. So they gonna break this shit down and expect you to be on your behind fixing it the next day.
They're not breaking shit down. They're complaining.
Oh, really?
No, I mean, wait.
They're down in the shitter, and they're not breaking it down. Now they're looking at you then and call you all kind of mediocre. You don't deserve XYZ. You don't even deserve a smile or common courtesy. And you all tell me that they're not breaking this shit down. Man, they are breaking society down to the molecular
level. I get what you're saying. Molecular level. I got you. But no,
they're gonna break down. You are not going to be able to fix it.
The point is not.
Let's do it. Wait, everybody, wait. Finish with that Bruce Wayne. Then we got Lion, and I think that was Better You, or who else was that afterward? So go ahead with that Bruce Wayne. Okay, go ahead.
The level of devastation that they're causing to society is irreparable.
Irreparable.
I'm not even being sarcastic.
To a certain extent, I kind of agree with that. That's why I have my stream. I kind of agree with that part. That's certain things. It's like. Go ahead.
No, but hence the point of what Z is saying. Why do you think Z shares the all the technocrat stuff and all the stuff that's going on around with as far as the money's concerned?
Shout out to my community tab. Yeah, go ahead. You're right.
It is the warning shot. Z's not saving anybody. He's pretty much a warno. And I'll tell you what a warno is. In the military sense, a warno is pretty much a warning document that shows that if a certain event happens, we might be headed to this particular location. That's exactly what Z is. Z is a warno document. That's what Z is. He's not saving anybody. Z's is saying, hey, this shit keeps going this way. This is what's going to happen. Read this document.
I literally be saying that shit, but that's funny. It will flounder. Exactly. Oh, but remember, wait. Vince, true, but remember this, Vince. That was after it hit the iceberg. That wasn't before. That was after it hit the iceberg. So I don't know if you want to talk about that. At low key, we already hit the iceberg. So yeah.
No,
but go ahead.
They were warned.
Yeah,
they were warned. They were warned before they were warned that they were in danger of possibly hitting an iceberg.
Yeah.
But no, Z is a warno document. He doesn't have a cape on. He's not saving he's not saving anybody. He's not here to save anybody.
You know who Z is?
Go ahead.
Z is the mother in the Waterfall song, trying to save her son from going down the street. But he already walking down the street. He's about to get his ass
Don't go chasing waterfalls? Oh God.
I don't want to do that.
Look, when I talk, I said this to BGS maybe a couple weeks ago. When I speak almost as if the technocrats are listening. Like Scott Galloway's listening. I'm speaking like even Kim Foster's listening. I speak as if FD's listening, right? So, and I'm doing that on purpose. I'm stating my case in this way on purpose because to me, it's not just a man-woman thing. It's way bigger than a man. I am telling the technocrats, unless y'all get this wealth disparity under control, and unless y'all socialize a different type of woman, unless y'all put some fire to ass and a sense of urgency on them, you will have a societal collapse that will rival the Romans, right? And there will be nice stuff. There will be people that have nice stuff. But overall, what you will have is a wealth disparity that makes South Africa look quaint. You're gonna have to drive around in your bulletproof, bomb-proof, whatever the hell's.
You have cyberpunk.
Right, low key. No, and I think they're trying to hurry up and jump to the technology to create exactly what Ryan is saying. The cyberpunk. So you could get lost. You could get lost in alternative worlds. The what's the name of the isekai type of animes? You could get lost. Yeah, those, and I think that's what Mark. That's why Mark Zuckerberg. Remember why he renamed Facebook Meta. Because remember, they were working on a whole different type of alternative reality shit. It ain't coming to fruition, not anytime soon, at least. But that's what it is. That's what the Oculus glasses and all that shit is about. I think their goal is to hurry up and jump to that next level of AI or machine learning and all this where, okay, fine. Okay, y'all okay, right? So we're gonna give y'all this UBI. We're gonna give y'all Ready Player One alternative reality shit, right? We gonna dominate the real physical reality. You're gonna live in a shoebox, playing your video
Suspended
games,
animation.
getting out of our way, and we'll have prize and gifts and shit for y'all, right? And we're gonna dominate this reality.
Ready Player One.
Yeah. Ready Player
Literally.
One.
Yeah.
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 That's exactly.
So that's I think low key that's what many of their dream is, because you have too many people on planet Earth and too many people in America for us to continue in this direction without some type of resolution. And I think that resolution looks real ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And the way we're going, right? So going to what you were saying, like, yes, I am ringing the alarm. Like, nigga, am I the only one that see where the hell this, right? Like,
We've been warned. It's a warno. It's pretty much.
No,
It's a
so basically, you said the technocrats basically said you will own nothing, you will be happy, and then basically the common man basically said, if I don't own nothing, then you will own nothing, and you won't be happy either. So
I think yes, the average white dude is not his father or grandfather, or a lot of them are pussy. With that, I think there's enough white dudes who aren't, and enough black and non-black and white men who aren't. That's like, all right, all right. We sitting back, we putting, I'm saying certain things in a certain way for a reason, to protect the channel. But we know when you hear that right, when you hear it say like that, we know what that mean in the hood when somebody say it like, all right.
That's basically what I'm seeing in society. Like that's what I'm seeing in society. I'm basically seeing like that quote unquote the pushback is like, bro, keep playing with me. Now you've been kind of running this game kind of, see what I'm saying, real heavy handed, but like we on to you now.
Z, make my picture bigger.
Give me a second.
Let me say plainly. I did not give you all these rights.
Exactly. That's the face right there. Exactly.
The South.
Go ahead.
No, actually, see. With this expression is what happens when dude already said all right, and then shit start happening, and then he start complaining.
And he start backing out. Yeah, he start being like, I told you already.
I told you.
Yeah, exactly.
I told you. I warned you. Nah. I warned you, dog. I'm hands off. That's what that expression is. I already warned you.
My granddad said yes. My granddad said yes. My daddy said yes. But the South has something to say.
No. Go ahead, whoever that is. Is that Better You or is that KMS? Go ahead. KMS dropped. Go ahead, Betty.
So to kind of piggyback off of what me and Uru was saying earlier, I agree 100% with Uru. And the reason why I do feel that they're ignorant of a lot of shit and ignorant of society, I'm going to go a little more micro with the shit. I have a number of homegirls who are starting to realize right now how selfish their daughters are and what they're willing to do for their mothers. They're starting to question if their daughters would be willing to do those things for them. Some of them have come to the conclusion that this little selfish girl I've raised is going to stick me in a home, if that.
I was literally walking to my phone to unmute it to say, put your ass in a nursing home. I was literally you beat me to it. Go ahead, go ahead.
If that. And when I tell you like that realization and that look of panic in them, because it's like most of the people I know are in their mid 30s to early 40s. And some of these ladies, they know like, I might got 20 working years left and I ain't got that money. I'm going to have to work till the day I die. So to what Uru was saying, fuck yeah. 100% on money. Ain't nobody told these little girls that they raised how society works and their responsibility and the gravity of their decisions to be selfish, because in their selfishness, they're hurting themselves. Because when they get to a particular age, or even when they just get to an unfortunate circumstance, like I said earlier, Like, if it was not for my family, even though I was out here hustling, working my ass off, it wasn't for my family, nigga, I'd be under a bridge somewhere. Y'all wouldn't be talking to me right now. At least I
Now the
have a
homeless be
family to
having
fall
phones
back
and
on.
internet too. The homeless be having phones and internet too. You be all right. Better you. No, I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
Nah, like, real talk.
Z,
When
did
you
you
a
get my
family of
email?
one, who your cousin, who your brother, who your sister, who your network, who you gonna fall back on?
Yo, Z, did you get the
Go
email
ahead.
of the bum that I sent you?
Did I? Give me a second.
I understand where y'all two are coming from with that angle, and I don't 100% disagree. I just don't think that's a good fucking excuse. That's all. Maybe that's just where I'm
It's
at.
not an excuse.
I don't think that's an excuse. That's not an excuse to be a fucking asshole.
I think it's an indication of their arrogance.
It is. It is
their ignorance.
No. Let me give the word. Let me give the word. It's not an excuse. It's a description. And sometimes when you're given a description, it may sound like an excuse. It may sound like you're going soft on the people, or you're not saying that they should be held accountable. It's none of that. We're simply giving a description of the attitude that informs this, or the lack of knowledge and wisdom that's been imparted. And as Black Rule's emphasizing, you gonna be responsible. This is what we do as a human species, right? So go ahead.
With all that said,
I think part of the problem with you guys is y'all haven't raised women. I've raised women into adulthood. All I see is this is absent a man, absent a father, absent a husband. Somebody that's going to regulate, that's going to comfort, that's going to guide, that's going to protect, but at the same time punish if necessary, direct. Provide some, okay, you're going a little bit too far now. When you remove the men, and the men have been removed for generations. They can't even refer to Pop. Like, at least the Gen X, or certainly the boomers or whatever, there was some basic sort of memory of the guidance and the position of men and how that would influence. Like, listen to women talk who were raised by men. If you listen to women who talk who were raised by men, they talk very differently, and they will regularly talk about what their father did or did not accept and expect of them. Now, it doesn't mean they necessarily were perfect, that they necessarily didn't misbehave or whatever, but more times than not, they at least have some fundamental foundational reach back or look back to a standard that a man that they loved and respected gave to them. Well, what happens when you're 3 generations from that? They're feral. They're feral. They're wild. They don't have anything. They don't have anything to stand on.
Let me say this, Black Group, because it's important. And give me a second with this line. Mr. Z had to check his own sister at her own wedding. You hear me? My dad couldn't do it. My mom couldn't do it. I had to check my own sister, and be right, as a matter of fact, right before obviously the wedding ceremony, but because something went left, and I understood her anger at the situation, and she wanted to dead the bridesmaids picture, where you take a picture with your bridesmaids, because someone was being mad jealous, and she was right. All the emotions she was feeling, and so she was like, "F the picture," right? And without thinking about it, I jumped in. I was like, "No, you're gonna take that picture, because your moment of anger right now is what's keeping you." Because that memory, when you show that picture book to your grandkids in the future, not having that picture, you're gonna regret it. You're letting a moment of anger right. And yes, you're right. Homegirl is being mad, petty, and jealous, and you trusted her, and now she's showing her ass at your wedding, right? You're right. But you do a 1-up and you take that picture anyway, and she's gonna have to fake smile in that picture. She's the one really hurting. You're just having a moment of anger. She's jealous.
No.
Right. So I had to check my own sister at her own real quick, like, because Black Rue is saying something here. No, but it's important to say, because Black Rue has daughters and a sister. I have sisters, bro. You have to see it firsthand as
as a brother or a father, or like to see like the irrationality that you have to flick that switch back on, because like they just lose it. They do turn into petty children. They do, like I'm saying it. They really turn into that. You really got to be the one to be like, no, you're not doing that, or you're not going to do that way.
I get it. No. You guys are 100% right. I've seen it too. So you guys are not saying something I ain't never seen before. I've seen it too, and I know the big difference. But there's a difference between the difference is these women. I think these women know, they just don't care. You know why I say they know, they just don't care? Because these are the same women, regardless whether she was raised by a responsible man or not. They all seem to know what a man's supposed to do, though. They all know what a man is supposed to be, quote unquote. Yes,
exactly.
Thanks to social media. So you got time to know and to care about what a man's
child
supposed to do,
will
whether you're
always
right
know,
or wrong when it comes to the.
A child will always know what it's supposed to expect of a parent, bro. A child will always know that
Okay,
this
cool.
parent
I
is
get it.
supposed
That
to
does
feed
not
me.
make it
It's
okay.
supposed.
That
Look, it's
attitude.
easy for me
Wait.
It's easy for a child to recall what somebody else is supposed to do for it. That's very easy for a child to do.
I'm still not accusing.
It's a whole different thing. It's a whole different mindset and disposition of when it's time for what they're supposed to do. That's where the real parenting and the real guidance comes in. Not that they, of course, they don't know what everybody else is supposed to do.
Wait, y'all, let Black Guru land, everyone. Let Black Guru land.
Of course, a child's gonna know what everybody else is supposed to do for him and give for him. And of course, the child knows you're supposed to feed me and love me and hug me and give me toys and all that. Of course, a child knows that. That's easy for a child to know. And that's just basically how they view men.
But these women are not. But at the end of the day,
but I'm saying left to their own devices without any kind of barriers or any kind of, it's very childlike behavior. It's like that famous line that Jack Nicholson said in that movie, I think of a man and I remove all reason and accountability.
And take away reason and accountability. Yes, I know that line. At the end of the day,
it's true. Go ahead.
It's true. I'm not saying what you're saying is any more untrue. I just don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna
no. Line. When we're saying, I know where you're coming from. I understand that, but the responsibility has to be forced on them. Which, when you say either have a baby or grab a gun, no, for real though. What we have is the feminists have been running interference for what was supposed to naturally occur, and you get to see who's a real, air quotes, how they say real man, who's a real woman and who's not. The feminists have run interference and allowed for women to skirt the responsibility that was supposed to come with feminism. So that's when I say patriarchy by feminist specifications. When you say feminarchy, that's the women a la carte picking. And nothing. But one good thing about Trump is that he.
They're not being
real quick.
But
here's the thing. This is what I'm saying. Trump and his administration, and I would like to see what happens after Trump is out of office to see whether this is going to stick or not. That's going to be the important part, not just him being in the White House now.
Yeah,
we're going to get to see whether that rollback of a certain type of female empowerment, air quotes empowerment, gets rolled back, because either you're going to be that work until you die like the men do, or you're going to be on a man's program. Ain't no halfway crook, a la carte patriarchy, a la carte feminism. That's what, and I get the frustration, because that is what women have been able to do. They have been able to kind of back up when it's time for them to take on the mantle of this supposed independence and autonomy they claim. Then they shrink into, I'm just a girl. And you saw, by the way, that was a thing, a couple of years ago too, right? I'm just a girl. Homegirl is like 38. I'm just a girl, right? Like, so I get your frustration. That's what I'm saying. I get, and yes, society and feminists been running interference, and these blue pill freaking simp ass men, fathers, brothers, uncles, grandfathers, been running interference. But your daughter didn't play the game right. She was an asshole, and there's a consequence to that.
So I get your frustration. I definitely understand
but
the
I'm not
frustration.
excusing. I understand there's a big difference and there's a huge difference. But the thing I'm trying to emphasize here is like even the woman who's raised by a man, even the uncouth women, they both know about what a man's supposed to do. They both know conveniently though. They both can describe that to the T.
No, but
yes, to your point about
you're saying no.
being forced. And I agree with that part.
You're saying no.
Huh?
You're saying no.
No, I'm saying
it's not just about what you know, man.
As far as the man
hold on. Wait a minute now. Brother, my point is this. It ain't just about what you know. It's about what you were trained to do, what sort of habits were put into you, what has been bred and trained within your subconscious. Women can intellectually know some shit, but that don't necessarily mean that's what they're going to do by default. And the difference in the upbringing is going to dictate what they're going to do by default, regardless of what they know or don't know. She might want to be a feminist, but guess what? If she might want to be a feminist, but guess what? If she was raised by a certain type of man, it's going to be much more difficult for her to be a feminist than if she just wasn't raised at all and just been out here. So it ain't just about what you know. It's about what you were trained and raised to do and be.
Okay. Let me ask this critical questions, and I'm going to be, and it's going to take a long time for me to explain it. 500 years from now, are we still going to talk about this 50-50 shit? Who's supposed to approach each other? Who's supposed
They're not gonna
to
have a choice.
Listen, no. Let me finish, please. I'm going somewhere with it. We're still going to be having the same conversation about 50-50 shit. Who's supposed to, quote unquote, pay the bill on the first date? Who's supposed to cold approach each other, break the ice, and all that good shit? 500 years from now, right? 500 years from now, we're still going to have this conversation about baby mama-ism, or who's supposed to marry each other. We're supposed to marry them before we put a baby in them, and all that nonsense. 500 years from now, we're still going to have this same conversation about minimum wage, salary, whose house is this, none of that nonsense. So from where I'm seeing this conversation going, it's almost like we're trying to salvage some BS that's supposed to just die anyway. I'm just waiting for the part. I'm just waiting for the part where you're gonna say, okay, fine. You're gonna grab the gauntlet like Thanos and say, fine, I'll do it myself.
I'll let me give you my estimation of 500 years from now.
And just fix this nonsense through technology.
Let me say it. So where I think we will be a multi-planetary species, and we won't be having this conversation because the technology would have definitely caught up by that time. Where if you want to be alone in your room, whatever planet you're on, even if you're not even in the solar system, if you want to be alone in whatever space, playing video games all day, you can do that, right? I go into the man-woman thing. No, I don't see us having this conversation. I think those things would have corrected for themselves. Yeah. I think it's going to be real difficult for women in that point, because I watched a clip and I think I might have actually liked the video, so I might cover it in the next couple of days, where a white woman she's showing the faces of the men in the meme or the caption or whatever it was speaking about, the artificial wombs are coming, and the men responded much like it was white dudes, but the men responded much like how we speak here, and she's showing their faces and she's kind of making note how much the men are saying, well, what y'all gonna do when the wombs come, right? And all of this. And I'm saying that to say, when the technology catches up, this is when you really gonna have to mean that. See, all of those snarky, getting at the men, he, ha, 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 we're destroying your society, he, right? All that sound good until the technology really, really catches up, and now you gotta stand on it. What value, forget to man, what value are you to the society now?
Exactly.
Okay, the technology done caught up. The technology done caught up to your job or your career. What value are you to the society now? Okay, so that's what we're working towards.
We're working towards, oh, you want to be a woman of leisure? You're going to have that. Now it's about community for real. What does that look like? Right? So that what you have is a bunch of insufferable people, insufferable women in specific. They're not going to be able to be around each other for more than 5 minutes. They're too insufferable. And too many of them are freestyling and breaking rules and norms. So
they don't even stay together in same-sex marriages.
Yeah, no, but
and I'm then the stud be cheating on the sorry.
No. You're right, Zulu. I'm actually tired. I was going tired.
Man, women understand each other and they hate each other.
No, yeah, but what Zulu was talking about, the stud, but it don't be just the stud. Both of them be cheating on each other with dudes.
Exactly.
Right. The thing that we have, and I think this is what Black Woman is trying to emphasize. It's not just relationships. It's societal. Women haven't been given the weight of what their feminism was supposed to mean on the other side. You don't just get to have white collar jobs and drive your Tesla Model 3 and have your condo downtown. No, some of y'all gonna have to, some of you street women gonna have to get down and dirty in these blue collar jobs and have dirty fingernails. That's what it means.
Mm-hmm.
And and they over index on these at one point these caller jobs, right? The call center jobs. Now the call center jobs aren't in America like that no more. So they over indexing on office jobs and all this other stuff. That's going the way of the dodo bird with some of the machine learning too. Men can adapt way quicker because we can do the blue collar jobs, or we could do a different type of white collar job that you might have to use your hands a bit, right? The ladies refuse. But if you meant what you said with female empowerment, you're gonna have to get it how you live anyway. You're gonna have to get into those careers and jobs. Very few of them want to do that. I get your frustration line, and
no, I'm not frustrated. I'm just calling the environment. I'm just calling the environment for what it is. I'm not saying this is not to say that not to undermine as far as the importance of fathers. I know I'm not. I know that's definitely not what I'm conveying at all. I know that's definitely not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that. I'm saying that. Listen, them bitches just gonna have to go to therapy.
No. I think you and Bruce Lil Wayne are and Zulu.
Too.
They know they don't care, and I agree with that. By the way, I'm saying they're gonna be they're gonna be made to care.
Yeah, they're gonna have that's the part. That's the other end of my argument.
Exactly.
I think the environment is gonna force them to care, though.
Yeah,
the environment.
Well, and that goes to what I was saying earlier, where feminism. The feminists, not just feminism, but the feminists over the past 50 years have softened the blow for them.
Yes.
And what you see now with Trump and with Stephen Miller and JD Vance and Nick Fuentes and all these folks is that shit is getting pulled back. Exactly.
This is the bill.
And it's a lot because you had that interest accruing for the past 50 years.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Interest accrued, and this is the bill.
So we're gonna have the same dance every 200 years. Men were on top, and then later on, women are going to have quote unquote feminism, and then men going to take a back seat and let these hoes ruin everything, run everything, quote unquote, and then we start over and over and again. I'm sick.
I mean, not really
cycle. I'm sick of.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Bruce Wayne. Here's the wait.
And get this over with. Z.
Wait. Here's the thing.
Get down.
Here's the thing. No better. Bruce Wayne. Here's the thing. Wait. Let me say this. Let me say this. This is what happens. You have a society where the men need to install and create the physical infrastructure. When we become a multi-planetary species, it's going to be the men again. The men establish the groundwork, the ground rules, create the infrastructure, make things nice and comfy and comfortable. The women then come in and they help to create that comfortable. And then for that, they want something. This is where you start getting, okay, could we talk now? Okay, can we be politicians now? Can we earn our own money now? And all of that stuff isn't a problem. It on its face is not. It's that they never tell you, by the way, I still want to keep all of the goodies, all of the set-asides, the preferential treatment of being kept, of being submissive, even though I'm not anymore, of being, you know, malmannered, even though. So what I'm saying is, in the next 200 years, if that's where we are, then yes, if that's where we are technologically, being a multi-planetary species, then yeah, you're gonna have some version of this. The fundamental difference, and you know what? Let me retract that. Maybe you don't have a version of this because the technology would have caught up enough where the men won't have to give a fuck about the women's opinion.
No, we
Actually,
won't.
that's what I'm trying to say.
What?
Yeah.
500 years from
How do
now,
you make demands when you already have been bred out of society almost 300 years ago?
and they will be 500 years, man. Please, 500 years from now, we'll be taking first class trips to Saturn.
Type shit.
Yeah.
That's the type shit.
Or actually, probably a few of the moons of Jupiter that we could like terraform into being some type of hospitable for humans. Something like that.
When people say it's gonna be like when people say, "Hey man, I've been to Mars," like, nigga, I've been to Mars twice, nigga. That don't matter. So what?
But let me, as a matter of fact, let me see who I want to read this. KMS just came back up. KMS, if you don't mind reading this for me, and then go ahead into what you were saying, and then we got AB came back up and so did Vince. But go ahead, KMS.
Oh yeah, no problem. Blue Socks with the $10 super chat. Some pure chicken money for you, Z. About to put this thing in the oven and use the rest of the sauce to make some rice. Happy Sunday, panel and the chat.
You eating good home cooked meal and Mr. Z ain't have lunch yet. Jesus, go ahead. Better you. I've got better you. Sorry, Blue Socks. I'm jealous. Blue Socks. I'm jealous. Go ahead, Kevin.
I passed my time off to someone else. I'm just listening.
We'll be. That's exactly. Yo, there go Afro merchant. Exactly. Intergalactic stunting. Yes, that's exactly what we.
We go. Hey, y'all know Mr. Z gonna have the Mr. Z's progeny. Better yet, ain't gonna be Mr. Z progeny. Gonna have the souped up spaceship. You already know.
Yes. I'm like, it's exactly like you see my motherfucker.
Listen to the MJG. The spaceship.
Right? Literally, that's what.
Nah, it's gonna be like the Juggernaut video. It's gonna be like the Juggernaut video. I'm like, you see my spaceship? This is a Dodge.
Hey, MJG gonna be that classical music.
Homies in outer space type shit. We gonna be the homies in outer space type shit, you know.
First of all, I went 25 parsecs, nigga. You ain't got nothing.
Parsecs.
It took you how long to get to Jupiter? Slow ass.
Like, man, I went to Mars for the first time.
Ain't nobody dodging these comments like me. Ain't nobody dodging these rocks like me, y'all. Hey, better find somebody. Where my money? Y'all bet that I was gonna smash my spaceship in a rock. Exactly.
So your Dusty Ninjas are here flexing about
who gonna pay for
going to Mars?
My new hyperspeed.
Hey, space dust, nigga.
So your Dusty Ninjas are here flexing about going to Mars.
Hey, did you not hear what Vince said? Vince, say it again. Wait a minute. Vince, say it again. Space dust. We not dusty. Space dusty. You space dusty.
Stardust.
Yeah. So you went to Mars. Oh, that's cute. I traveled 50 light years away and went to Krypton. What to say about that?
That may be a conversation in the next 1,000 or plus years if human beings can manage not to kill themselves. I don't know about that one, but we can manage not to kill ourselves. Then yeah.
So if we succeed in not making Mouse Utopia, which I showed my girlfriend earlier today too. We got snowed in together, y'all. So we got.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Doing that to women, like, look, my lady already knew about Mouse Utopia, so yeah, but she calls it by the Calhoun experiment, so she said it like nameless is it, but I call it the Mouse Utopia. And when I was like Mouse Utopia, she's like, what? I was like Mouse Utopia, and I showed her. She was like, oh, the Calhoun. I was like, yes, babe. But no, so was she scared a little bit?
She tried to understand, she was trying to understand, but also I showed her lying flat afterwards as well.
Oh shit! Look,
yeah.
Vince, you can't be Vince. You,
I mean, why y'all doing this?
right, exactly. Go, and Zulu, go ahead, Zulu, because I kind of was going where you going.
I really be like, I'm. That's bad news, but you really shouldn't be doing that because at the end of the day, bro, you stretching your woman out to something she really can't handle. Like you really just put the equivalent of. Hold on, you literally gave the equivalent of putting out 2,000 pounds on her shoulders, and she looked at that shit and was like, "What you told me to do, bro?" Realistically, let me finish. Because like I see this shit on a daily basis with folk be like, "Oh, I'm gonna try to red pill my girl," and I be sitting there looking at them and like, "Bro, when you try to when you go first off, these motherfuckers already started in red, but when they start going black pill they ass." You see what I'm saying? When you actually start going to black pill shit necessarily too quickly for some individuals, bro, you gonna destroy their psyche, bro. So like,
you gonna crack that shit.
Okay, all right.
Wait, too much to it. Wait. Go ahead, Vince, and then Camus. I know you're trying to go, Camus, but let Vince kind of answer that with Zulu real quick, and then you got Camus. Go.
So the other half is my girl is in the mental health field as well. So I think she can.
She in the what again?
Mental health field. She a therapist. So
he believe that means something.
I think
what he's saying is she actually got to talk to these females on a daily basis. So
yeah,
no, it actually probably will help him and her. It definitely would help her with work.
That does help.
With kind of have an idea of what actually is happening, what's actually coming down the pipe, and what's informing the attitude and the disposition of the women. So no, it'll definitely help with work.
She gets to see these women when they're at their worst.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So she don't be. So she can actually be a competent therapist, a competent female therapist who's not just giving, just manifest. Like no, like we need to have some actual practical steps, and we have to open up the mainframe and see what's going on. See what Disney hotwired and hacked into the mainframe of some of these people's minds. About what the hell they thinking. I have to help her not give hope and give actual help.
So I got you. So I'm just want to make sure we all on the same page, right? So you told your wife, or you said you gonna help your wife jungle chainsaws.
No, that's not. Stop it! It's not that bad. Let Camus get it, y'all. Let Camus go ahead.
Let me finish. Right?
Oh, go ahead, Zulu, and then Camus go.
Because by definition, right? You see what I'm saying? By definition, right? If these individuals we already know where they at, right? So you basically say I'm gonna help my wife necessarily learn how to juggle chainsaws a little bit better.
I love where you're going with that, because that kind of circles into this is my rhetorical question here. Okay, so all of us have significant others. We do understand that, hey, either A, I do talk to them about this, but I spoon feed it to them very small, or I don't talk about it at all. Okay, those are significant others. Okay, imagine your standard fare woman out there. There's a level of ignorance that they really do want to have. They purposely take on, which kind of ties into what Black Uru was saying about 30, 40 minutes ago. So that's something we also have to take into account. I mean, you dropping 2,000 pounds of knowledge on this chick, and this chick ain't lifted. She can't lift the bar, and you like, hey, I need you to start squatting 2,000 pounds right now. Here's a company. It's coming. And I think that's something where it's not only are they wrong and incorrect.
The question.
Equipped. Go ahead.
Sometimes it pays to ask a question. What do you expect her to do with the information? I mean, what is it reasonable to expect of her to do with the information? And what's reasonable? And I'm putting emphasis on the word reasonable.
Reasonable.
Yeah. So to have context in the field of the work we do, because I've been running into people who like some men with red pill rage, or some women who got some black pill issues and things like that. That's in the field. But to have context of what's going on and not just give them things will be fine, give it time. Like, oh no, this is what's going on. This is how we diagnose, and this is going on.
Now, what will this context? How do you suppose this context will manifest in how she's doing her job?
so she can recognize things, and a lot of what is possible is preventative health. That's possible. Is it always guaranteed? No. But if you can see where a person is based on where they're talking about, where they're saying when you're either diagnosed or talking to them, you could kind of help circumvent some type of, worst case scenario. It won't fix the whole situation, but if you, to me, for how I do things, right, in being a therapist, I'm helping someone help themselves, and they can see their own situation, see what's going on. They could do something about their own situation. But if you don't have the context of what's going on, how can I talk to someone about a situation and I don't have no context about it? Mm-hmm. So giving her the context, so when she talks,
I mean, you're being theoretical, which is fine. Yeah, exactly. But you're not providing any practical
I can answer it.
Examples.
The practical thing is the practical thing is having the context. So you're having the context. The thing is, when you're using theory,
you're repeating yourself. You're brother. With all due respect, brother. With all due respect, you're repeating yourself. All I'm gonna do is repeat my prior question to you.
Elder, can I say something right quick?
Okay.
Wait, yo,
a woman comes in.
Everyone,
woman comes in.
Wait. Black Guru, go ahead. It's just Black Guru and Vince. Don't kick the chair, everyone. Let Black Guru and Vince talk. Go ahead, yo.
I'm having problems. This woman comes in. I'm having problems with my husband. He's listening to this stuff about these men, and it's something about Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels about men being in control. Practically, what is she supposed to be able to? How should you expect her to be able to respond to that in the context of counseling?
You cut out if you said anything. How to respond in context of that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I wouldn't say something so bad.
So wait, in my field, right? One of the things you have to do is listen, get details so you can see the whole thing. After you get informed of how severe things are, and if anything is, we could say, out the normal or deviant, or it's hurting himself or something like that, you move accordingly to the situation. Because every situation is not the same. Now, what's the reason why I say it's context, because when you're dealing with people in their lives and situations, it's very nuanced. It's not a one way fix all kind of thing. So I would say it would need more information to see how severe is it. Is this nigga actually like, does he have 3-4 women on the side, stuff like that? Is he doing things irresponsibly and stuff like that? What's going on? Or is he going to the gym and doing these things and asks her to clean up more, and she don't like the fact that he's criticizing or something like that? How severe is a situation? Is it helping or is it hurting? And if it's hurting, how bad is it, and where is it going? That's why I say the context is important, because she can have a misinformed opinion about these people that you said, or even Kevin Samuels or anybody else, and say, he's a loser or something like that, and so that's the best answer I have right now. That's why I keep saying to give her context and what's going on, understanding, so when she see and recognize it, she don't just be like, oh, Kevin Samuels ain't shit, so whenever you hear this, run from this nigga type stuff. So like, oh, that's what you're talking about. Because we also, this week, we spent time watching Kendra G. I showed the video when Kendra G is talking to Kevin Samuels, so she have a better informed opinion of who Kevin Samuels is and what's going on, stuff like that as well. So
and more importantly, I'm sorry to cut you off, Vince. And more importantly, who Kendra G is in context to Black men who appreciate this space. That
exactly.
So we know, like, Kendra G came from radio, I think, in Chicago area. So right, so like, was it Chicago? I think so, but I might be wrong. But the origin story of Kendra G as a content creator, for the most part, starts with Kevin Samuels and her trying to show that she could do a better job than Kevin Samuels and be less offensive and more accommodating to women. With a couple years, with just 3 years or so of her doing her best rendition of Kevin, what she came to realize, and she's too afraid to say it, although she's skirted around it a few times, is the women are the fucking problem.
Yep.
So when you're showing your lady
Exactly.
Kendra G, what you're showing her is number one, how women take to new information and new modes of thinking, not just regurgitating therapy words all fucking day. And what you're showing her is how with Kendra G, with Rebecca Lynn Pope, with Ashley Dalton, what's the other one that I'm missing with the short haircut? Goddamn, her face is right there too. Dark skin sister. I forgot her name. But what April Mason? April Mason. With all of them, with their dating services, matchmaking services, primarily focused on women, black women, and putting them in the best position, what they all came to the conclusion of, regardless of what they said afterward, all of them had to concede, goddamn, black women are delusional and they the fucking problem. So when you're showing your lady, Kendra G, what you're showing is black women are putting the black community behind the 8 ball with the way they view themselves, with what they aspire for and to, and the way they view black men and black children and black family. Go ahead, Zulu.
Exactly.
Come on. I wanted to say something.
Now, I hold on. I gotta say this. Now, I hope, Eartha, whatever. I hope you were as clear and cogent with your girl as Z was right there. Because prior to that, I didn't have any sense at all of what you were talking about.
Yes, she's pretty clear. Because I stopped, I asked her opinion, we have a discussion, and we keep going. And also she's been listening to Z all week as well too, because I've been listening all week as well. So I've been showing her she know who Munchkin is. So she have an understanding.
I'm gonna torture y'all in a minute because you said it. Go ahead.
So she get the disposition where I'm coming from, and have more context. That's it. I'm showing her the origin story.
I gotta do this, though. I gotta do this because I gotta let Zulu go before Zulu explodes. Go ahead, Zulu. I hear you yawning on my goddamn mind. Go ahead, Zulu.
Put my avatar
What's up,
up.
Zulu? Okay, give me a second. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead while I put this up. Go ahead.
All right. Well, now what I was trying to say. Now, granted, if you explained it to like that's maybe cool. But basically, what I was trying to say is like this, man. What you basically doing, giving her this quote unquote kind of advice, even if she quote unquote does run into the set groups of women, what is she gonna tell a 32-year-old black woman with I don't know, insert whatever STD, right? See what I'm saying? In it, that she may have. How she gonna turn her life around? How she gonna tell the situation? Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
How see what I'm saying? The reality in the sense that like this, right? Like I understand what you did for her was helpful in one way, but devastating in another way. And when I'm trying to say it just like this, right? Because at the end of the day, she got to look at all these people, quote unquote, die now, right? When she previously could have just simply said, "Oh, I think I did my best," right? So now she gonna have the psychological, quote unquote, strife of understanding that, hey, these are about to be millions of people that's about to quote unquote go. It ain't nothing I can really do about it. Now, granted, I don't know, like I said, maybe women are like, more, what's the word? Cutthroat that I think they are. But I do believe that amount of death on that amount of quote unquote range will eventually tear at your soul. But we will see.
Yeah,
it's a relationship.
So you're basically saying that you educated her to realize that most of her clients are doomed. That's what you're
nothing she can do, man.
Zulu.
Well,
hey, Black Guru. There go your pachyderm. There go your pachyderm right there.
Damn.
Pachyderm. Yeah, that does look like a fits in the family part of the animal kingdom family of pachyderms that include elephants, rhinoceroses, and hippopotamuses. Yeah.
I would like to make the other
that
side
looks
of
like
the
they could be a hippo.
I would like to make
she had it back in the day.
Wait, y'all. Let's let Lion go real quick. Go ahead.
I want to make the other side of the somewhat positive side of what Vince is doing. He's probably, in a sense, also saving her the headache and realizing that people who are just beyond saving, because women do have this thing when they get in the fields that help people, they won't stop until they help them. Like they just don't know when to quit. So in a sense, what Vince is doing, he's helping her to realize when to throw in the towel.
To not be MC Hammer? You saying to not be MC Hammer?
Yeah.
Too legit to quit. Don't be MC. That's Vince. That's what you telling your lady. Don't be MC Hammer.
Yeah.
Right. I have to start I have to start my dad jokes now. I have to start them now, y'all. Look, I ain't a dad yet. I gotta start them now.
All right,
go ahead.
Congratulations.
No, we're engaged. We're engaged.
Okay.
And no kids on the way yet. No pregnancy. It wouldn't be a scare right now. It would actually probably get us to put a step on this wedding. But no pregnancy situation yet. No. Go ahead.
AZ, if you do it right now, taxes is next year. So just some reference.
Yeah.
Look, man, if you try to get that big money, you try to get that money,
rubbing his hands like Birdman on January.
Hysterical.
But yeah,
I mean, so in the sense, what Vince is doing is helping her not to do a better job, but also to maybe release the mental strain on herself. That way, when she recognizes a patient that's just beyond saving, she won't kill herself to try and save that person.
Yeah,
and let me do this. Wait, y'all. Wait. We got KMS. Let me just read this real quick because I want to be the one to read this. And Indigo says Black Uru tax. And indeed, that's why. And I'm no disrespect to everybody on the panel. That's why I wanted Vincent and Black Uru to kind of have that back and forth with the questioning, because I wanted that to play out. But when I realized that Vince was being evasive and with the answers, I had to come in and help him a little bit. But
help him out.
I'm not being evasive.
It was difficult to discern from what you presented what you'd actually done.
Exactly.
Now, like I said, I hope you did. I hope you did something. I hope you did something equivalent to what Mr. Z described. I'm not saying you didn't, but I hope you did something equivalent to that, because if you did, then that's probably a good thing. But I couldn't discern that from what you described.
Yeah.
Well, you know why too, Vince? I'm sympathetic to Vince because my obviously y'all know I'm a content creator, so my lady she'll drop in every once in a blue. And she'll ask me, what did I stream? Like, probably when I get off, she if I call her, if she call me, what you stream about today? Actually, she asked me that before I streamed. I actually spoke to her before I streamed. And I'll tell her, I was like, I'm pretty much, and I'll tell her stuff. And sometimes I even send her the link for stuff, right? And kind of get her feedback. So I get where Vince is coming from. Although my lady, her major wasn't therapy or anything like that. It was history. So, which is fascinating, because then we have similar conversations, I would argue, to what Vince has, but in a slightly different context, because my lady's major was, once again, history. So I don't have to really fill in the blanks for how this thing turns out if it continues this direction. She already got the gist of it. And she could get just as dark as me in some of that, if not more. Here's the crazy part. I am going to what Zulu was speaking to earlier. I do moderate what I speak to her about and what I watch in front of her. Not YouTube stuff, but movies like Civil War. I watched that by myself because I know my lady. That she would have went straight to. So what are we doing? Why are we even here? Look, one day she said this to me. I died laughing. She was like, "Look, dog, I'm just trying to live my life and enjoy it." Right? It's like she said that, but we were talking about something, and she was like, "I'm just trying to." Right? So I like what. When I watched Cyberpunk 2077, the cartoon on the anime on Netflix, I watched that by myself because I know my lady, she's observant, so she gonna pay attention to the background. She gonna pay attention to the dude with the jack off machine laying right there at the hideout, right? She gonna pay attention to that. And it might bother her a little bit. I already know that. So there's certain movies, Ready Player One, I watched that by myself, right? There's other movies I watch with her. Clearly, there's stuff I watch with her. So I already kind of knew where Vince was going with it. That's why I kind of jumped in after a little while. But yeah, so you know, I get the angle Vince is coming from. Although once again, my lady, she's not a therapist, but I do keep her somewhat informed of the goings on in the Black Manosphere. And yeah, no, what Zulu said, you got to be careful because you don't want to crack her psyche with certain shit. Yeah,
because exactly. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say. Because
wait a minute.
Because
wait, y'all, I cut off Cam as crazy. Go ahead with that, Vince, and then go. Yeah, go ahead.
So okay,
first of all, women cannot be black pilled. Most ordinary women cannot handle the black pill knowledge. The black pill knowledge that questions them about their existence or about the reason why they should exist. Okay, and the only women who can somewhat handle it are prostitutes. Okay,
I disagree.
Girlfriend,
I disagree.
No, trust me, they can't.
No, before we get into the debate, let me read this, and then we got to get KMS, and then we definitely gonna get into that.
Don't turn me into BGS in here.
No, right? You mean VHS? You mean VHS? Yeah, you're too young for VHS. But Leon says my wife walked away from Saving Private Ryan so damn fast. Look, me and my lady had a conversation because I said something about death one time, and that kind of made some of the members of her family cringe. And I had to remember that and some of y'all, you know, if you've been in long enough in relationships and stuff, you'll appreciate that what was okay in your home wasn't okay in somebody else's home, including your own wife or long-term girlfriend. So in my family, we talk about death like, man, right? Like I've been joking around with my mom for at least 2 decades about bringing her to California and bringing her to the Bay Area and put her on one of those hills in the wheelchair and just letting the wheelchair go. I've been joking with and it's a joke. She know it. I laugh. She laughed. My sister laughed. But I've said that around other people, like joking. We were talking about something, and they look horrified. Like you would do that to your mom, and my mom's like, "You think he's serious?" Like so we talk about death but even in a serious matter, we talk about what we're supposed to do. My mom has already directed my sister on, hey, when I pass this, I owe this person this person owe me that, like, and we just talk about it super casually, right? But I've been around my sister's, not my sister, sorry, my lady's family, and it's just, you know, it's not the same. And I understand it. But I had to be in the situation to be like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like that's not something that's just so casual with other people. Some people do cringe at speaking about death with elders or loved ones, and that especially that are a bit older or more seasoned. So yeah, no, and I'm saying all that to say, like I understand where Zulu was coming from with the crack psyche, and I definitely understand where Vince was coming from with informing his lady about how some of this work. Go ahead.
You know, I think the best thing you can do is to describe to them the circumstances of Black men the last 60 years. All of the sacrifice, all of the betrayal, the betrayal of the society, the betrayal of the women, the betrayal of the laws of the court, the child support, the divorce, no-fault divorce, the stealing of children away.
I can't hear on my side.
Talk to them. You mentioned Z, that your lady is a historian.
I can't
talk to them historically.
Real quick,
talk to them.
I'm gonna drop
real quick, Blackaroo. Yeah, drop off and come back in, because if you can't hear us, then yeah. But go ahead, Blackaroo. Go ahead.
Talk to them about history. Talk to them about all that has led up to where we are the last 60 years, because that frames what men are doing today, and in particular, what young men are thinking and doing today. And then ask them some basic fundamental questions. Why should they do anything but what they're doing now? Okay, and then position that in the context of whatever sort of counseling you give to the women, because fuck whatever counseling the women need. Bottom line is they need to understand and appreciate that this is what men are thinking and doing. As the young men line, as you guys were describing earlier, no, y'all shouldn't care. about what these women are thinking. Y'all shouldn't give a damn about what they're thinking.
Thank you,
Because
Elder.
it was all set up against you. It was all set up
Exactly.
against you. It's all been bullshit. So the only thing you need to be doing is engaging in self-preservation activity from this point forward. And if you're gonna have some counseling with some women, they need to understand that. They need to appreciate and respect that you are dealing with men who are very smartly and aptly engaged in self-preservation activity based on all the betrayal that has happened up to this point.
But it's also, I want to emphasize the point of the not
wait. Let's do this. Lion, go ahead, and then we'll get on.
I got you in 1 second. I got you in 1 second, Vincent. You go right after me. I'm going to be real quick. But the emphasizing of me not giving a fuck is pretty much the answer to, since you want to go on about your autonomy, you want your autonomy so bad, that relieves me of having to give a shit about you and what you do and what happens to you. This is the cost. This is the cost of not caring about your dad and what he was trying to tell you. When your dad was trying to tell you and want to listen. So why should I stick around and talk to you? You wouldn't listen to your own father. Why should I tell you anything?
Yeah.
All right. So unfortunately for me, only heard part of what Uru was saying. Only heard the part about talking to her about what black men have been going through for the last 60 years. And we've been talking about that. Like that's a very important conversation that we have, because to recognize circumstances of why men are making the decisions that they're doing, what's going on currently and stuff like that, and the trajectory of what it seemed like was where things are going. Because just like when we go on and do here, we're being social scientists. That's why these conversations are important. When I come up here and talk with y'all, I assume that all of you guys are some form of social scientists. So I don't treat my lady any different because she's a social scientist as well. Secondly, the other part is when it comes to talking about some of these things about death and things like that. And when you go to grad school, you got to learn about Viktor Frankl and existential psychology. So that's kind of already baked in when you go to school to talk about death, life, existential crisis, and stuff like that. When we talk about existential crisis, that is part of a theory in psychology that you have to know about, because you are dealing with people with near-death experiences,
Okay,
death,
but
suicide, all those type of things.
you are reading out of a book, bruh. I'm talking about like the real shit that happened, the detailed things about that have happened to black men over the last 60 years.
Tell them,
like you can't even really talk to you can't even really talk to them about family and about marriage without talking about the betrayal, talking about the child support.
You're right.
Situation. Talking, so if you're gonna give some counseling to some woman about, well, how come he behaving a certain kind of way and why we can't make it work? This guy is three or four generation product of betrayal across the entire society.
Yeah, that is true, and that's part. We talk with me and her talking about that as far as colleagues. We talk about that and talk about what's been going on in other generations. When Z played those, there's two things that Z played throughout the week that I showed her. The one with the baby mothers talking about, do we need a baby? Do we need our father around and all that other stuff? And the other one that about taking power from a cold dead hands and stuff like that. Because we regularly talk about feminism and stuff like that, everything too, and falsifying those type of theories and notions and stuff. We talk about what's been going on for the last 60 years and stuff like that. I'm not going to say it's normal conversation, but it's things that's talked about of why I'm in the situation we're in right now. We talk about that.
Can I just go real quick and just ask you one rhetorical question? It may be it might be personal, so you don't have to answer it. But let me just ask you this one question, okay? Me and my wife share a lot of things about this too. She knows my views on a lot of things. But that being said, though, sometimes she also suffers from cognitive dissonance. To Black Uru's standpoint, she understands everything that's happened to the black male since his arrival on this continent. However, she does want me to be the fucking man, and she deals with me as such. And yeah, I mean, nigga, I know you a nigga in this country, and nigga, that ain't been a good thing to do, but nigga, you need to make it.
Enough.
Does your lady have the same cognitive dissonance?
So I am going to let that be a rhetorical answer.
because and the reason why I say this, and just hold on this for a second, okay? You, as far as what we talk about here, you elevated her from your standard, one bar officer to a general. And what I mean that is that in the military, especially on the officer standpoint of it, after a certain rank, you know, and you can order people to die. As in, so you put her in a situation where she now knows she gets pulled to the fact that, hey man, some of these people just ain't gonna make it. From a societal standpoint, it's almost to the point of almost to the point of, okay, this is where you're born. You probably gonna lose at this game. So
no, that's exactly what he did, bro.
Yeah. So that being said, does she hold you to that level of empathy as well, or she's like you might like she's on the same aspect that a lot of these women are on, as in I understand, nigga, it's rough for you, but since you my nigga, you need to make it.
So I'm gonna hit you with the Kodak Black. I hope so.
Okay, well, this is what I was originally trying to say early before I was trying to say it. Like, once you quote unquote, like you said, elevate an individual to that level of quote unquote intellect, bro. The problem is they have two things. They have to be able to quote unquote able to handle the up boost. If they don't, it's kind of like Iron Man, quote unquote, and Batman. I don't know if y'all seen that movie. I forgot the name of it. I think it was Alternate World or whatever, right? When they had I think when Batman actually told the Iron Man, difference between me is when you looked into the abyss, you broke, bro. You blinked. I didn't, right? So when you quote unquote raise somebody, I'm saying when you raise that person's intellect to that level necessary, right? When the endless days of looking into the abyss weighs on them, just like you see with Kendra G, bro, right? Kendra G, it weighs on her. So what I'm simply saying is, if you as a man that's already made a decision that you think that your wife can handle it, and she's quote unquote not a woman who's going to blink, then fine, bro. But if you misread that, then bro, you may be having a problem later on. But like I said, time will tell.
Let me say this real quick to what Zulu said. If y'all remember, there was a one of the Indiana Jones movies. At the end of the movie, homegirl that was kind of the villain of the movie, she got to whatever alien or space, whatever thing, and she presented it to whatever, and they asked her, what do you want? And she said, I want to know. I think she said, I want to know everything, or I want all the knowledge in the universe, or something like that. And it was like, fine. And she exploded with all the knowledge in the universe, right? Like just all the, yeah. So like going to a Zulu, somebody gonna remember what Indiana Jones movie I'm talking about.
I know the crystal head, the crystal ball, some type of thing. Yeah, I remember something about.
Indiana.
You know the first step to surviving being in hell is to accept that you are in hell.
Hell.
Thank you.
If you accept you're in hell, then you can operate in a way in which you can survive it. If you don't accept you're in hell, there's no way you can survive, because you're not going to actually operate under the principles that is functional in that environment. So what you're really talking about really is, I guess the same principle applies. So the question you have to ask when you share this stuff, are they really capable of accepting that we're in hell? Many of them probably cannot,
Well, she is an active therapist, and she has clients that she work with, and we've talked as peers about as much as we can about what other people are going through, and some people are going through some shit. So I think so. I really do think she can. I think she. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm not leaning her towards like everything, but no, I just showed her Mouse Utopia. It's public information on the internet. She ain't about to go, kill a goldfish and go to a monastery now.
Yeah,
I still get what y'all saying. I'm not downplaying what y'all saying, but I wanted her to understand about when we talk about all the stuff we talk about, the loneliness epidemic, the male and female supposed epidemic, all this other stuff going on. Because when people come to our come to us as clients and we're talking about things, they're unfolding things, it gets dark and deep.
I agree, Vince, but
So
I agree, Vince. I got your back on that. I got your back on this because given the nature of your girl's job of her being being a therapist, that is a sense she gets to see women at their lowest, at their most vulnerable. Given her position, like there's only but so many positions that women can see. Like if his girl was like, say, a police officer, she would be prone to seeing what the environment really looks like.
Right.
So her being a therapist, she actually gets to see it. She's going to see it anyway. Even if he didn't show her, and even if Vince didn't show her anything, she was going to see it anyway. She may not be able to understand what she's seeing, but she would see something.
And that's what Vince does with what he presents to her, is the understanding. Yeah.
That's why I said, that's why when I didn't want to sound like I'm ducking my answer when I say I'm giving her context.
No, you are.
I'm saying, so exactly what Z said. I'm putting words to what she's saying so she won't be like, oh, like give her some people some airy fairy bullshit so they can just hold on to next week.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me ask you just one question, and it's going to sound like I'm an asshole, but I'm really not. Why do female therapists? Why do female therapists suck?
Wait, what? So the reason why I believe they do that is because there is a liability aspect when you're dealing with people in their lives. People are looking at you as an expert on whatever the hell they got going on, and some people don't want that. It's kind of like playing Operation with a little game with a little buzzer with a live body. You do something wrong, you're liable for whatever's going on with that person. Like they're gonna point and turn, just like in like whatever Quaker community where someone's do something. He did it. Nobody wants that that liability.
I'm gonna say what I said again, and then I'm going to add a little bit of context. Why do female therapists suck? And I do not accept it as an excuse because everyone else who operates on a human body is held accountable. I can't have no liver surgeon halfway doing my liver because they worry about my feelings. I need a new liver. I need a new heart. I need a new kidney. I need you to do this shit and do it well. Me adding that context, I'll circle back to my original statement. Why do female therapists suck? Because all these bitches keep saying they go into therapy, and none of these bitches seem well.
All right, so
real quick, Vince, real quick. I recall I read the comment, and did I read? No, that's a lie. I was watching a video, and a young lady said something like a black female therapist was talking to a black female client, and the client said something about, my husband helps me with that, and he does this around the house and he does that, and the black female therapist said, oh, I know your husband ain't black then. And like going to what KMS just said, like that type of shit, it's why these women are going to therapy and they still broken as fuck.
Wait, one more. I'm just gonna put a cherry on top.
Don't overload me now. Don't overload me now.
I think I
wait, yo.
I mean, to me, the profession of why female, I think the basic solipsistic nature of the female complicates her ability to objectively counsel on mental and emotional issues. I know that's a biased view. I know that's a biased view of females, but I genuinely believe that that's a fundamental impediment for many women. I think the other reason why the women suck, and I think in general the field sucks, but the women in general sucks, is the profession was hijacked by feminism, by the lollipop brigade, and it directly plays into a lot of very problematic elements of female behavior. And psychology or the current psychology or psychiatry fields basically enables and champions much of it. So I would say it's the basic makeup of women themselves
Wait, y'all let it
and the profession. The profession itself is geared towards and perpetuates, in my view, much of the lesser nature of women and use it as a means of control over people, including and especially men.
Wait, y'all. KMS, you got it, and then you got it, Vince. I promise. He's not gonna overload you. That's the reason why I'm doing this. There's a reason why I'm doing this.
I'm almost done, and here is the cherry on top of why I say that, because I have an anecdotal situation. Me and my wife went to counseling, and we went to marriage counseling. Not only did I talk laps around this chick, I got her to openly confess that the reason why they operate is because they're not there for me, they're not there for my wife, they're there to try to save the marriage. And out of the two parties, more often than not, it is usually the woman that has the proverbial gun at the head of the marriage. So just knowing that it would take more to get her out of her feelings than to her just to talk to my logic and say, "Hey, nigga, you want to do this, bitch? All right, you kind of got to just get her what she wants, make her feel better, so she don't blow up your fucking marriage." So that's what. So let me circle all the way back to my original statement. Why do female therapists suck?
They lack the intervention. Hold on. I just want to say
Wait. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let me do this. Going to what KMS said. This is where Scott Galloway come in, because low key he's saying the same thing. Low key, Dr. Richard Reeves is saying the same thing that the therapist that KMS is speaking about is saying. Look, this bitch is not salvageable. She ain't gonna fix herself. So we need you to move, because she ain't gonna move. We know she's holding a gun to the entire society's head. and yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. So go ahead, Vince, and then you got it, Zulu. I promise. Go ahead, Vince.
All right, y'all can't overload me with this, man. I'm like only a month out in the field. Y'all gotta let me. All right, so
this is actually exactly what you need. Wait. This is actually exactly what you need, Vince. Low key, this is exactly what you need.
Yeah.
better take it online before somebody come to you in real life and start overloading your real life. Go ahead.
All right. So let's start here. Everybody think that counseling and therapy and being a therapist is an easy field to get in. Everybody can be a therapist, god damn it. But it's not that, right? So the thing is, when you're being a counselor, someone's life and stuff like that and everything, gotta be mindful of consequences, things that can happen, and then you have to also divide by this person might be having some certain issues they might not share or don't share or recognize for themselves. So the issue again is there's a liability factor that people don't want to take up when they're giving counseling, things like that. That's what I've seen. There's a part where it's like, well, they gotta see for themselves and stuff like that, and they don't know. Sometimes you can see the issue and what's going on, and some people just don't bring it up because that might be a sore spot, or that might they might it might be something going on, because some people have hairpin moves and hairpin situations with them, and some people don't want to stir that up or have something go on, like a relapse, or a person go do something unsuspecting because they have some type of mood disorder or chemical imbalance or something like that. Some people don't want to take that, and women aren't as prone to taking risk as men are. Full stop. They don't want to take the risk sometimes with bringing some things up, because there's a fee that comes with that. It will tax your ass if something happened, because it will come back.
And there's a physical thing also.
Yeah. So there's a sense of someone, because someone could break bad on you in the middle of therapy, smack you or follow you home, or some, there's other things that can happen. That's an extreme kind of like if someone has some serious issues. But there's a liability aspect of things, and some people don't want to take it there, because sometimes that could be between, oh damn, I ain't see it that way, you're right, or yo, you suck. You just brought up something I don't want to talk about, blah, blah, blah. In fact, this happened. They go tell someone, and you could lose a job, you could lose a license, stuff like that. A lot of people don't want to take that risk. When people think that going into therapy and stuff is easy and stuff like that, no, it's really not, because there's a level of liability that's there with people that some people just don't want to take or go there with. And again, some women are willing to take those type of risks because
that I went
it's
to.
just like a mother and a son. The mother don't want the son to hate the mother don't want the son to hate her when she's making bad decisions. That's why her love's very conditional. There's no, it's very unconditional. Wrong word. It's very unconditional, where it's like, I don't want to punish you because now you're going to hate me. We're not going to be friends. Same thing with the therapist. I don't want you to think I'm a bad therapist if I say something you don't like or don't want to hear. So I'm not going to bring it up. And the other part, just to say, there's a part.
Go ahead, we cut up Zulu right now. We got it.
The whole saving the marriage thing. That is the objective when it comes to what's called Gottman's marriage counseling, because both people have a say and sway in it, but there's another aspect where we get into a person's emotions and da. That's something I'm still looking into. So I'm not really going to go that far with that. But that statement, that's what the training is with Gottman's marriage counseling, is you trying to save the marriage, because both people have a bias, both people have something that they want, both people have problems, and they're trying to save the marriage rather than have one person be right or wrong. So
as far as that goes, let me just say this. As far as these therapists being mindful and empathetic, okay, can anyone else hear me? You hear me?
No, no. So I think it's you, Vince, because good. No wonder he kept on going when y'all. But hurry up with that, Canvas, because we cut Zulu. Zulu was supposed to go.
Okay. My quick counterpoint to that is this: when I was in therapy, the therapist more or less told me, "You need to get your life together, stupid." So I don't know about all this, them being empathetic and protective of my feelings, because mindly, I was the biggest person in that room, and I could fight. So I don't understand. And the only thing they told my wife was that you need to allow him to get his life together. Not going into all the stuff that she did, because she's also within this marriage. I mean, I am no saint, but I don't see no halo over her head either. So instead of always being mindful and protective of people's feelings and how they're gonna crash out and all this stuff, it seems to me, from my experiences with therapy, is that these therapists seem to be very, very cavalier and concise and curt with their responses to men. But with women, it seems like all these flowery prose of fucking bullshit where these bitches don't get healed.
I agree with you, and after this we got to get Zulu. I agree with you because I have a clip in my shorts. That's funny. I have a video in my shorts that says that shows the difference between women and men. And it's saying like, you're a queen, yes, queen, believe yourself, queen, and that's how they, that's women's encouragement, and then men's encouragement is you a bitch. And as a matter of fact, Better You was laughing in the comments about it because it's like, what's gonna happen? What you gonna do if John Cena slap your mama, right? Like you little anorexic dope, and like that's right. So like that's the encouragement for men, and so going to what you're saying, KMS. And yes, the world does believe in air quotes tough love to men and boys. When you're supposed to the way you encourage women, and we are, if any one of us that have sisters and girl cousins, and obviously any type of nieces, women could hear it just as much as the men could hear it, but that's not what is the dominant narrative. The dominant narrative is you speak to women kind, and you're encouraging, and you edify them, and you speak life into them, and that's how you encourage them. And with men, it's straight tough love.
Hey,
and a swift kicking ass. But let's do it. Wait, we got to get Zulu, and then we got to get we got to get Zulu, and we got to get AB, because I think AB was trying to say something too. So go ahead, Zulu.
Nah, I'm just gonna simply say this, man. Like, it's like y'all keep doing the same shit from like movies or shows or whatever. It's like I keep saying this: women only have two modes of operation, bro: survival and luxury, bro. Right? Like at the end of the day, y'all keep trying to bring the woman to y'all level and shit like that. Yeah, you're not supposed to, bro. At the end of the day, her level is her level. The problem is y'all keep wanting to have chicks at y'all level. Nah. Her job is to be where she at and do what she needs to do at that level. Like I'm saying, it's no reason to have the person who I don't know job is to stamp rubber paper or whatever, right? To understand that all right, we about to lose 45 million people on this offensive. What can she do about it anyway? So like that's what I'm saying. Like y'all, realistically, bro, like even for her profession, that's probably even more dangerous. Like I'm so serious. Like y'all kind of playing about this, but at the end of the day, when you see Kendra G, and when she looks at the quote unquote world that she's in, when she's every day, you can see the difference. It only took 3 years, but you see the difference. Now you say
Zulu said y'all red pilling and black pilling the women for what? No, I hear you, Zulu. Go ahead.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, and at the end of the day, it's cool. I'm for me because I understand the reality. I'm real. Like, see what I put out from Black Uru was saying was like, and for what? Like, basically, because at the end of the day, bro, when she look out there and she see 45 million bodies, she's not gonna be the same. And if she is the same, then bro, you got a dangerous woman on your hands anyway, bro. But like I said, we gonna find out who is right. You see what I'm saying? But it will be a heavy cost. But we will find out.
Well, I mean, it's kind of cheap to bring up Cynthia G because that bitch been a loser. Like who?
No, Kendra G. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kendra G. Is she a loser too? Shit.
No.
Correction. But no, I know where Zulu coming from though. I get where Zulu coming from.
I get where he's coming from. I get where he's coming from, and I do understand where he's coming from. Zulu pretty much saying, "Don't trust these hoes."
And I keep telling no.
One step further than that. One step further than that, Lion and Zulu. No, it's not simply don't trust these hoes. Inform her for what reason? Because what good that information means something to you. It means something to you and how you see the world, how you see man-woman relations, how you see, quite frankly, remember, Red Pill is not only supposed to be about man-woman shit. How you see the entire world, politics, history, what you've been taught, the goings on of your society right now, currently, everything, right? Your future sight. What is the point of informing someone that will have a mental block where your psyche cracks? Let's say your psyche starts to crack as a man on average somewhere around 75 or 80. Her psyche cracking around 50. So what's the point of pushing? I get what Zulu's saying. What's the point of pushing her past 51? I get what he's saying. Yeah.
In the sense, I give the argument he's saying, but there's a difference between talking to some random chick on the street and someone that you're actually dating that you know.
No. That's what Vince is saying, and that's her job too. Yes.
I've been in a relationship with her for a year and a month now, and I know her longer.
Yeah,
so it's not some shorty. I'm not going to the bar and talking, hey baby, you want to see Nazi-topia?
No one's putting on robes and not being
Hey, stop. Hey, wait. Lion, stop messing with the Hebrew Israelites, bro. Stop messing with the Hebrew Israelites. Ain't nobody putting out robes. I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
in regards to red pill. In regards to red pill and blue pill, black pill in particular, outside of the context of relationships, have you guys observed or read or heard any of this stuff regarding the recent releases of the Epstein emails?
Absolutely. I listened to Jason Black coverage of it last night.
I mean,
this morning actually.
Talking about some black pill type shit. That's some black pill type shit there. Now you got people who run this country and run this world, and apparently they've been involved in some demonic stuff. Like, we're not even talking about figuratively speaking. Demonic things. So what do you do? How do you maintain a society where now there appear to be evidence of people who are running the society who are demons? I mean, if you want to talk about black pill, there's some black pill type shit. Now you gotta follow the rules. You gotta pay your taxes. You gotta, do all the things, follow the law, do all that. And it's fucking demons that are running everything. And it's in an explicit detail. And it's an explicit detail as to how demonic they are. Now, that's some real black pill type shit there. That's for real. And what kind of decisions are going to be made? What kind of decisions are going to be made? You got a guy who is in DC, and there are 5,000 plus emails with this guy on it.
Well, we know that he was pretty much blocking this from coming out as much as humanly possible, minimizing it. And you know, they finally dropped this. To be frank with you, I think this is first of all, so all of the government wouldn't do that. Any bit of that was left has been just blown away because everybody is implicated in this across the board, left, right, corporate, public sector. It's every fucking one, right? All the bigwigs up that way. So it's the end of the weirdo American dream that any one of these people are clean. Ooh, Mr. Z Ramen. End of the American dream that any one of these people are clean. There you go. No,
Yeah,
so yeah,
if we are in hell, so to go back to my prior point is, let's accept that we're in hell, and now let's start telling everybody the truth, including your women and your children, because we are in hell and it's being revealed now. So why play soft with anybody now, including even the children?
I agree with that. I do.
Let me read this real quick. Wait, everyone. Wait a minute. Let me read this, everyone, first. And Detroit says, wait, let me read this. Detroit says, Space Bros is the name of the movement. So instead of Passport Bros, we're gonna be Space Bros. Isn't that what's his name? Goddamn, Guardians of the Galaxy, if you could get it, LZ. Isn't that what he do? He be piping all the aliens and all that other stuff. Doesn't Captain Kirk be piping all the aliens too?
Space Bros, bro. I mean, Star Trek is their original Space Bro, Captain Kirk, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, out here piping all the aliens.
Kurt was hitting everything, man.
Captain Kirk, can you say it, man?
Kirk was hitting everything that wasn't nailed down.
Let me
go ahead, Bruce, right quick.
Go on, Bruce on Wayne, and then we got to get AB because AB was supposed to speak like 20 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Since Black Uru say that we are in hell, and I agree, why the fuck should I bring children in hell?
That is a dilemma that I've been. So I want kids. So let's be clear. But you know, there's a part of me that questions it every once in a blue, and it's that question right there. So yeah, no, that's especially for us as millennials and maybe the oldest of Gen Z. That's a question that you ask yourself, and not having children is a vote of no confidence for the future. I don't know how much.
I mean, to me, not having children is a vote of no confidence for your own life,
your own survival.
Why are you here? Why are you here?
Anti-life equation. Yeah, y'all think it's a joke when I said that shit, bro. Like I went like, what's that dude from Star Trek? I think Darth Maul or whatever. I sat in the chamber.
Darth Maul, yeah.
I sat there, I went in the chamber, I did the research, and I came up. This motherfucker got an anti-life equation, bro. And if you try to bring an anti-life equation into your quote-unquote crib, you know what's gonna happen to you. But you know, we'll find out. We will find out.
Leon, I gotta know the context. He says, I believe a lot of this is incorrect. And is Leon still up here? He came up earlier, but yeah.
I saw him say that as well. I thought he was referring to me. But look, I'm only one man with one opinion that's growing. And I'm learning, so I'm cool being incorrect because I'm learning.
Nigga, you don't get a chance to have training wheels. No, I'm playing with you. Go ahead.
look, I'm also here to learn as well and stuff like that too. And I'm cool being wrong because y'all are actually help me improve my disposition. So I'm cool with that.
And so just a bit of kind of background. That's why I wanted Black Uru to have that conversation with you and grill you a little bit, because I appreciate, especially you in the DMV area, you're going to be met with those type of questions by someone that's going to be far less forgiving than Black Uru. So that's why I wanted you to kind of, and especially that you just started a month or so now, I definitely wanted that so you could have that and appreciate that you will be met with that, but it won't be coming from an elder. I'm kind of trying to push you area. It's going to be coming from an aggressive husband. That's why we got to go see therapy. it's not going to be a KMS. KMS was probably a way kinder to that therapist than what I'm telling you you're going to be met with. So that's why I wanted Black Guru to kind of go back and forth.
KMS is right.
Yeah.
And also, I also want to regard this. Uru, I always appreciate talking to you. Stop the channel, old man. But nah.
Hey, Cam has been asking for what, a year? Over a year?
Yeah, it's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
And look, we went to several marital counselors, and the only good ones we ever had were men, white men and black men. Those were the only good counseling we had.
Because I think, for me, in my opinion, I think that more men are more solutional, practical, like step by step, phase 1, phase 2 things.
That's true.
That's true. On how people feel.
That's true.
Feelings are important. I think that there's a space, and
but see now here is why our counseling worked. This is why our counseling worked. It was religious based partly, and my wife was raised by a father she loved and a grandfather she loved. So she has and still has a fundamental regard for men. So when we sat down with these elder men, there was an immediate level of respect and regard. Now the problem is that you're 3+ generations into baby mama females. Good luck with them, in terms of being able to receive that kind of. Yeah,
we're 3 generations in from Eartha Kitt Scowl, okay?
Yeah,
not the scowl.
That's true. Yeah, no, there was a scowl. He's right.
He's right.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm laughing. He's dead. That's right. He's too. Hey, Vince, you're more right than you know, bro. Like, that shit for real.
Hey,
I'm also thankful.
Look, y'all, we gotta let AB go eventually sometime this millennium. Go ahead, KMS, and then we gotta get AB. Go ahead.
I just want to speak to what Black Guru said. Black Guru, you were 1000% right. Because when we went to a male therapist actually, and there's one thing that he gave us was tools. He gave us tools and techniques and equipped us on how to deal with things, as opposed to just talking about feelings, me getting pissed, me running circles around these bras. He was like, no, okay, all right, here's where you're at. Okay, here's a tool. Do this, and do that. And if that doesn't happen, and if that doesn't work, you can come back. We can recalibrate it. He was helping us have tools to sustain our marriage, as opposed to when we went to the female therapist and I wore them bitches out, man. By session 5, she was just like, listen, she got a gun to your marriage. How much do you love her? And I was like, well, I guess I love her, and I guess I love her enough to carry the burden for both of us. But seriously, fuck that bitch. That's bullshit.
KMS, let me tell you this, and let me tell you this also. The reason why the context is important. The context is important because the other part is give you the right tool. I just can't put any tool in your hand and say, "Hey, do this." Oh, you got a leak in your.
But that's Zulu's argument, by the way, if you didn't know. Yeah. That's Zulu's argument about over-informing them. Because what Zulu's saying is, real quick, when Zulu said, Zulu, remember the example you used first. So you saying you've given her, what you said, chainsaws to juggle. So I understood what you were saying when you were saying it. Like, why you get it's
I didn't get that.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, but I understood that's what Zulu was talking about with the tools. It's like, why are you giving her chainsaws to juggle, bro? Like, it's too much. And I understood what Zulu was saying.
But see, my analogy is different from the chainsaw. I kind of view it as a zombie apocalypse. I can't hide from my wife and my children that there are zombies around us everywhere. We gotta talk seriously about the fact that we're dealing with zombies and the impact being around zombies is going to have on us.
My lady,
hold on, because I've been waiting for a minute.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Go ahead, Andy. Go ahead.
To Black Guru's point about dealing with the black pill and dealing with the fact that this country is ran by a bunch of demons. That's one of the reasons I left the black church and haven't been in over a year, because I know if I try to talk to these people about what's really going on, it's going to go in one ear and out the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't pretend anymore. I can't pretend anymore. Like, everything's hunky dory, yada yada yada.
AB sound like dude from Lincoln Park. I tried so hard.
And so hard.
Go to church with a
But
bunch of
in
people.
the end, it never really mattered.
Yeah. Especially when I go to church with a bunch of people who voted the opposite of me, and they will not. And it doesn't matter how quiet I am about who I voted for, they will not shut the hell up about Trump.
Oh well,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I go to church thinking about serving the Lord. I guarantee you, as soon as the benediction ends, did you see what Trump did? Trump. I just got to complain. I can't pretend anymore, and because they don't want to hear my opinion on Kamala. So I was like, I got to get out of here.
I get tired of that shit. I get tired of that shit too, because everybody will talk about what Trump's doing, and I'm like, oh, you see, this is what you voted for. I'm like, yeah, they voted for it, and they don't give a fuck.
Oh,
maybe next time present the people with a better option. How about that?
We need new adults. I'm glad. Wait a minute, let me finish that. I'm glad you said that, because that's the other big thing to go around. All these people, they gonna regret they vote for Trump. And my response is not too nice. I don't regret shit. Think about that. I voted for Trump because, yes, I voted for a 34 convicted felon, because that incompetent, AKA who stepped away to the top, wasn't qualified or fit to be president.
Yeah, I ain't had
yo.
I can't be nice about it anymore. I'm done. I'm too old.
Last qualified female y'all had was Hillary Clinton, and y'all voted against her.
Yeah, that bitch was crazy, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, as a good
correction, I voted for it. I still can't get that stench out of my nose. But anyway,
but my thing is, but the point I emphasize about that is that the difference between Hillary won the popular vote. Kamala didn't.
No, yes, right.
She didn't even win the popular vote.
Hillary
can I touch a few
I didn't like her politics,
subjects?
She was qualified.
Yeah.
Can I touch a few subjects that y'all brought up?
Go ahead.
The first one, just like y'all, I'm aware that I'm living in hell, and I think I brought up this before when we had some patients, and social worker and the other therapists and counselors asked me to come through to listen to the patients. And this particular person had cancer, another one had cancer. And these social workers and therapists literally make money while being traumatized all fucking day. And then I told them, you get off work, you go buy something off Amazon or Walmart, or you go out and eat at a restaurant, then you place whatever you purchased in your house, and all that shit is attached to a whole bunch of fucking trauma. And most people don't think about it like that. Every dollar, don't matter if you cut your cell phone on or hear some news between when you're working, lunch breaks, a patient die, somebody gets ran over. For you to make some money out in this world, you're going to run into some traumatic shit, no matter if you're desensitized or not. But when y'all say that women therapists suck, they don't suck. The problem primarily is, for a lot of people, is actually opening up and understanding your own issues. Mm-hmm. I've been going to therapy since I was in first grade. My parents broke up. Both of them are like me, hyper know-it-all, loud, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I went to therapy when I first year that I bought my house, because I was getting frustrated about my wife not putting up shit that was hers and all that type of shit. And my mom was not fucking hearing me. She thinking it's about these boxes. And I said, Mom, no, I'm a straightforward person. You're not gonna bait and switch me.
you're not gonna walk away from me, wave your hands, and move away like it ain't nothing when we have a formed agreement. And so I'm talking, and she keeps on saying boxes, and the therapist finally heard it's not about the boxes. And he it's a lady and her husband. They stop and say, "Hey, it's not about the boxes." He feels like someone agreed with him to get him to do his part. Then what they did was fell off their responsibilities and duties of that agreement. And my mom finally heard it from someone else to actually hear what the problem was. So when we're talking to our wives or girlfriends, they're not going to respond to us, but then someone else will say it and they clearly hear the fucking shit. I don't know why it's like that, but that's how the shit is. Like somebody else can say it and it totally solves the issue. And somebody else finally said it to my mom when we're sitting down doing counseling, and she finally heard it and finally got what the issue is. And the therapist, they told me, either this is going to make or break your marriage, or what you're going to have to do, since your woman's pretty feminine, and that comes with responsibilities that most people really don't think about, is you have to open up the boxes with her and stop showing her pictures of storage cabinets and extra storage and start putting stuff up and look at what you have left over, then start ordering the storage cabinet. Because she's going to feel overwhelmed trying to do all this by herself and never started or completed. And that was their instruction to me. They're like, if you don't do it, you're going to get more frustrated at the length and time it takes her to complete this type of shit. So therapists do work. They do work. Women are good therapists. The other thing is, I got aunts that are therapists. I got masters, PhDs in my family. When you go out on the free market looking for a therapist, you're going to hit a brick wall because you don't have anything in common with these people. They're not even like you. You're probably better off going to your high school counselor. That's what I mean, because they actually know something about you and how your character already works for you to open up, and so they can actually find what that issue is, whether it's childhood or adulthood or whatever it really is.
I agree. And it sounds like the other thing that was that she pointed out was it's called I think it's called logical fallacy, where it's appeal to authority. Some people hear information from other people they would consider authority rather than people who they consider someone who's like who's subjected to them. So it seems like that's why your mother didn't hear you, even though you're telling her broad day what it is. But it's like
it's not that. It's just it's people that you're in extreme close relationship with. They're hearing your problem. They're hearing what's going on, but they're not sometimes seeing what the actual problem is.
And that's why therapy is important. That's why that's what therapy is for. You need an unbiased opinion, but the person has to also be able to have context and be able to pick up nuance. That's why context is important.
Yeah. And like I said, guys, y'all when y'all you get better off just hollering at your high school counselor that already knows you than you've been going out on the market. I'm serious.
They have the same trainer.
Okay,
but they already understand particular things about your personality and character, instead of you having to develop that and you're defensive and the person's questioning how open is this person to funny sarcastic jokes, or do I have to tread lightly when I say certain things. They don't know that. You know what I'm saying?
My point to, and thank you for that. My point to that is that then somebody's fucking lying in this regard, as in these women keep saying they going to therapy almost to the point where it's almost a goddamn religion. Yet none of these chicks seem to be better.
It is wait, y'all. It is a religion. I'm gonna try to bring up the clip, but go ahead.
And they keep talking about how they are healed, HEAL. But all I see them saying, okay, I went to therapy. Now it's time for you, nigga.
Because you've been quite quiet.
EL.
My apologies. Go ahead.
I totally agree. I just think when
somebody's not doing a job.
No, it's not a matter of that. It's not a matter of that. Look. a therapist has no ability to hold you accountable to doing the actual things. Like if I ask my wife, do like random stuff, I'm like, yo, do you actually talk to your therapist about that? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, what? Just and it's just something you don't work on because I'm gonna help you, like but it's part of her personality. And it's just like you can get this science stuff done, you can engage with all this, but like it's just certain things, and you're gonna find that in every like if she was my equal, she would hate how I fold clothes, and the conversation would be about how I fucking fold clothes or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Let me play this. Let me play this for y'all real quick. Because
You
I
can't
wait
hold.
a minute.
Yeah.
Go finish with that, Leon, real quick, because I want to play this to kind of put stuff in context. Go ahead.
A therapist, especially if they're not connected to you, has no ability to hold you accountable. You know what I'm saying? Zero. Zero. So they're going, they tell their problems, they say how they adjust to them, but it's up to the individual to actually engage with more instead of selecting two things they heard from the person and going with that. Is it a lot of people take the easy route?
Then therapy, if that's the case, then therapy for women is useless because the one thing a bitch ain't gonna do is be accountable.
I think when you think about it, I think you should engage with it a little bit more positive, and then you might find something instead of just it's useless. It's this.
I believe in therapy. I went to therapy, and there's tools I still use to this day. My point being is that I went to therapy in good faith that I can acknowledge my fault in things. I'm accountable, and if you're going to give me the tools, I'm going to work the tools. What I'm really speaking towards is not the failures of therapy, but the failures of women. I mean, what's the use of this?
I don't agree
What's the
with
use
that
of this
though.
instrument? That's okay. I mean, but what's the
We can
use of
move
this?
on
What's the
from
use of
that.
this? What's the use of this tool if she ain't gonna use it?
Let me play this, y'all. Let me play
Well,
this.
see, that's
Wait a minute, Leon. Let me play this, please and thank you. Wait a minute.
Why do you think so many girls are drawn to therapy culture?
Oh, I think it's a lot of things. I do think this is kind of a cliche thing to say now, but I do think therapy culture has replaced religion. And that's not a new thing to say. People have been saying that for a long time. So Christopher Lasch was writing about that in the 70s. Frank Ferrudi writes about it really well now. But in recent years, since social media, I would say therapy culture has just escalated to the point where I think young women don't see it as a worldview. They just see that as kind of life. So they interpret everything through this therapeutic lens. So their lives, their relationships, their emotions. And I think it has elevated to the level of religion. So you think of all the kind of characteristics of religion, we just mimic them with therapy culture. So instead of praying, we just repeat our like positive affirmations. Instead of like seeking salvation, you'll go on like a healing journey. Instead of like, resisting temptation from the devil, you'll reframe your intrusive thoughts. And so I think for young women in particular who are becoming less religious, this kind of therapeutic worldview has completely replaced that void.
What does a therapeutic worldview consist of? What does that mean?
Like seeing problems in your life, kind of pathologizing problems and experiences as something medical, rather than I'm just experiencing this emotion or kind of age-old anxiety. Now it's become a medical issue. So things like talking the language of attachment styles and trauma, and losing the language of just ordinary hurt and disappointment, and things like that.
And for some reason, this is giving some kind of solace or comfort, order being brought out of chaos.
I think it gives the comfort religion gives, and the consolation of like you see young women on TikTok saying things like they won't pray to God, but they'll give a request to the universe and like have faith in that.
Yeah.
And so I think it gives all the comfort of religion, but it takes away the inconvenient parts. So any actual demands on you or kind of restrictions on your freedom or anything like that.
Being held to standards of behavior, etc.
So it has what women are craving in modern life, I think, which is belonging and security in something and faith in something, but it's a much easier version of religion.
Slippery religion.
Yeah.
How many of these girls are in therapy, do you think?
A lot. There was a study recently showing that 32% of all 12 to 17-year-olds in America have either had therapy, been on medication, or had some kind of treatment in 2023.
Over a single year, one third.
Which is insane. And I was talking to someone about that statistic, and they were like, "Oh, that's great. That's amazing." And I was thinking, that's a bleak statistic. So yeah, I think there's the girls that are in therapy, which is a lot, but then there's also the girls who are just like living in therapy culture. So it's just, they scroll through Instagram and it's all about attachment styles, trauma. they go on TikTok and it's like a trauma-informed therapist telling them like red flags they should watch out for and stuff. It's just like, there's the actual therapy, which I'm sure there's useful therapists, but there's also just this culture, which is just the world that they're swimming in.
Yeah. So.
And there you go. Go ahead.
Okay, culture is religion. The other part. She's talking about 12 to 18 or whatever age girls that go to TikTok, go to these. That means they don't have family immediate. That means they're in daycare. That means they're in school. I'm not saying I dislike it, but it's so general to say that, this therapy culture is a religion when it's part of your culture and your culture is your religion. That's why you can have Christianity everywhere because it assimilates to every corner of the earth because it doesn't really fucking matter.
I agree because in Islam,
Okay, but
Islam
let
really is a
me
lifestyle. It's not
make
just a
this
religion.
statement.
Culture
Let me
is
make this
really the
statement, and it clarifies everything. Let me make this statement, and it clarifies everything.
In your lifestyle, the way you live in your religion, it's your
Vince. Okay, he can't be. Oh, okay, yeah. Black Rule's gonna go. Let Black Rule go real quick, and you got it. No problem. Go ahead. Go ahead, Black Rule.
My bad.
God is a father who requires you to be accountable for your existence. Now think of that, and then think of it in the context of the religiousification of therapy. There is no father, and there is no accountability.
I don't know if that's true because that would take from the person that has a religious perspective that wrote that doctrine that everybody kind of utilizes. So it's kind of like
I'm saying in therapy there is no authority figure. There is no father. Yeah. There is no higher order above yourself.
No, in therapy, that's what I was saying.
There's just you. There's just you.
Wait, give me a second.
There's just you.
Leon,
Black Rule, that's what I was telling you earlier. That's what I was telling you earlier. Like, you're better off going to somebody in your community. That's why I brought up my aunts and people that you've grown up with that are elders of yours instead of going to the free market. Because when you're in a community,
I was addressing.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I was addressing what was in the video. Why they have moved away from that they turned it into this new kind of religion where there is no father and there is no accountability.
Because there's no community and everybody's been commodified, my guys. It's like, what's the likelihood of her having an auntie, a cousin, a sister, a brother in proximity?
Wait a minute, Leon, because you're right, Leon, but here's the thing. On the other side of that is what Black Guru was saying, y'all are both right. What Black Guru was saying is that they don't want to accept the accountability part. What you're saying is there's a lack of community and family, and you're right too. It's both of them. They don't want because God and religion and whatever church you attend demands something of you. They don't want that. I remember watching a clip, and I said it too. I remember watching a clip after Kevin Samuel. Actually, I watched it before Kevin passed, but I rewatched it after Kevin passed, and it was these kind of super like these witches, right? Oh my God, my background. I'm sorry. But yeah, it was these witches that were kind of praying, not praying, but they like voodoo practitioners and whatnot. And one of them had an issue, and she said it, and it really struck me that there's a paperwork process that you're supposed to go through to be a high priestess or whatever the hell they were doing. And she was like, I don't like this paperwork, and you shouldn't have to do this. And all it told me was, no matter where y'all go, y'all don't have no standards in the rules. Y'all real issue is standards and rules and something that demand something of you. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's run them up. I think that's run them up.
That's part of what I'm saying about the whole thing being held liable. That's part of that. Yeah. Because when you put something on paper, it's legal, it's documented. So now when people come back and say this happened, so happened if you're a practitioner, someone killed themselves. Now they're gonna come back to you. What was they talking about? What was going on? What was said? Nobody want to be caught whole in the bag.
And they suck. I mean, I'm sorry.
Then why did you take that job? Why did you take that job?
That's my question too. That's my people.
Oh my God! Then you fucking suck.
Let me read it. Let me read this because it's a good time to read this. Laughs and Eartha. Shout out to Afro Merchant. Laughs in Eartha. This is a perfect time to read this. And go ahead, Canvas, because Canvas was about to explode. Y'all go ahead, Canvas.
My bad, Canvas.
I got it. Oh my God! If you have a job where you can't be where you skirt accountability because this and this may happen because of results of what you said, then then it validates, and I don't even want to be validated. It validates everything I say. They fucking suck. Because if you don't have enough convictions to put your name on something you say to somebody, then that's what it is. Listen, man, I can't speak to my profession, but I'll say this: if shit goes left, people die. But I gotta do it, and I gotta sign off on it. So if you're in a profession where what you say it don't really matter because you ain't gonna sign off on it in case something happens that's bad, then oh my fucking God, that as an industry, that it has to suck. It has to suck. There's no accountability. There's no.
That sounds like the people are messed up, and you got to worry about how you're speaking to a mentally challenged.
People are messed. Humans suck. Humans suck. We all suck.
Yeah.
We're all accountable for shit. People.
Suck.
No, fucked up shit happens. No. Fucked up shit happens every day. Someone has to be accountable. If you have an industry where no one's held accountable, it sucks by definition. What happened? Well, fuck, I don't know. I didn't sign off on it. You signed off on it either.
I think I'm not going to tell you to change your perspective, but I think you should attempt to engage with it in a different way.
How can I? No one's going to say. It don't matter if I do. No one's going to sign off on shit.
Leon, let me say this real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the road because I gotta. I'm going much over. I'll let y'all.
Peace. KMS, I agree.
Thanks for coming up, Leon.
KMS, I agree. That's why I said nobody wants the liability. Nobody wants the obligation because you basically saying whatever happens is on you. And that's also why I said people think this is easy. Having people's lives in your hand and being the subject on their life is not.
Wait, hold on. Because I'm gonna beat this fucking down to the fucking ground. You know who also has people's lives in their hands? Fucking Uber drivers. And shorter cooks at Waffle House. They do them eggs wrong. You got salmonella, nigga. What? So I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that fucking shit. I don't.
Yo, time out. Yo, is everybody okay? Why is everybody crashing out today?
No. And here's why I say this. It's because therapy works. I use the tools. It works. But God damn it, I had to bring my own fucking accountability. No one else will sign off this shit but me. Y'all fucking suck.
That's because, KMS, you have to. But there's an element in that KMS. Is the part about the accountability part. I don't think it's necessary is that they fucking suck. Is that the people don't want to do the self-preservation and accountability?
No. Fuck. No. Wait. No. I say fuck that. You know why?
I'm talking about the people coming.
No. I'm holding the profession in judgment. God damn it! Because you know why? Because a doctor doing their job or not does not matter my fucking accountability. I need a liver transplant. You gonna do that fucking liver transplant? It ain't got shit to do with how I fucking feel about it.
KMS, I need you to put your gun down, bro. Put your
gun down.
I need you to put your gun down.
Bro, we come in peace, bro.
Right now. Put your gun down.
We ain't got on no armor.
We don't have
put your gun down for a second.
Hey, can I say something? Z?
Go ahead, Tunnel. Go ahead. Let Tunnel Runner pause us real quick with moments of paradise. Go ahead, Tunnel.
No, not about that. I'm just want to talk about that girl, that the 30-year-old girl who has done everything, buy the house, make the money. She's sounds like she's a 1%er, like Asian woman, and she's looking for somebody.
Yeah. Actually, I love that too.
And so that means she's looking for somebody. She's looking for somebody who doesn't exist. She looks like she's a 1%er, and she's looking for the people who are way ahead of the 1%. So it's only there's probably 2 or 3 people on the planet that can dazzle her because she already got the house, she already got the car, she got businesses, she's 30 years old. And those people who got that, why do they want a 30-year-old who has been living with a man and living all across the world. If this guy's 35 years old and he has all that kind of money, all that kind of, that, and the woman needs to get dazzled, I mean, he can do so much better with somebody who doesn't have all those experiences.
Well, Tyler, you know what? On behalf of all the new niggas, we on a whole new level. We on a whole new mindset. Fuck that bitch. You just gonna have to figure it out. She just gonna have to figure it out. I mean, she a 1%er, right? So she got money. All right, cool. Well, preserve the money, bitch. Oh, go buy it, dude. Do like every other. You gonna have to do what dudes with money do. Go buy it. Go buy your man. Go buy him.
Go buy your man.
Go buy your man. That's
it's a free market. Go buy him.
That's all we got for her. I ain't got nothing for you. Go buy him. You got money, right? All right, go buy him. Go buy him, man.
And for those of you that are wondering what Tunnel Runner is referring to, he is referring to this.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, this is literally free labor and also free ass work. The thing is, for me, I'm hyper independent. I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. As long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things. And when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, it gives me the ick because what the fuck? What do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
well, go buy your man, then, bitch. I don't know what to tell you.
Then go buy him. Go get him. Go put him in the house.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying?
She doesn't want. She wants somebody to she wants to be. What she said? She said she wants to be.
It don't matter what that bitch wants. She's just
impressed.
Let Tunnel Runner land with that, y'all. Tunnel Runner has not spoken, y'all. Let Tunnel Runner go, everyone, please.
Yeah, she wants to be impressed. And so the guy, she's not looking to buy nobody. She says she'd rather be independent and solo, but she's talking about it. If she would just shut it, we will all be good. But she's trying to talk to that multi-million-dollar man, a billionaire, to dazzle her.
She's doing Tunnel Runner. She's doing what Ebony K. Williams did with the I'm not gonna date. It's really appealing to the top guys by throwing the rest of us under the bus. But here's the thing, and I don't think she's a top 1%. I think she's a top 5%er, maybe somewhere around that 7.5%, right? So she's doing pretty well, especially for the age of 30. Traveling that if we take her at face value, I notice when I speak about these people, I question them sometimes, but I'm like, okay, fine, even if you're lying, let's go with the lie. So let's take her at face value. We're taking her at face value. So she's making pretty good money. She done travel to 5 different places. I checked out her Instagram page. She done travel. She over here traveling with her girlfriends, and she has the life that a lot of the women say they want. Okay, fine. Here's your problem. What is that 1%, probably mainly white dude? Is he checking for you? That's not an us problem. That's a you problem. You can throw the temper tantrums all you want all over the internet. It don't got nothing to do with us.
She another hypergamous failure. Honestly, every time you see a woman coming in talking that shit that she talk, she's a hypergamous failure. Because why you gotta come? You telling me that you can do everything except get you a man, which is women have been doing since the millennia. So the one thing you can't do is go get you a man, even with all this
every
money.
Woman.
I don't think her problem is when we say that, we gotta put that into context. It's not getting a man. It's getting the type of man she wants to behave the way and see her the way she wants. It's very important that we specify. You know why? Because right. When you're looking at women like that, you got an Asian chick, right? She's doing well, and I'm taking her at face value. She's doing well. She's 30. She's traveled, blah blah blah. Moved herself, changed careers. I'm talking about stuff I've seen on her Instagram page. That's cool. More than likely, I put money. It's about white dudes. Maybe Asian dudes like her, but probably white dudes.
It's probably white dudes.
None of us care. You could complain all you want. You could complain all you want. Your issue is the men you're seeking look at you as tossaway at best, and what you're looking. And this is what all the chicks are looking for right now: is a naive lame with big money, attractive naive lame with big money. That's what they all looking for. Women, poor women, all the way to the rich ones. That's what they all looking for.
Hold on.
And not enough of them are meeting that, and definitely not
They
enough of
want
them
an
are
illusion, bro.
having that.
No.
Go ahead.
No. Look, no. They want an illusion. Basically,
Yes.
I want you to describe that again. You want a rich man who is quote unquote good looking, that also know he has money. It is also good looking, and that also does not know that,
It does
right?
not know that.
So basically,
They want
that's like a man saying, you know
a
what? I
6
want
foot.
an absolute 10, bro. You see what I'm saying? She cook clean, she do whatever. Her pussy necessarily is squirt gold, bro. See what I'm saying? The titties is whatever, bro. And you know what? I want her to be
You
so.
said squirt gold.
Yep.
Now hold on. Now hold on.
Oh,
Now,
keep going. You said squirt gold. I had to pause with that. Go ahead.
and she can do all of this necessarily, right? And understand this, right? But also come on the internet in 2000 and whatever your year is and say, that's it. No, bro. Come on, bro. Like that's not gonna happen, bro. That's not gonna happen, bro.
It's
Like, and
clearly not happening.
I want her to only love me, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like,
Yeah.
it's an illusion in itself, right? So once you understand,
Zulu,
we
when you
out
get a
here.
chance, read this comment. Finish what
Okay.
you're saying, but when you finish, read this comment because it's perfect.
Okay, she was a looks match of the Asian guy at the end of the clip. She probably doesn't find him attractive. Yeah, actually, probably true. That's actually true. That probably will be her looks match too. But yeah, they basically they want to say, I'm a 5, but I want a 9. But I want a 9 that doesn't know he's a 9.
Yeah. I want a top 5%er like me, but doesn't know that he's a top. But even though I know I'm a top 5%er, I don't want him to know he's a top 5%er. Bitch, go play in traffic.
Hey, that's one step up of I could change him. I want to make him the man he needs to be, and make him, realize he's great because I'm great.
No. I mean,
Go ahead,
these chicks. I mean, they don't want men. She don't want a man. She want a hot bitch. If you see how these chicks look at, she want a hot bitch. She want the man, quote unquote, to be a hot bitch that is thankful to be with her and take on the feminine aspects that she needs now because she the fucking dude. She wants this dude to be a lady to be with her punk ass.
Drew Offiolo. Wait. Drew,
She wants to be dominated. That's what she wants.
I'm gonna play the clip in for you. I'm gonna play the clip. She wants to be dominated. It's two sides to that. Possibly Zulu. But there's two sides to that. Either she want to be dominated and she's angry because especially at 30. Like, appreciate at 30, the quickest of us are just now really starting to make that type of income and get that status at 30. That's the quickest of us, usually. Most of us ain't getting there until late 30s, early 40s, right? And then the rest of us is getting there 50, 60, and then the rest of us are not ever getting there. But if she's doing that as an Asian woman by 30, assuming that she's not lying, bro, you ahead of the game. You just gonna have to post up or date the 38-year-olds and the 42-year-olds, lady. That's what you got.
She want a nigga to show off. She wants to be quote unquote dominated by the dude that she adores. That's all it is. She wants Genghis Khan to do the dishes.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. She
happen.
She wants that.
Let me say this too.
Deception, bro.
And she wants the Drew Offiolo situation. If she can't do the I need to be dominated, it's Drew Offiolo. For all of you that know the Drew Offiolo, how she looked, her size. Excuse me, y'all. And if you look at her man, dude gives you a younger version of Jason Momoa type vibes. He gives you the Jason Momoa. So I get it. She has that situation going. That I think, for going to what KMS saying, she just wants a hot bitch. She wants a nigga that's a hot bitch. She wants a man that's a hot bitch, and that doesn't appreciate his looks and his status, and she wants to do the whole power couple thing. I definitely see it. And let me play the clip for Tunnel Runner real quick because he did mention it. And I got you, Tunnel Runner. Here you go.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
Yeah, you know what, low-key, I kind of agree with Tunnel Runner. Yeah, after playing that clip, yeah, no, I think that is what it is. That is her complaint. That is her complaint, Tunnel Runner. You're right. That is her complaint.
No, her
Yeah.
problem is
No, it's not.
That's her Sue scored. She is selling it and she wants to be rescued. That's what she wants.
Yeah, I mean because
You think so? She might have bit off too much life. Go ahead into that, KMS. Go into that, and then we'll have Tunnel Runner go back. Go ahead.
No. Lion got it. Go ahead, Lion. You got it.
Nah, she's selling it. She is selling that puss and she wants to be rescued. She don't want to be dominated. She wants to be rescued. That's the word.
So what you're saying, Line, is she might have bit off too much life, or she got the nice things, but it's killing her, and she needs somebody to come and live. So in other words, so you're saying I read it wrong. It's not the I need to be dominated. It's the Claudia Jordan saying I need a chic, I need the old man. I need to be.
She is from. Can y'all not hear that? Hold on. Can y'all not hear that she is from France? No, hold on. Can y'all not hear the fact that she is from France? France is on fucking fire right now, bro. She jumped ship from she did the exact same shit that women always do. They jump ship. They jump ship to the nearest man that will quote unquote give them some salvation. She came to America necessarily, a place where quote unquote you know what how these white boys are right now. They accepting all female white applications, and see what I'm saying. She's like, if I can come here and get the best sucker I can, then let me do it. You know what I mean? Can you please save me? And shit, it depends on how these motherfuckers out here running. She may get saved, she may not. But,
she wants to be rescued.
Go ahead. Who's saying Z? Is that you, Tunnel Runner? Or is that you, Vince?
Do you know the song Master P, Captain Kirk?
Yes.
Yes, Captain Kirk, can you save me? That's all
Yeah, but she don't want to. She don't want to give away. She don't want to give up the reins. What she really wanted, she want a pretty bitch on her arm to be her helpmate. That's it.
Oh, it's my little Asian lady. Yeah, that's definitely what she wants. That's definitely what she wants.
She ain't giving up the reins. There's probably 1,000,001 dudes that be like, listen, you go ahead and get on my program. It's gonna be my program. She like, no, I need a pretty nigga bitch to be my helpmate. That's what she wants.
Yeah,
she's 5%.
That's also in the top 5%.
Eat the struggle, then, bitch. Eat the struggle. That's what I would say. Eat the struggle. That's what you gotta do.
Hey, y'all, what do I say? No struggle, love, just struggle.
No struggle. Hey, Vince, when you said that when I first read it, at least, I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. No struggle, love, just struggle, and it's perfect. That's just perfect.
Yes, you're just gonna have to struggle. You're gonna have to keep that puss on the open market because no one's taking you off the market, baby.
No, one of them white boys is gonna be glad to pay for that. I'm telling y'all right. He's gonna be glad that, and that's what she's banking on.
I don't think that's as potent anymore. I don't think so.
No, it's not that potent. No, it's not that potent.
You say the white boy Asian woman cash out ain't happening like that no more.
Nah. I don't think she can pay out the way.
When you got access to the tap, bro, when you have access to the tap, that shit no longer has any effect, bro.
No, it does not. No, it does not. The men she's looking for, not to mention, I'm not saying this girl's not attractive, but those 5% are surrounded by way better looking women. That's not going to
happen. I agree with that too. She's
attractive,
but she ain't that attractive. She's attractive, but she ain't top 5% attractive.
No, bro, she's a 7.
KMS, make sure to stay. I heard you, KMS. KMS was like, and compliant. And compliant.
I ain't fighting for programs.
Exactly. She's a 7 amongst 10s, bro. She's a 7 who lives amongst 10s on a regular basis. Her life is a living hell, bro.
That's the worst.
You know why she sound like that? She look, even though she got the money to pay for her own flights, she don't want to pay for her own flights. She mad as fuck.
Yeah, well, that's all women. Yeah, you're right about that. I agree with that. I agree.
She got to pay for that flight.
She is 7 amongst 10s, bro.
The 10s don't got to pay for their flights.
That's true.
Walking to an airplane mad as hell. Carry her bag and shit.
She just mad as fuck.
Fake smile.
You heard what she said. She said that she lived with a man and he was
and it didn't work out. Yeah.
It didn't work out, and she was giving up sex and cleaning up after him. So she doesn't want to be the kind of woman who's going to take care of a man. She wants somebody to, like I say, show off.
Exactly.
Somebody to take care of her.
She want a bad bitch. She want a bad bitch on.
What you said, Tunnel, in other words, she was paying. She was living with the man she was paying for, and she didn't like paying for it.
Hey man, look. But I'm putting money on. Dude was either Asian or white. More than likely, I put money on his white.
He was
I'll put
definitely
money
white.
he was white.
She
Look,
the United States of
I
America,
keep
bro.
on saying this every single time to all you women of color. Mr. Z got like, unless he do something physically wrong to you, then maybe I'll shed a tear. But no, Mr. Z got no sympathy for y'all. Y'all know exactly what y'all signed up for. When
Yeah,
them
y'all
white
not
boys do
pulling
y'all
no.
dirty, I'll just be like, hey,
The majority of you,
hey, what you
sir,
thought?
majority of you women are not pulling no Prince Henry. Get off it.
Nah, bro.
You're
You
not
you
pulling no
go pay.
Prince
And
Henry.
going back to what came out, you gonna pay how you weigh when you dealing with the white boys. He
Exactly.
gonna make you pay.
He gonna make you pay. You gonna pay, and he ain't gonna be no Prince Harry. My dude,
No,
my
hell
dude
no.
gonna be looking. My dude gonna be like modern day Al Bundy. It's not happening. It's not happening, bro. You're not pulling
Not
no.
Al.
It's not happening.
Al.
Exactly.
All
That's
princes
what
are.
you pulling.
Oh, that's hysterical.
This whiteness ain't gonna pay for itself. What the hell you think?
I'm for real.
That's the
For real.
mindset he
Exactly.
gonna have. That's the mindset he gonna have. He gonna be a modern day Al Bundy. Like, bitch, you should be paying for me. That's exactly the mindset he gonna have. You think
Working at the shoe store and all too. Working at the shoe store and all.
No, you think you're gonna get a top percent looking white dude? No, you really gonna get Nick Fuentes. That's who you're gonna get.
This is subscription.
You're gonna get Nick Fuentes.
Hey,
that's what you got.
While you bullshitting, if I'm not mistaken, what's his name? Richard Spencer was married, or at least because I think he got divorced recently. Was married to a white woman, but I think his ex-girlfriend was Asian. And what's his name that killed what's his name in Minnesota? Remember, his wife was Asian and she won Miss Minnesota or something like that back in the day. So yeah, them Asian girls be messing. You're damn right, Lion. They do be messing with them racist white boys. That's for sure.
Yeah. That's who they qualify for them Charlottesville white boys that was marching all them years ago. That's who they get. White power. That's who you get. And that's who you get. You ain't getting no damn.
Stop talking about Usha Bears like that.
To be fair, we got one of them girls is a heartbeat away from being first lady.
I said exactly what I said. Exactly. That's exactly what I said. Exactly. True.
Well, now she gotta go back and lick her wounds.
No, she homegirl pregnant. Don't worry about it. She said, "Who's a Kirk who? Erica Kirk who? No, give me this baby." He gave both of y'all a baby. Oops. Anyway, continuing.
Ain't nothing but a bunch of hypergamous failures out here talking shit, telling you how they hypergamously failed. They telling you how they failed. They just mad about it.
Talking about that. Still to this day, do we know how Erica got pregnant? I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me stop. Palantir probably listening. Anyway, continue, y'all.
Hey, that line, that usual business is a 7 in Atlanta of 10s. Man, that's a bar. Man, that's got to be one of those Dante cycles of one of those Dante rings of hell. What's that? The Inferno? That's got to be one of those rings in the hell. To be a 7 amongst 10 for women, that's got to be hell.
Yes,
no, that is the equivalent of hell, bro. Like, I don't think y'all really seeing it. Like, if you really take her, bro, y'all saw her with the makeup on, with the everything going. Like, this is like the best that she can be at the 7.
Best you got?
Yeah, see what I'm saying? But imagine being around an actual 10s. Like,
you got the nerve to not even be white on top of that.
For real?
Girl gone.
Put it like this. Put her next to Cindy Sweeney. Put her next to Cindy Sweeney.
Okay, you know what it remind me of? And you put me onto that line. Who sent me that? Was it Leon or was it Lion? Who sent me the cute Latina looking mixed girl with the green eyes? And she lives somewhere in BFE, buttfuck nowhere. And she was saying a 6'ass woman get more looks than her. And she's a fairly attractive young lady. Lighter skin, green eyes, the Latina curly hair. And she was saying, like, she's from Florida, but now she lives in buttfuck somewhere in Wisconsin. I can't remember where the fuck she lives. Somewhere Nowheresville, USA. And she don't get no attention. And going to it what Black Rule just said, like, you got the nerve to not be white on top of that? Oh hell no, this ain't nobody checking them boys. Them white boys are not checking.
Not with that mouth. No.
Oh, Saint Cyr said he was the one who sent it. Okay, thank you, Saint Cyr. Yeah, Saint Cyr sent me. Yeah, she was fairly attractive, and she said, like, it's a mind fuck. Going to what y'all are saying right now, it's a mind fuck for her to know how she would be rated and almost anywhere else in the country. But where she is now, a sixth of a white woman, and I'll take her at face value, a sixth of a white woman gets more attention than her. Yeah, bitch, you around them white boys. They don't care nothing about that exotic cute shit.
But she's also running to what I also mentioned. You running into men's sexual strategy now. And you're running into men.
You're running into white boy sexual strategy on top of that.
Yeah, you're running into men who can afford to fully optimize their sexual strategy. Girl, you fool.
And let's be real. You know the white boys are running her through some scandalous geisha girl fantasies too. So you know she got to also perform that way too.
She's the experiment. Yeah. I keep saying this for a lot of women of color. You're the experiment in high school and in college, and then when we see him in our late 30s, dude is married to a lily white, boring, no ass having, regular ass face ass white woman.
Word, he's playing with you.
Yeah, we know.
Oh no, Black, you were right. They're putting that bitch through some kabuki theater coochie type shit.
They reacting. They are reacting.
Yeah.
They are reacting like when they get
let me get off all my manga and what y'all call it, all that other shit. What's that, manga and yeah. Let me get off all that.
Yeah, they getting off. They reacting scenes from Shogun.
Oh God!
right. Yeah, that's a good one. Actually, that's a good one.
You gonna open up that port? You gonna open up that port?
Shogun, The Last Samurai, all the movies.
Oh shit!
Yeah, all that.
Out of here, girl. Go.
And Saint Cyr says they're ramming her head through the headboard, but they're in Iowa. So yeah, that's what I was saying. Butt from nowhere. They're in Iowa, so them boys only fucking with the golden German, blonde. Excuse me, I don't know what's that golden, blonde German and Norwegian descent women and brunette French descent women. Yeah, in Iowa, hell yeah. Yeah.
My grandfather has 500 acres of cornfield, and I can't be showing up with no half-breed mixed bitch and expect to get my inheritance. Nah, we can fuck, but nah. When it comes to getting married, I'm marrying Lynette down the street.
Yeah, I got to, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I'll fucking get disowned.
Thank you. Exactly.
Fucking get disinherited.
But a Ukrainian just came in here, just down the street, baby girl. You know, I'm sorry. She outranked you.
She looked the part. Now, I mean, you can fuck. You can fuck them alone.
Yeah.
Let me give my example that I love giving.
Yeah, and some of those Ukrainian girls are good stock for white women.
Yeah. No, I not to incriminate myself, but I see them on a daily basis. I'll leave it there. In South Florida, but going to that.
I see him in Georgia.
Those men are not sacrificing their uncle's classic Boss 302 Mustang. They're not sacrificing the Camaro. They're not sacrificing the Cuda or the Challenger. Or they're one of the few who granddad is gonna leave them that GNX that Kendrick talking about, right? Like they're not gonna sacrifice.
They not sacrificing
in the boat.
They not sacrificing that Corvette Stingray that grandpa saved up for.
Thank you. Thank you.
That.
They're not.
They're not sacrificing that 1967 Buick. They're not sacrificing
the Buick.
They not
the house, the boat. They not sacrificing.
Chevy. They're not sacrificing that 57 Chevy.
Absolutely not. For you? A loudmouth bird brain? Absolutely not.
Opinionated one too. A loudmouth opinionated bird brain.
Right.
And here's the thing. And when they have Thanksgiving dinner, they can't say nigga in front of you? Oh hell no.
No. You can patch so let me get this right. You can patch drywall, but you can't make me some sushi? Bitch, what good are you? Right? What you mean? I don't fuck about no drywall.
Look, all of these
I could pay somebody.
You know what? I think because we're black, especially black men, we appreciate this. She's the woman, me and St. Cyr talking about, and the woman we're talking about, the Asian chick. They really think because they're out-group women, it's different. And like, yeah, of course you're women, and the young lady I'm talking about is lighter skin, and this young lady we're talking about here is Asian. So you're seen a bit safer. True indeed. For fucking, for air quotes, dating and bringing around the family for a year or two.
But when it's time to get married, oh, you really think you up for consideration? You know what happens, and you know what? It's because y'all live in L.A. and Boston and New York and Chicago and Miami, and y'all think those are the white people that we talking about. Every other white person around the country ain't doing it. I don't know what drugs these women are on, but okay.
You're gonna be a concubine at worst, baby. At worst, all you getting is concubine status. It's not happening. It ain't gonna be no Cinderella story. Yo shit gonna be more like Monsters Ball.
Not make me feel good.
That's all you getting. That's all you getting, man. That's all you getting out here. Because at the end of the day, even though we're not 5%ers, we know those men are still men. Those 5%ers ain't gonna do nothing but emphasize their sexual strategy. So they're gonna go get the 10 because they can afford the 10.
And their sexual strategy is not like how is. I think I in my opinion, I think our sexual strategy is a little bit forgiving. So good luck.
A little bit? Shit. Our sexual strategy is way too forgiving.
I'll tell you this of knowing of some cats who are probably the type of cats she's trying to deal with. She can catch him. She can catch him on a Tuesday, on an off Tuesday, and he'll fuck. But that's it. I mean, it's far because they still. Yeah. They still man. I mean, ain't no man turning down a 6, maybe even a 5. That'll shut the fuck up, do what he want to do, and be out by 3 a.m. Ain't no man doing that. And that's where she's at. And I've been in her situation once in my life. I was in Vegas and I was at a high end club and I didn't have no money. But my boy was trying to knock down this chick and I didn't have no money. And there's no worse feeling on the planet than being in a high end scale club and not having no money. It is hell. So I have been in situations where I've been that proverbial 7 amongst 10s. Because everyone else around me who had money was having a great old fucking time. I was nursing. I was literally taking the ice cube out the drink, spitting it back in there. 50% out drinking some shit. That's how bad I fucking was.
Damn, KMS said he was so broke. He was like, "Yeah, you just not gonna get no tip tonight, baby."
Yeah, I mean, I was nursing, man. That vodka water just water at that point. I was nursing that bitch.
He said, I can't even afford the ice. Just give me straight.
Yeah. So no, I
and KMS, you probably think everybody else could sense the brokenness on you. You looking around, you just see, man, I wonder if they know if I'm this broke.
Black Uru, it was like a wet fart in church. They was like, that nigga ain't got no money.
That's what I was saying. It was like they can all see it, they can all smell the brokenness of it.
It was like a wet fart in church, man. I was like, that nigga, did he still nursing that drink? No, girl. Yeah.
What a ball.
Yo, just keep on walking, girl. Just keep on walking. You don't want to stop there.
Not the jagged edge. Wait a minute. The lion said where the ball is at. Exactly.
Where the ball is at.
Not the jagged edge. Oh man. I mean, when you that's a feeling. And I've been the friend that was that was being floated by the other friends. I've been that a couple of times.
The broke friend in the club. Oh man. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's some shameful shit, man. I ain't never felt that fucking low.
I think everybody needs to experience that, and then being the friend with the money. You gotta experience these dichotomies in life. It helps to build character. It really does.
Yep.
That was some
character though. Mm-hmm. It does.
That was some character building for my ass. I'll give you that much.
Damn sure.
Yeah, but at least you guys have phones and y'all got Cash App and all that kind of shit. So at least y'all can maybe hustle up a few dollars on the low.
That's now, Black Blue. That's
now.
We're talking about a decade or two ago. Hell no, a decade and a half ago.
No. Black Blue. This happened like the mid-aughts. This was like 2005, 2006.
Oh well, no, you were screwed then. You were screwed.
I was the broke nigga. I was the broke nigga drinking ice.
You know the crazy part about that brokenness you talk about. Like, imagine you being too broke to afford that drink, and then meanwhile you're in college and you can't get financial aid because they tell you make too much money. Imagine that shit.
You make too much money. Yeah.
That was me in 2005, so I know what you're talking about, KMS. That was me in 2005.
Yep.
Some bullshit, bro.
Yeah. I mean, but I mean, to circle it back, that's. I mean, that's where she is. So she can make all these demands and stuff.
Yeah.
But a dude, the type of dude the type of dude she looking at gonna be like, fuck away from me, brokey, and he gonna keep on pushing. Cause she can't pay.
This is like what dudes think with a top 5% of this thing is the same thing I'm saying. He gonna be like, she's like, I can patch, I can do electric, I can do drywall. He's like, bitch, I pay people to do that. Can you make me
But here's what she wants. What she really wants is.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. White people, especially privileged white men, at some point are going to assert their whiteness and their higher status with you.
Yeah.
And they're going to do it in a way that's going to be impolite. And I'm sure with respect to how they deal with women, obviously I'm not a woman, but I'm sure it manifests a certain kind of way when a white man is dealing with an Asian woman. Now, at some point, he going to call her a yellow bitch or some shit like that. I mean, you know how they do. At some point, they going to try to acquaint them with the reality of their higher status, just by virtue of being white and male.
Ain't you supposed to be courteous? Ain't that your fucking culture? Why ain't you bowing? I thought y'all bowed.
Exactly. No, what
exactly.
ZB said, like the men said they want pepperoni pizza. No, Brad said he wants shrimp fried rice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, white guys are cold blooded. At some point, he accused her of eating a dog or some shit like that. I mean, they can get kind of rough, you know.
He said, "I'm gonna
It's gonna be a whole bunch of gangster shit. Like, hey man, hey bitch, why you wearing shoes? And don't y'all take y'all shoes off?
You know what the problem is? So many people in America, and this is why Trump's second term is kind of a good thing. Better yet, is that they think Trump in his administration is a fluke or a one-off. They don't appreciate how many white people, particularly white men, think like that and talk like that. They think of China as a shithole country. They think of these other places. It's only America and kind of sort of Europe. Everything else is backwater. It don't matter what you're talking about. They don't appreciate like
God bless America and no place else.
No, serious. And they don't appreciate like, and we've seen it growing up, right? White people purposely mispronouncing people's names to show their disrespect. Like, I remember watching that with Bill O'Reilly, right? Saying instead of saying no, because it's so easy to say nah.
I had a Korean exchange student. We had a Korean exchange student for 2 years, and it was a program at my daughter's school, high school, and occasionally we would spend time with the other exchange students and their families and stuff. They were all white. At the time, we were the only Black family in this troop. And one thing I noticed about the white people is they basically treated their exchange students, which were mostly of Asian, Chinese. Then there were, I think there was Indian, whatever, but they basically treated their exchange students like pets. They spoke to them a certain kind of way. And this is something they did that I found to be particularly just nasty. They gave them all white names and they made them use them, or they referred to them, but they did not refer. We were the only ones that referred to our exchange student by her name. In fact, I remember one of the women asking my wife, well, what do you call her? Well, what do we call her? Well, her name is such and such. That's what we call her. Oh, really? And all the others were Michael and Donovan. I mean, these are Asian kids, man. And they were giving them all these white ass Irish or whatever fucking names. And the way they talked to them, they had them in the basements of their homes. I mean, they're some nasty people, man. They're not right, man. They are some nasty people, and the exchange student we had, she refused because they had assigned her to another family the next year because she wanted to spend her whole high school in America. so she had to get a new family, or they were supposed to turn over families every year or whatever if they were going to stay in the country. And they assigned her to a white family after the year she was with us. And she had that shit overturned. She came back to us for another year.
So
And when my daughter graduated, when and she could no longer stay with us because it was like it was during the time in which you had to have a child in the school. When my daughter graduated, because she was a couple of years ahead of her, she went, y'all gonna really dig this. She went and lived with a black family, single father, a brother. She went to live with a single father and his daughter. He had two daughters. That's who she went and lived with after she left us. Yeah.
So you're saying Black Roo, that when I get my foreign exchange program, I can't call that dude from Ukraine Glocktavius and teach him how to trap.
Well, you probably could. He might even like that. Actually, he probably would like that.
Turn it into a movie, Cam. That's the whole thing. Turn it into a movie. Teach him b-boying. Teach them to break dance. Turn it into a whole movie. Then if you're gonna do that,
I'm being facetious, Black Roo. That shows of you being a generous, mindful host, and you represent Black men well. So I salute you, sir.
And she and I'm pretty. You stay in contact with her a bit, didn't you, Black Roo?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I hear from her every couple of months or so. She's grown now, and obviously she's living her life and whatever. I think she.
Yeah. So she had a great experience with you. I'm guessing she had a great experience with the other brother.
Here. Oh yeah. No, she said she because we spent a lot of time together. We would travel. I'd run errands, and she would be with me. A couple of times we got stopped by the police because they thought I was kidnapping some little Korean girl. So a couple of white. Are you sure you're okay?
Of course.
And they gave me this little card or whatever, with just sort of confirm, my relationship or whatever to her. But yeah, so that would be interesting. A couple of times, a couple of white suburban police people pulled us over to see if I had kidnapped a little Asian girl. And one thing I discovered, well, many things I discovered, but one thing I discovered was white guys that I knew, a lot of their prurient views of Asian girls came out during that time. And they were saying some nasty type shit, man. And I was like, because I had heard that about them, but they were like, man, you got a little Korean girl in your house. What's up? I was like, come on, man. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
People,
that's actually quite normal.
I think I think a lot of these non white girls who get involved with these black guys, they don't really know what they're getting into. They don't really know what they're getting into with those guys. Yeah. Cause those guys, when you're not white, and it's gonna vary, but when you're not white, at some point, they're gonna make it well plain and clear to you that you're not white. And I don't care if they done married you and even had children with you or whatever. I think you always you always a nigga away. You always a nigga away. You always a chink away or wetback or whatever away. You always one incident, and they're gonna go right to stabbing you in the back with that.
I remember watching something. I want to say it was in the Bay Area somewhere, and I guess this lady was Asian lady, darker skin Asian, so maybe Filipina or something, riding her bike. I want to say she had her kid in that bike seat thing, and there was an almost accident, I guess, with this liberal-looking white dude, and he called her like a sad nigga in the middle of the argument, in the middle of traffic. I was like, oh,
And she was like, "Watch where you're going with it." And he's barking at, and she's barking at him, and he says, "Shut up, sand nigger," or something like that. I was like, "Oh shit!" And just as liberal white as he
they're
want to
never
look,
that far.
Yeah.
They're never that far away. They're never that far away. And that's why, like with these guys be talking all this snow bunny shit. I don't get that, man. I don't, I mean, I guess if you think you in love with some white girl, okay. But this whole like putting or pedestalizing white American girls, that's kind of crazy to me. That's really crazy to me.
No, I agree with that. Because what's his name? Logic, the rapper, told you his Logic looked white as hell, but he's mixed. Told you his mom used to say racist stuff to him, his white mother. There's a lot of these stories of these, like there was a story. Some people remember this. The brother who had a white baby mom, and he had that daughter hair braided and like traditional black hair style. And when he brought her to the house, the white baby mama was all type of fussing him out. I don't want my daughter with black hairstyle. So yeah, white men, white women, they still white. They still white at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're always going to assert that high. And then you add money and status to it. Well, you just ain't nowhere near. You're nowhere, from their perspective, you nowhere near the level of a wealthy white man. And then if you add fame on top of the status and the money, you're just not even in the same like galaxy as they are from their perspective. And it don't matter what you achieve, anything. I mean, I guess this woman has achieved a lot. In the end, you're an Asian woman. You should feel blessed that I'm even gracing you with my presence and my goodwill. And that's what they were showing her. Yeah.
They think they can quote unquote walk their way or whatever, or pray their way or sleep their way into out of the hierarchy or out of the
right now it's merit their way, Zulu. It's merit their way now.
Face down ass of diplomacy. Strikes again.
And I'm like, bro, now they actually starting to kind of have this come to Jesus moment where I'm starting to actually see a lot of Asians like really seeing like, okay, I can quote unquote merit with my way out of this hierarchy, or what do you want to call this, caste system. So they figuring it out.
I mean, affirmative action should have been the dead giveaway for them fucking idiots. They killed affirmative action in universities because they were like, hey, we're getting targeted in these Ivy League universities. You're fucking up our numbers. And the white people were like, you know what, you're right. Too many of y'all. We get rid of affirmative action. So that should have told them right there.
But you got to remember, though, see what I'm saying? Was the Asian chick believing that, quote unquote, I'm the white man's favorite hoe, right? And then the Asian man thinking, see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
All right, quote, unquote, I'm the white man's best friend. So he ain't gonna
Yeah. No. But I will answer to your statement verbatim. Yes, you are the white man's favorite hoe, but you just a hoe, and you are my best friend, but you're not my brother. Sorry.
I know this, but they just now figuring that come to Jesus.
And I think another thing that has happened, like particularly since after 2000 and all the stuff with George Floyd and whatever, I think because Black people have largely sort of pulled back from being upfront and in a lot of stuff, for whatever reasons, I don't know. That hate that white people have that has been bred in America, it's got to go somewhere. It's got to go because the country kind of feeds on it, has always sort of fed on finding some faction within the country to hate or to destroy or to demean or whatever. And that's how white people feel better about themselves, feel invigorated, feel, it's a part, look, when we came over here from Europe, we were supposed to get some higher status, right? Well, you come to America, the way you get some higher status is to step on the Negro. Well, the Negro is kind of in hibernation now. So who's the next people we and so now you got these Indians, right, for example, and they're coming to the fore. Well, now it's time to step on the Indians, and that's why they went so hard at that Vivek guy, because okay, what the hell are you? Well, okay, you do what we tell you to do, but you're not going to be our president. You're not even a citizen, technically. They don't even think of them as citizens. They don't. Honestly, white people really only think about themselves and maybe black people as citizens.
That's really it. There is no other citizen in this country. That is it.
I mean, those really the only groups they really, think. I mean, obviously they have to begrudgingly accept us as being citizens, considering our history, and the fact that there were actually even amendments written to that effect. But to everybody else, it's kind of you're on a good graces status, and a lot of this ICE stuff is about trying to reverse that.
Basically, they already kind of already know that. Like that's why basically it's the quote unquote But how I really look at it, like white folks, they want to assert their dominance hierarchy necessarily, right? So like I said, as you said, like as the black people quote unquote disappear or fade into black necessarily, it's gonna get more intense for other groups, and let the hate spread. So it is what it is, though.
Let that shit spread like peanut butter.
Yeah.
Let it spread like
well, as long as everybody get their turn. As long as everybody gets their turn.
You right about it? Yeah, I agree. I know what you mean by it.
Equity.
I think they are, though. Equity. I mean, in a sense, they are. A lot of people now you're seeing what other people are getting their turn, and boy, are they crying.
I don't know if y'all heard the shit that happened out there in South Africa though, but that shit getting real. I don't know if y'all shit heard that shit. What happened in South Africa? Like what's the last 3 weeks ago?
No, what happened?
All right, now you know ISO Speed went over there, right?
Yeah,
I heard.
Yeah, so he was over there, right? And they had like a girl that was in his video, right? And she was like in the car or whatever, right? And people was like, oh, how did she get in his car, like or whatever, right? Basically whatever, right? Like a couple of weeks or like before that, basically, right? She was also found on what is the African casting couch out there, apparently, or some shit like that. And then she was like, oh, she had to have this whole little play where, you know what? I don't know what I did. I thought it was a movie scene. I thought it was for an actual movie, and folk how they're looking at her like it's like a whole group of them, like a group of these little chicks out there, like, and then they kind of sitting there looking at these chicks like, girl, stop your lying. You out here selling it. You out here selling it, bro. So it's gonna get real interesting the next couple of years, man. Because
what's her name? I need to do some research.
What's her name? No, it's not her name. You gotta just type it into say TikTok or something like that. Type in South African casting couch lady or girl, and then you or team or whatever, type it into like TikTok or something like that, and it'll pop up. I guarantee it.
I was joking. I was making the innuendo. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, but like I said, but it's getting kind of funny, bro. It's just getting.
Well, that's gonna be a lot of their future, because OnlyFans can only do so much, and most of these chicks ain't making OnlyFans money, which means they gonna have to suck it up and put it on the blade.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. That's pretty much what I'm starting to kind of like. When you do the math, bro, it's gonna be when BGS said, bro, pussy gonna be real cheap, bro.
I want to see how real. I want it to happen because I want to see how real they are. They was talking all this shit. I want to see how real they are. Let's find out. Oh, you got money, huh? Let's find out. How much money do you have, really?
What money?
Exactly.
Ain't money, ain't, bro. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. So it's gonna be very interesting. But I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out of here, man. It's getting kind of late, bro. So, but I hope y'all boys have a good day, man.
You too, man. Be safe.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm about to end it on anyway, y'all. But time for us to mosey up on out of here. So on
Tell
that
Asian
note,
girl to figure. Tell Asian girl to figure. Tell Asian Shorty. You better tell Miss Asian girl
figure it out.
Tell Chung Lee to figure it out. Figure it out. There ain't no 5%. 5%ers ain't saving nobody no more. Especially not to mention now 5%ers got to worry about getting Shannon Sharp. They got to be careful about that. So ain't no 5% just gonna be scooping you up. You have to be vetted, ma'am. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But you is not a liability, man.
Yeah, no, they don't appreciate the environment. Nothing, but I think the young lady's doing. She probably is doing okay enough financially. How long that lasts, and you know how life go ups and downs and twists and turns. So we'll see.
But she don't want to pay for those flights. All that stuff she was bragging about, she don't want to pay for it. That's the thing.
No, I agree with that.
She don't want to pay for it, and she mad as hell that she got to.
You already know it.
And the only man she qualifies for is a man who can't pay for the flight. That's all she qualified for, and she mad as hell.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue, and then the way that the attitude that you gotta love it. They never frame it like there's something wrong with, because there's never nothing wrong with them.
No.
Anyway, yeah.
You boasting about putting up drywall and electric. I'm like 5%ers. They don't have to. They don't care to know that shit because they can pay men to do that. They probably don't want you touching their shit anyway.
And to be frank with you, they don't care what you're talking about.
No, they
don't care what you're. That's not something to brag about. Nobody cares. They definitely don't care. So
no.
And yeah, no, nobody cares, bro. Nobody
they can
cares.
pay someone to do that. Why would they pay you?
No, it's not even about paying her. It's like, in other words, what do I need a man for? So now that I don't need a man, now it's not even really a want. Now if I take on a man as a burden, he just has to be so exceptional. And that's what she's really saying. And like what you're finding throughout with an example being your life is that the men that got it like that don't see you like that. The men that don't got it like that, you don't see them like that. And that's if even the men that don't got it like that, if they see you like that. It's that simple.
Yeah, you want the 5%. Forget the man you don't want. We talking about them 5%. Them 5% are making the same evaluation to you. Like, what can I use you for? I'm an electrician. I can build drywall. No,
I'm a PhD.
No, she's not humble. She's arrogant. She's aggressive. Why do I want her like that? If I'm a man, man, I don't want no aggressive, evil, kind of mean-spirited woman to be telling me what she's doing and telling not just me, but she's telling the whole world. I definitely don't want that.
No, I don't want no I don't want no chick to do drywall. No, I want some shrimp lo mein. That's what I want.
That's oppressive. That's
coconut pancakes.
Right?
Yeah.
Trying to run out these coconut pancakes.
Yeah, coconut pancake. We trying. Can you make some damn fortune cookies from scratch? That's what we want. That's what we want to know.
That's all of racist and oppressive bullshit. Nope. She's gonna tell you she's gonna put. And by the way, even with the drywall, I just want you to appreciate she's not actually doing that if y'all were to get together. That was just her telling you that she could do what a man could do. Anything you can do, I can do better type shit.
You gonna do that for your home? You ain't doing that. You gonna do it while you're pregnant? No. As soon as you get pregnant, you stopping all that shit.
She's not doing that before she get pregnant, bro.
You're right.
If she's with a man, she ain't doing that shit before she get pregnant. Unless, of course, he's a white man. She might do that if she with a white dude. But if she with a man, she ain't doing that shit even before she get pregnant. Hell yeah.
She do it for white man. She do it for free.
No. As a matter, she'll do it paying him.
Yep. She'll beg him to do it. Actually.
Right.
I disagree. It depends how the pipe is laid prior to the baby coming.
White dudes could lay mediocre pipe. Them Asian women still going.
Man, them dudes ain't got to do. These dudes
white dudes can lay the most mediocre pipe ever. Them dudes could have the charisma of a goddamn cardboard box. Mediocre pipe, mediocre looks, mediocre life and job, and them Asian girls still going. Everyone know it, bro.
Everyone.
I'll be looking at Asian dudes like I thought, like when it comes to that, I think black men have it pretty damn bad with black women. But I think the only people that might have us beat
say that shit.
Them Asian
say that shit, dog.
Them Asian women be. I'm like, God
Asian
damn, man.
We be thinking we got it bad. I'm like, nah, you don't want to be Asian. You don't want to be Asian.
Me and my girl been talking about that. Me and my girls talking about that.
Not want to be Asian.
Yeah, exactly. She was like, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, cool, but like that, nah.
But I
Like,
also blame Asian parents for that shit too. Y'all raise y'all children to be
You assimilated that shit in them.
as exactly and to be
You assimilated that shit into them
as
now.
non-threatening as humanly possible, and then you get what you get, which is your daughters really say, okay, fine, fuck it, I'm gonna assimilate as much as possible. I'm gonna go get some white dick in my life, and that's exactly what they do. That's
Not to
exactly
mention,
what they do.
not to mention, y'all was kind of, I mean, granted, patriarchy is necessary, but y'all was real heavy-handed with that patriarchy, and see, now you got a bunch of rebels. Not saying it wasn't necessary, but
no, it's true. It's true. No, you're right. You're right with that. But I think Asian women might dip off for that too. But it really is what white men mean into their imagination. What is a white man? A white man, wait for it, he's the man.
He's the man.
White men are the man, and that's
even
how a lot of women of color see them.
Even though your own men make more money than everybody.
That shit don't mean nothing because the Asian men don't have the status.
No, they
that shit don't mean
status,
anything. They don't have the status. White
but
men have a bit less money and the status.
But y'all not even getting with white dudes of status though.
I mean, every once in a while, here and there, some Asian women are, but the main issue Asian women have is no matter what they do, they'll never be a white woman.
They'll never be a white woman.
One or two of them will end up with a Mark Zuckerberg, right? One or two of them end up with that, because we know Asian women end up with white dudes with some money. One or two of them end up with a Rupert Murdoch or Mark Zuckerberg, but for the most part, white dudes don't care nothing about what they talking about.
I'm confused though when you talk about the money, but the status. So just because they have the money, so money doesn't imply status.
No, it does not.
No,
in a lot of cases,
this is what Asian men are running into.
Yes.
They're not white men. In other words, they're not men. They're not men.
No, they're not white men.
When we in the American context, quite frankly, in the Western context, if we really gonna keep it 100, but in the American context, there's only one man, and it's the white man. So when Dr. Tommy Curry says man not, yes, of course for black men because of the history. But once you step a big toe in this country as any type of man that's not a white man, you're man not. All men of color are man not.
Let me put this in the form of a question. Who's the most famous Asian guy you know today? Exactly.
Like contemporarily, it would have to be Buddy Rowe, and I don't even know his name. There you go.
I can think of a guy. His name, a Japanese guy named Naoe. He's officially the undisputed lightweight champion, and he's Japanese. He's officially just made the undisputed white. He's officially just made. He's the undisputed lightweight champion in boxing. And I don't even think, and there's plenty of Asians that will overlook him for insert whoever.
Yeah. Well, once again, like and it's because of what they view manhood as, what it is to be a man, not biologically, genetically, what it means to be a man, what it means to be a man socially, politically, and what it means to be the man and a man socially and politically is, in America at least, to be a white man. You have to be a white man, right? And so you're gonna see Asian women with some money, black women with some money, Latina women with some money. They're gonna pay for dick, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. But shut the fuck up about the patriarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut the fuck up about what you can do, bitch. We know what you can do because you paying for dick right now.
They don't want to pay, but here's the thing: them paying for dick is them admitting that they failed hypergamy.
Yes and no. Yeah, I mean, like that's what's implicit in it, but they'll never say that. They'll never say it. But you're right.
Don't ask what the picture.
That's why they refuse to pay for dick. But yeah,
don't ask what the picture.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Picture to do for you.
That's exactly.
No, it's true. Exactly. Don't ask what the patriarchy, what you can do for the patriarchy. Ask what the patriarchy can do for you, or the other way. But don't ask what the patriarchy can do for you. Ask what you can do for the patriarchy.
No, that's what you can do for the patriarchy. Because you're the one trying to apply patriarchy terms to 1 to 5 percenters. So that's when and according to y'all, that's
they are the patriarchs. So if we're politically and socially, they are the patriarchs. But you have to appreciate that for the most part, they're not going to date and marry out. They might fuck, but they're not going to date and marry out. For the most part, they're not. They have a very strict way of viewing the world, of viewing their position in the world as white men, politically and socially. I mean, every once in a while, like like John McCain, one of his sons, married to a black woman. So yeah, no, it happens every once in a while here and there, but for the most part,
nah, hell no.
nah.
Hell no. You seen Elon Musk's wives? They both white, they both blonde and white as one. I think one's blonde, one's brunette. Both his wives and them 5 kids all in the same house.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and Elon is a prime example. That is your white man. Elon Musk, the billionaire extraordinaire asshole, could be with just about any woman that he wants to be. And look at his roster. Look at the baby mamas. Look at the wives. Right.
You look at Elon like, man, it has to be the money. If you just look at Elon without the money, it's like, dude, I saw you at Walmart yesterday.
Yeah, whether it's Elon, whether it's Jeff Bezos, whether it's Bill Gates, they're showing you what type of time now.
Yeah,
they're showing you as white men who have access to just about all women on planet Earth. They're showing you through action what they think of who, what they think of what type of woman. And well,
hey,
no,
what you wanted. Y'all want hypergamy, so it's time to pay for it.
And the women don't want to pay for. They don't want to pay for their femininity. Ain't what Chris Rock said. Ain't nothing drive the vagina like opening her wallet. Nothing drive the vagina up more than that. So
that's why they got real quiet when Kevin had that show about what is the cost of your femininity. Put a number to it. When we're quiet as fuck.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
But I would like to introduce a conversation like, all right, you getting so if you want to have this man, this, that, and the third, I'm gonna need you to put up your W-2. I'm gonna need you to screenshot your W-2. Let's see how much money you make, and then we'll make a real assessment.
Let me read this from Big Mo. And Big Mo says, rumor has it they all use IVF to have his kids. So if we're going off of rumors, rumor has it that a certain somebody has a botch stretch job. And that's why he's not engaging in the XXX activities. And that's one of the reasons why he's doing the IVF. Another reason is because he wants straight boys. Notice, all boys. That's another reason for the IVF, because he can control for that using the splicing and genetic whatever the hell. So those are the two rumors. I don't know how true they are, but those are one rumor is that he tried to give himself a little bit more length and girth, and and it went wrong, and so now
No,
looks like putty.
He was looking in the mirror, and that stomach was peeling over. My man get conscious when he go to the urinal.
And so it's that, and like I said before, the fact that you want all boys, so you gotta splice and dice, and so. If I'm mistaken, it's all boys, and then you have just the one that decided to transition, but it's all boys, if I'm not mistaken. So
I think they are all boys.
Oh well. So these are the people, these are the masters of the universe on planet Earth right now. Bill Gates, who's on the list, Trump, who's on the list, Elon, who's on the list. God damn, Z, I know, right? These are your people. Mark Zuckerberg probably is just a little too young to be on the list, but that doesn't mean he's not on it. Mark Zuckerberg, these are the people that's on the list, right? So,
but my thing is, okay, so you find out that when we do find out that they're on the list, what exactly is supposed to happen? What's going to happen?
Quite frankly, I don't think anything's going to happen to them. I don't think not a single damn thing. You know why? Because who's supposed to be punishing them? Other people who's on the list? Who's supposed to be reporting on it? Other people who's on the list? Or other people whose super close friends or business associates are on the list? Who's supposed to be reprimanding them and wagging their finger at them? Other people who's on the list?
What you going to do? Isolate them socially? What you going to do?
Thank you.
What's going to happen? That's all I want to know, because everybody's so adamant about this list. I'm like, what the fuck y'all going to do when y'all find out? What y'all going to do?
This is a good question.
Like, what exactly are y'all gonna do to these trillionaires, these millionaires and billionaires? What you gonna do?
Big Mo said, "Who gonna check them, boo?" Exactly. Who gonna check them? Exactly. I got you, Big Mo. I got you. Where did it go? I got it still here.
Who gonna check me, boo?
That is Trump. That is Trump. That is Elon. That is Bill Gates. That is all of them, right? That's Bill Clinton. That's all of them. For real.
Who gonna check me, boo?
and the raised eyebrows afterward is just the icing on the cake. It's the icing on the cake for real. Exactly.
The only
Look,
thing that'd be funny though, the only thing that would make me laugh that would happen to Elon if Trump decides to start importing those BYDs, because Elon's fucked if that happens.
oh yeah, no, it's a done deal.
Tesla.
You get a Tesla Model 3 equivalent BYD for 2/3 the cost. Maybe
And
even
it's just a
half the
better
cost.
and it's a better looking car.
Yeah, it's
Just a better looking car all around.
Yeah, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. But I think we might for the interim we might have reached our market cap for EVs. To be frank with you, I think we for a little bit we've reached peak car. We've reached peak automobiles. I need to do my car stream.
Yeah.
Like I need to do my car stream. I'm gonna try to plan that for the next week or two. Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it because there is a lot to be said about the pricing of vehicles. And if all of us that remember before COVID, it was looking like that in the West, especially in America, we might have reached peak automobile because Gen Z and the young millennials were Ubering everywhere. Many of them did not have their license well into their 20s and maybe even early 30s for the millennials. So yeah,
Let
no,
me know when you do your car
and
stream, dog. Let me know.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be like in the next week or two.
My homie's a gearhead too, and I was telling about you because we be talking offline about talking about these cars and everything. He's like, yo, who the fuck gonna buy all these cars? Who's supposed to buy? Who's paying for these cars? All these high-end cars y'all keep producing.
$50,000. Well, because the car manufacturers figure it out. The car manufacturers are going the way of what I think a lot of retail and manufacturing is going, which is I've been telling y'all this for years. Fuck the bottom 80. It's about the top 20, maybe top 25%. And so
that's what I said.
Because Brad and Emily or Brad and Amy could afford the $100,000 goddamn Infiniti QX or the Escalade, all those big shits, the Navigator, all the Wagoneer, all them shits is $100,000+ SUVs.
These cars are for the money Mayweathers.
Yeah, all of them. The Range, the Range Rover, all of them are $100+. Oh yeah, G-Wagon been up there. The G-Wagon that's been up there. Yeah. So that's why. But yeah, y'all look, I got to go because we down at 5%. Okay, so on that note, y'all, they're gonna beat. There we go. So we'll pause right now, y'all. Piece of chicken grease. It's coming by the next 2 weeks because I'm gonna take some days off. So we'll pause right there. Love Piece of Chicken Grease. Y'all go check out the Black Minister content, the non-Minister content, for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.